Hey, hey, choo choo, yeah, yeah. Choo choo, choo choo.
You walking straight through my walls. Guess it was all my fault. I think I let you in. Never thought that I would feel like this. Such a mess when I'm in your presence. I had enough that you were making me sick. Gotta get you out of my system, yeah. It's my house, and I think it's time to get out. It's my soul, it isn't yours anymore. It's my house, I think it's time to get out. Yeah, I think it's time to get out. Here at my bedroom door, heard your footsteps on the floor, closer than ever before. And now you're in my room. You're a cold air creeping through on sheets, avoiding you. You walk around, I can hear you pace, circle in my bed frame. Oh, but now we're face to face, out of my pillowcase. But darling, you can't stay. Never thought that I would feel like this. Such a mess when I'm in your presence. I had enough that you were making me sick. Gotta get you out of my system, yeah. It's my house, and I think it's time to get out. It's my soul, it isn't yours anymore. It's my house, I think it's time to get out. Yeah, I think it's time to get out. Haven't you heard? I'm not yours anymore. I'm not yours anymore. It's my soul. Haven't you heard? I'm not yours anymore. I'm not yours anymore. It's my house.
If you could take my pulse right now, it would feel just like a sledgehammer. Can't explain all the feelings that you're making me feel. My heart's in overdrive and you're behind the steering wheel. Touching you, touching me, touching you, are you touching me? I believe in a thing called love, just listen to the rhythm of my heart. There's a chance we can make it now. We'll be rocking till the sun goes down. I believe in a thing called love.
I wanna kiss you every minute, every hour, every day. You got me in a spin, but everything is a-okay.
Touching you, touching me, touching you, are you touching me? I believe in a thing called love, just listen to the rhythm of my heart. There's a chance we can make it now. We'll be rocking till the sun goes down. I believe in a thing called love. Touching you, touching me,
rhythm of my heart.
There's a chance we can make it now.
We'll be rocking till the sun goes down.
I believe in a thing called love. Oh, I believe in a thing called love. Just listen to the rhythm of my heart. There's a chance we can make it now. We'll be rocking till the sun goes down. I believe in a thing called love. Oh.
Dance me to your beauty like a burning violin. Dance me through the panic till I'm gathered safely in. Lift me like an olive branch, be my homeward dove, and dance me to the end of love. Please dance me to the end of love.
Ooh, let me see your beauty when the witnesses are gone. Ooh, let me feel you moving like they do in Babylon. Ooh, show me slowly what I only know the limits of, and dance me to the end of love. Please dance me to the end of love.
La 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 Oh, dance me to the wedding now,
Dance me on in, oh.
and dance me very tenderly.
Dance me very long.
We're both rise beneath our love, and both of us shall burn. And dance me to the end of love.
Won't you dance me to the end of She be my queen since we were 16. We want the same things, we dream the same dreams. Alright, alright. I got it all, cause she is the one. Her mom calls me love, her dad calls me son. Alright, yeah, alright. But I know for sure. Everybody wanna steal my girl. Everybody wanna take her heart away. Couple billion in the whole wide world. Find another one cause she belongs to me. Everybody wanna steal my girl. Everybody wanna take her heart away. Couple billion in the whole wide world. Find another one cause she belongs to me. Na 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 na. Kisses like cream, a walk is so mean, and every jaw drop when she's in those jeans. Alright, alright. I don't exist if I don't have her. The sun doesn't shine, the world doesn't turn. Alright, yeah, alright. But I know for sure. Everybody wanna steal my girl. Everybody wanna take her heart away. Couple billion in the whole wide world. Find another one cause she belongs to me. Everybody wanna steal my girl. Everybody wanna take her heart away. Couple billion in the whole wide world. Find another one cause she belongs to me. Na 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 na. She knows that I'll never let her down before. She knows that I'm never gonna let another take her love from me now. Everybody wanna steal my girl. Everybody wanna take her heart away. Couple billion in the whole wide world. Find another one cause she belongs to me. Everybody wanna steal my girl. Everybody wanna take her heart away. Couple billion in the whole wide world. Find another one cause she belongs to me. Everybody wanna steal my girl. Everybody wanna take her heart away. Couple billion in the whole wide world. Find another one cause she belongs to me. Na 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 na. Cause she belongs to me.
I think the universe is on my side. Heaven and earth are finally aligned. Days are good, and that's the way it should be. You sprinkle stardust on my pillowcase. It's like a moon being brushed across my face. Nights are good, and that's the way it should be. You make me sing, ooh, la la la. You make a girl go, ooh, I'm in love, love. Did you see that shooting star night? Were you dazzled by the same constellation? Did you and Jupiter conspire to get me? I think you and the moon and Neptune got it right. Cause now I'm shining bright, so bright, bright, so bright. And I see colors in a different way. You make what doesn't matter fade to gray. Life is good, and that's the way it should be. You make me sing, ooh, la la la. You make a girl go, ooh, I'm in love, love. Did you see that shooting star night? Were you dazzled by the same constellation? Did you and Jupiter conspire to get me? I think you and the moon and Neptune got it right. Cause now I'm shining bright, so bright. And I get lost in your eyes. Did you see that shooting star night? Were you dazzled by the same constellation? Did you and Jupiter conspire to get me? I think you and the moon and Neptune got it right. I think you and the moon and Neptune got it right. You and the moon and Neptune got it right. Cause now I'm shining bright. so bright, bright, so bright, bright, so bright. I get lost in your eyes tonight. I got chills, they're multiplying, and I'm losing control. 'Cause the power you're supplying, it's electrifying. You better shape up, 'cause I need a man. My heart is set on you. Better shape up, better understand. To my heart I must be true. You're the one that I want. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Honey, the one that I want. Honey, the one that I want. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Can't you see? Oh, yes, indeed. Oh, yes, indeed. If you're filled with affection, you're too shy to convey. Meditate my direction, feel your way. You better shape up, 'cause I need a man.
1 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 1 2 2 1 2 2 1.
Mark my words, this love will make you levitate like a bird without a cage, but down to earth. If you choose to walk away, don't walk away. It's in the palm of your hand now, baby. It's a yes or a no, no, maybe. So just be sure before you give it up to me, up to me. Give it up to me. So you wanna play with magic? Boy, you should know what you're falling for. Baby, do you dare to do this? 'Cause I'm coming at you like a dark horse. Are you ready for a perfect storm, perfect storm? 'Cause once you're mine, there's no going back. She's a beast, I call her karma. She eats your heart out like Jeffrey Dahmer. Be careful, try not to lead her on. Shorty's heart was on steroids, 'cause her love is so strong. You may fall in love when you meet her. You get the chance, you better keep her. She swears by it, but if you break her heart, she'll turn cold as a freezer. That fairy tale ending with the knight in shining armor. She can be my sleeping beauty, I'ma put her in a coma. Damn, I think I love her, shorty's so bad, I'm sprung and I don't care. She got me like a roller coaster, turn a bedroom into a fair. The love is like a drug, I was trying to hit and quit it, but little mama's so dope, I messed around and got addicted. So you wanna play with magic? Boy, you should know what you're falling for. Baby, do you dare to do this? 'Cause I'm coming at you like a dark horse. Are you ready for a perfect storm, perfect storm? 'Cause once you're mine, there's no going back. Alabama, Arkansas, I do love my ma and pa, not the way that I do love you. Well, holy moly, me oh my, you're the apple of my eye. Boy, I've never loved one like you. Oh man, you're my best friend.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. We're going to start the equality and diversity debate in the next 10 minutes. If you are a candidate running for equality and diversity, could you please come down to the sofa over here? Sifan, it's looking very good for you right now. So we're going to start the equality and diversity debate in the next 10 minutes, subject to our live stream being okie dokie and ready to go. So if you're a candidate, if I could ask you to grab a seat over here. If you're not, grab a seat anywhere. Still good seats available. Also, excitingly, because it's cold and it's miserable outside, there's some free hot chocolate next to help desk. Please go grab yourself a hot chocolate. If you are wearing an LEU lanyard, get back to your desk. Get back to your station. No, anybody can grab a hot chocolate if they want. So if you are a candidate, if I could ask you to come over here. If you're representing a candidate, if I could also ask you to come over here. Shahin. Candidate, over here, please. Wonderful. So that's just a quick reminder, folks. We're going to start the E&D debate in 10 minutes' time. So please make sure you're in your seats, ready to go, ready to make a lot of noise for all the E&D candidates as well. Literally just got a text from Emma saying, oh, by the way, Aoife's helped me out.
Aoife.
Aoife.
Yeah.
Ether. All right, cool.
Yeah.
Celtic?
Yeah, it's Irish.
Irish.
Ether with an A.
Hi, Ben. 10 minutes-ish, and we'll start the E&D debate. Please don't people here. Nice to have you. So,
as ever. Even in the shadows, baby, kiss me before they turn the lights out. Your heart is glowing, and I'm crashing into you. Baby, kiss me before they turn the lights out. Before they turn the lights out. Oh, baby, love me lights out. In the darkest night out, I search through the crowd. Your face is all that I see. I'll give you everything. Baby, love me lights out. Baby, love me lights out. We don't have forever. Baby, daylight's wasting. You better kiss me before time has run out. Nobody sees what we see. They're just hopelessly gazing. Oh, baby, take me before they turn the lights out. Before time has run out. Oh, baby, love me lights out. In the darkest night out, I search through the crowd. Your face is all that I see. I'll give you everything. Baby, love me lights out. Baby, love me lights out. Oh, you can turn my lights out. I love you like XO. You love me like XO. You kill me, girl, XO. You love me like XO. It's all that I see. I'm giving you everything. Baby, love me lights out. Baby, love me lights out. You can turn my lights out. Oh, in the darkest night I search through the crowd. Your face is all that I see. I'll give you everything. Baby, love me lights out. Baby, love me lights out. Oh, you can turn my lights out.
Feel free to sing it also.
If you go to the lefty first, that
Oh, okay.
yeah, and then Stephen will be on the left of you. Yeah, well, I kind of scoot down there and do like audience questions and that kind of thing.
Check.
Does it work?
Thank you.
Test 1, 2, 3, 4. Ooh, that's
All right.
exciting.
All right.
It's a bit too low.
So that's what you
Good.
get. Smile, wave, yes, baby. You see one on the way past. Okay, for yourselves.
So many words with a broken heart. It's hard to see in a crimson love. So hard to breathe. Walk with me and maybe nights of light so soon
You know anything about on the drum?
So, after you've done your 1 minute speech as well, we then got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 preset questions. No one can see them. And the people that have sent in already to ask you guys. So I'll ask you in like order. So it'll be completely impartial. Like if I ask you twice, it's
Show me
This-
I won't be offended.
Hello. No worries. So then
Testing.
you'll get 30 seconds.
Is
to
this
answer
the
those.
feeling I
Hello?
need to
good.
walk
Okay.
in?
So this isn't going to
Tell
help you.
me
This
what
helps.
it is
Just out
This, yes.
there where you
Hey.
are.
This awful. This great. This rubbish. This is worse. Yeah. You want to lean into it. Your lips can touch it. Don't worry about it. That's the best way to get your voice heard. Okay. We're going to start the E&D debate in 5 minutes, folks. Please take your seats. Please take your seats. Help yourselves to some hot chocolate if you've just arrived as well. It is cold outside, as the song doth go. So please grab your seats. We're going to start the E&D debate in 5 minutes' time.
Endless love. There's no control. Are you with me now? Your every wish will be done. Show me the meaning of being lonely. Is this the feeling I need to walk with? Tell me why I can't be there where you are. There's something missing in my heart. There's nowhere to run, I have no place to go. Surrender my heart, my body and soul. How could it be you're asking me to feel the things you never? Show me the meaning of being lonely. Is this the feeling I need to walk with? Tell me why I can't be there where you are. There's something missing in my heart. There's something missing in my heart.
/LeadLUU. If you go to /LeadLUU on the website, it's right on the front page because I'm really good at doing. This will be made into videos that people can watch later and scrutinise. It should be directly afterwards. It should, but it should. We might have to go through. Giving ourselves some big buffers between the One, two, 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 one.
Well, I heard there was a secret chord that David played and it pleased the Lord. But you don't really care for music, do you? Well, it goes like this: the fourth, the fifth, the minor fall and the major lift. The baffled king composed.
We're live. Oh, this is exciting.
We're going to start in 1 minute, folks. Please take your seats. We're going to start the E&D debate in 1 minute. And if you haven't already, please help yourself to some hot chocolate provided for you today by the balcony.
Well, your faith was strong, but you needed proof. You saw her bathing on the roof, her beauty and the moonlight overthrew you. And she tied you to her kitchen chair, and she broke your throne, and she cut your hair, and from your lips she drew the hallelujah.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is your last call to grab your seats for the equality and diversity debate. It's also your last chance to get some hot chocolate. Before I introduce our host this evening, please give a warm round of applause to Sam, everybody.
Oh, thanks, guys. What an introduction. We good to go? So, hello and welcome to Question Time here at Leeds University Union. And after weeks of tireless campaigning, countless election videos, and a fair few posters as well, the end is nearly in sight. And for the next 5 hours or so, we'll be grilling the candidates who want to run this very building for the next academic year. So, I'll be joined by the candidates running for equality and diversity, welfare, activities, community, education, union affairs, and the individuals campaigning to be the new editor of The Griffin, the university's weekly newspaper. So there is 38 candidates running for all positions, and throughout the day they'll be asked questions in a random order to keep it as fair as possible. We are, like the BBC, quite impartial. So how it's going to work, we will start with a 1-minute speech for each candidate on why they should get said role. And then we have 4 or 5 pre-sent-in questions that people have sent into the union during the week, and we will ask them to the candidates, each of them in a random order. And then for the exciting bit as well, I will go down into the audience, and any questions you have for the candidates, you will be able to ask them as well. If you do ask a question, they will be asked to each candidate, so you can't choose someone specifically and single them out, because that would be very, very unfair. Remember, we are live streaming as well. You might see our cameras around on Leeds Student Television. We're live on their YouTube channel, so just give them a wave. Hiya. Nice wave over there. I like it. It's good. So if you are watching at home, feel free to tweet in your questions as well using the hashtag LeadLUU. Now, due to the slightly later start time due to technical difficulties, the Griffin editor debate will be going ahead at around about 5 o'clock this afternoon. That means our first debate will be for the candidates competing for the job of Equality and Diversity Officer. Now, for this one, there's 4 candidates in total, and the role involves making sure that university services vary their approach to suit every student. They ensure all students can input into decisions so that the union meets everybody's needs very fairly. They also enact students' ideas for removing barriers to getting the experience they want of university. So we're going to welcome our candidates up to the stage one by one. The first one is Shaheen Davishnarenjbom. Next up we have Osman Dean. And our next candidate, Emma Healy, couldn't make it this morning, so we have someone who's going to speak on her behalf. Please welcome Etha Anderson. And last but not least, Sefan Zalalam. So, there we go, and we're going to start off, as I said, with the 1-minute speech on why you guys should be the next Equality and Diversity Officer. So, as I say, we're going to do this in a random order, and we will start with Osman. You have a minute.
Osman, that's me, yeah. Right, thank you very much. My name is Osman Dean, and I'm standing for the position of Equality and Diversity. I'm standing because I know the importance of an effective students' union and leadership which actually represents the students. I have 2 years of experience in an official role as the Black Students Officer in Bradford College Students' Union. I've led many campaigns on inequality and justice. For example, the very first campaign I led was to kick EDL out of Bradford, and that was a fantastic campaign which hundreds upon hundreds of people got involved in. I've campaigned against institutional racism within the police. The fact that black people are still to this day up to 10 times more likely to be stopped and searched. I've helped organise campaigns against harassment towards women. So this is right up my street. If I'm elected, the Students' Union is going to be taking a political stance on issues that students face, whether that's the rising tide of Islamophobia, racism, xenophobia, anti-Semitism. The Students' Union should be a political force, and that's the kind of union and leadership I will be. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Osman. And next up, we will have Shaheen.
Hello everyone, thank you for coming today. I'm Shaheen and I am a Leeds alumni. I'm also a structural engineer. I'm standing for equality and diversity because I strongly believe that equality and diversity in the university can have a massive impact on the student experience and their achievement in the university. I have worked closely with the union during the last year as a student representative of a School of Civil Engineering, and during which we've achieved our goals and objectives in bringing people from diverse backgrounds together and understanding their problems. And if you believe that inequality and social integration, you should vote for me. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And next up, we will have Sefan.
Hey everyone, I'm Sifan Zalalam. It's simple. I want to run for E&D officer for one reason and one reason only, because I'm passionate. My dad was a freedom fighter who was willing to die for his beliefs. Me, I don't face such an existential battle, but in my own way, I've always fought for the rights of the underprivileged, and I've always been involved in some sort of protest, even if when I was back in London. I want to create a cohesive university where cultures are not only promoted, but we promote unity as well. But the first way to do that is to create understanding. Before understanding, you can't get anywhere, and that's where I start my stuff. So I want to help represent marginalized groups of people, give them a voice to stand on through union talks, which is my first scheme. Secondly, I will tackle hard issues like segregation, race politics, sexuality head on by not running away from it and actually allowing people to speak for themselves and allow people to get into the conversation, because politics is a hard thing to get into, but once you're into it, everybody can at least have a better experience at uni. And I want to create culture buddies for international students who don't have a voice, and I want to allow them to get integrate into the university so that they feel that they're a part of it as well. Thank you.
Thank you. And lastly, we will have Aoife Addison speaking on behalf of Emma Healy.
Hi everyone. So Emma can't be here today because she's actually at a conference at the European Parliament discussing gender equality. But she's running to be your next Equality and Diversity Officer because she believes that she can make Leeds a better place. She came here because of the great financial support that the uni offered. However, in 4 years, this has been halved. The uni makes a £12 million profit last year, and with cuts to maintenance grants and disabled students allowance, it's time that they stepped up their game. She wants to push uni to increase the thresholds for financial support so students can access it. It isn't fair that student loans only cover rent. She wants to stop money becoming the main obstacle to students and enable students from disadvantaged backgrounds to stay in uni or even more to go and study abroad too. She's currently one of your Women's Liberation Officers, and she's passed policies and consent classes, which she hopes to expand if she becomes your E&D officer.
Thank you. That wasn't too bad, was it? We got through that quite quickly. This is question time, the LeadLUU debate. If you have just joined us at the back and you want to take a seat, there's loads at the front, so feel free to do so. Voting does open this Friday as well at 12 o'clock, so that's not tomorrow, it's the day after. And you should all vote because you get 20 free printer credits. And if you're anything like me, when I go to the library, I never have any printer credits. So winner, winner, chicken dinner. Right, we will go on to the next question now. You have 30 seconds each to answer these, and again, we will pick you in random order. So, free speech on campus is increasing under threat amid fears of security and extremist ideologies. What will you do to protect and encourage the free exchange and debate of ideas at the university? I'll read that out again because it's quite lengthy. So free speech on campus is increasingly under threat amid fears of security and extremist ideologies. What will you do to protect and encourage the free debate and exchange of ideas at the university? So 30 seconds to answer this, and we will start with Shahin.
Hello, thank you for your question. I think exchanging ideas and being able to raise your concern is very important for the university to understand what can be changed or improved, or understand where people are standing for. And what I would do if I would be elected, I will work closely with different groups that they would like to bring their ideas to the university and make sure they know a better way, and make sure they can put it in writing, and working closely with them to liaise with them to make sure their voice is heard, but as peaceful as possible and as easy as possible for them, without any interaction and interruption to the university's time or lectures.
Thank you. And next up we will have Sefan.
It's simple. I just came back from a prevent talk yesterday. It's called Students Not Suspects. I think that's the first way to do it. It's basically making sure that our students who are marginalized, especially Muslim groups, faith societies that actually feel a strong way about it. Me as a person, I'm always on Facebook writing stuff about, politics and stuff like that. And I wouldn't want my voice to be drowned out the same way. So first thing we should do is help out the prevent scheme. So I'm not talking about empty rhetoric. We actually have a way to stand up to it. So we actually go for the stand up against prevent and show that through the NUS, through our networks, that we are against anything that is stifling students' rights to speak. And not only that, but allowing students to express themselves without actually having to be under threat of being like 1984, somebody's watching you. We are students and we're allowed to have freedom of speech. Thank you.
Thank you, Stefan. And next up we will have Aoife, who's speaking on behalf of Emma Healy.
Okay, so Emma would say that, yeah, there's definitely a case to be made that the best way to sort of challenge ideas is through debate, and obviously does not disagree with the idea of freedom of speech, but there is a difference between freedom of speech and people with known views that incite hate to different groups in society. And that the union should be a safe space for students where they can feel comfortable and not persecuted by people that are coming in with known extreme views. There's obviously a distinction to be made between freedom of speech and people that have known hateful and insightful views. So that's what Emma would say.
Thank you. And lastly for this question, Osman.
Well, what I won't do is comply with the prevent legislation, as Stefan just pointed out, which effectively turns students into suspects and absolutely poisons the relationship between a teacher and a student. Now, one of the ways in which we can prevent terrorism and extremism from circulating is through education, not through marginalisation, because they're already marginalised. So through workshops, through giving them the opportunities to actually express themselves in a democratic and a peaceful way. So that would either be myself forming and organising campaigns, workshops, bringing speakers in from the local community, and that kind of democratic way that we can actually achieve stuff. Because if people feel that they've got no voice, well, they may go somewhere where they feel that they have a voice, and sometimes that may not be the correct and democratic way. So, in a way that actually deals with the problem, so no prevent and a peaceful way.
Thank you. So that was the first of our pre-sent-in questions. These are questions that have been sent into the union over the course of the past week. There are 4 of them in total. Let's move on to the second one now. How does your manifesto address the concerns of disabled students? So how does your manifesto address the concerns of disabled students? And for this one, we'll start with Aoife, who is representing Emma Healy.
Okay, so Emma says that Gemma's obviously done a really good job at really starting this conversation for disability and disabled students, and Emma really wants to continue this discussion that's already been started. She wants to put pressure on the university to increase the support offered for disabled students, as well as making sure that the union and university remains accessible during renovations. It's not enough for places to be just accessible, they must also be convenient and comfortable places. Most importantly, she wants to listen to disabled students and hear what they have to say and what they need.
Thank you. And Stefan next, please.
Well, simple for me. I've already been talking to groups of people. Disabled Action Group is the first. So my policy's always been the same. We stand up to every type of. We have zero tolerance against anything. That's ableism as well. A lot of this uni doesn't realize that a lot of things, are not accessible to disabled people. And Jumma's done an incredible job already. But I'm going to push that further and extend it to a lot more people. Even disabilities that aren't visible as well. That's a hard thing that a lot of people don't see, like mental disabilities as well. And I'm going to try to tackle that through actually talking to the people that's affecting the most. So through talking to them, so disabled action groups and keeping regular contact with those people, you can actually allow them to speak for themselves instead of me speaking for them, because I don't speak purely for them, I speak for everyone. So I'm going to allow them to speak for themselves, give them a platform through union talks. Thanks.
Thank you. And Shahin next, please.
Hello, thank you for your question again. I would do 2 things. I would, first of all, recognize the students with the needs from the day one of their academic career, and work closely with them, and also introduce measures of closely monitoring their progress and achievement during their studies. So that's a very important thing that I would be introducing those measures. And the third one, I will be working again closely to plan universities' development to go forward in a way that is user friendly to all the students with the need of mobility, and also for all other types of disabilities, making sure that all the buildings are user friendly for all needs.
Thank you. And lastly for this one, we'll have Osman.
Well, internally speaking, people with disabilities are already marginalised from the get-go. You know, whether that's the inadequate funding that they may receive, whether it's societies and activities that are completely wrong timed. For example, if you've got a sport worker who finishes at 5, it's all well having a society and activity at 7 o'clock. That's hard enough for most of us, but with people with disabilities, that's pretty much a no-go area. So it's about dealing with the internal difficulties of people with disabilities. For example, make sure that lifts are working. For example, I was in the canteen just the other month actually, and the lift hadn't been working for a good part of 2 or 3 months. That's all right for people like you and I, but with people with disabilities, that's a complete hindrance. So it's about dealing with the internal issues, and it's also about fighting against cuts. The cuts to disability allowance is an absolute disgrace, because we need to be looking after the most vulnerable people in society. And what does it say when austerity actually affects the most vulnerable people, whether it's people with disabilities, the black population, people who are already at the bottom of society. So we need to organise against this on a much grander scale, joining in the internal struggle with the national struggle, and that's exactly what I'll be doing.
Thank you. So we'll move on to the third of our presenting questions now. How do you ensure that funding cuts do not affect equality? So how would you ensure that funding cuts do not affect equality for students? And for this one, we'll start with Sefin.
Well, I think funding cuts, I think you talk to the right people in the right positions as usually. So the first thing to do is actually get to the people that it affects the most, which is students. But then after that, you talk to lecturers as well. You talk to the right people that actually can make an effective change. Because I'm not here to talk about empty rhetoric. It's about actually making an effective change. The same way I've been with Zero Tolerance, the same way with Union Talks, the same thing with everything else I do. It's about getting to the right people so it can actually make a change. It's very easy, well and easy for me to say I have all the answers now and to make no change when I come in. It's very easy for people to do. That's a ploy tactic. But what I'm actually going to concentrate on is actually doing something as soon as I get in to say, hey, who are the people we need to get in contact with, and who are the people who can actually make effective change for students, and not give them empty promises that we can't deliver on. So the first thing to do is talk to the right people and work with the other execs that I'm working with to actually make an effective change and get to the right people, because students have a power, and that's the way to do it.
Thank you, Sefin. And we'll move on to Osman next.
Well, students are facing the hardships of cuts, whether you're disabled or not, but of course people with disabilities, they face it even more. So we need to prioritise the funding for societies, encourage as many people with disabilities to get involved, so they feel that they're part of the university experience. So it's about prioritising the internal campaigns, making more societies, giving more funding to societies, encouraging as many people to take part, and it's also about fighting any kind of barriers that they may have in their way.
Thank you. And next we will have Etha Anderson, who is speaking on behalf of Emma Healy.
So with cuts to maintenance grants and disabled students allowance, it's more important than ever that the university increases financial support it can offer. Last year, the university made £12 million profit, and the Vice-Chancellor was paid £285,000 a year. I think we should be investing in our students, or Emma thinks we should be investing in our students, rather than in tobacco companies. It's not fair that many students are too well off to receive financial support, however they're not well enough off for their parents to give them money. The students' loan should not just cover our rent. We also need money to live off and live in a way that isn't just surviving. This isn't to say that students shouldn't have part-time jobs, but working over 22 hours a week, as Emma did in her second year, shouldn't come to between choosing debt and a degree. So Emma's going to push university to increase thresholds for financial support, but we'll obviously need the support of students and able to do this.
Thank you. And lastly for this question, we've got Shaheen.
Thank you again. I think in terms of equality, those with special needs, they should be treated as a baseline, and all the needs they should be provided by the university, which is harder. It's easier said than done, but and then from then on, for equality, all the people that need their financial supports, they should be able to speak to relevant staff in the university, and then they should be obviously prioritised and monitored in terms of their need. And another aspect of this, by reinforcing it, by creating more jobs for students, and that is through volunteering and paid jobs for the university union and the academics.
Thank you very much. So that is the third of our 4 presenting questions. If you're watching us on the telly, I say on the telly, if you're watching us on YouTube via Leeds Student TV's live stream, remember you can still get involved with the debate by tweeting with the hashtag LeadLUU if you do have a question for any of the candidates this afternoon. And if you've just joined us in the audience as well, I'll be coming down there and asking you for your questions for these candidates for equality and diversity in the next couple of minutes. So if you've got a thought, keep it in your head. And we're coming down there in a minute. So time for the last of our presenting questions now. Should students coming to study in the UK pay higher fees than students from the UK? Bit of a controversial one, this one. Should students coming to study in the UK pay higher fees than students from the UK?
Sam, if I could just stop you there. Can we ask Shahin, when you're answering questions, could you make sure you're speaking into the mic? Some people at the back are struggling to hear you. Okay. Sorry, Sam. I'll take it back to you.
No worries. I'll just repeat the question again. So should students coming to study in the UK pay higher fees than students from the UK? And for this one, we will start with Ethan Anderson, who's speaking on behalf of Emma Healy.
Okay, so I'm not sure on Emma's exact policy for this. It obviously is quite a controversial issue, but I think it's important not to just think about the money that students pay that come here, but the support that international students receive. So one of Emma's policies is to make sure that not only students coming here for like study abroad or international students, but Leeds students that go on study abroad receive appropriate information and support about their destinations, and that students coming here have support, whether they're BMEs, LGBT+, or disabled students, including on issues such as mental health. It's really, I think it's quite easy to get wrapped up in the issue of money with international students, but it's also important that they have the same level of support as home students.
Thank you, and we will go to Osman, please, next.
No, I'm absolutely against this. I don't think international students ought to be paying any more than home students. I'm against tuition fees as it is, so I don't want to increase it for international students. I mean, we should be encouraging as many international students to come here and study as possible. They contribute so much and they take back a lot as well, so it's a two-way system. And when you hear people like Theresa May, attacking international students, saying, they're a burden, it just goes into the whole narrative of immigrants, isn't it? And it feeds into how we treat the migrants as well and the international students. So I'm absolutely against that, not least of all because international students don't get any more class hours than home students, so why would they have to be paying any more? It doesn't make sense, really.
Thank you. And next up for this one, we will have Shahin.
Thank you. I would, what I would think is education. We should work to lobby the government for the education to be free for everyone, and that's an absolute perfection. That would take time to achieve and a lot of hard work. But from the point of view of difference in fees, I think international students should also receive, and that's mainly what I would like to work forward towards with. So international students also receive some form of funding from the international community, so they could, as an end product, have the same right as the UK students.
Thank you. And lastly for this question, we've got Stefan.
Yeah, I don't know about how much, the threshold is and everything for international students, but as I've had a lot of friends who are international students, and it's already hard enough. In fact, one of my friends has to work 3 different jobs in the summer just to get here. He's from Bermuda, and obviously the currency is different there. Every time he gets here, he's already having to work like basically the same amount of time as us, but then when he goes back home, he doesn't even have a break. So when he comes back, it's already hard enough. And already on top of that, on my manifesto, my third point is to look after the most vulnerable people, and that's international students. Having gone to this uni, it's an amazing place. But having seen the experience of international students, they're often segregated. They're always alone, and they don't know how to speak the language. They might have a different culture. It's so easy for us to just get on with our lives and not pretend that these people don't exist. But I care because it's people who are going to this university. It's a union that represents every single student, not just a minority. So for international students, it's very hard for them to even integrate into this university, but let alone having to pay such ridiculous amounts of money. So it's very easy for us to just neglect them, but I don't think we should do that. As students, we should come together and say, you know what, these are people who deserve our time and attention, and through my culture buddy system, it allows them to integrate, it allows them to understand our culture and also get involved in it, and also paying that much is just ridiculous, having seen the experiences of people in my life especially.
Thank you very much. It's time for some questions from the floor now. Doze is our roaming reporter with the radio microphone over there.
I've had a massive job upgrade. Emma Lomax has asked on Twitter, should the union campaign to stay in the EU? Can we have the opinions and thoughts of the E&D candidates? So should the union campaign to stay in the European Union?
So, as previously, we'll go through each candidate one by one in a random order. And this time we'll start with Sefan.
Oh! Okay, well, this is the thing, right? This is politics. And the EU thing is a contentious thing, and there's so many debates on either side that are so convincing, and I'm not going to sit here and pretend I know all the answers and say, yes, we should definitely stay out of the EU. I don't know the answer to that. But I will say, listen to the students. That's what matters the most. And we say that as empty rhetoric so much. We say, let's listen to students, but we don't actually listen to what they're saying. If you listen to different groups of people, you engage different groups of people. You go to BME students, you understand their struggle. You go to women, you understand their struggles. You go to disabled students, you actually allow them to speak for themselves. As Students' Union, we should be political. I'm not going to pretend that I'm not a political person. Every single person on this panel is political. So why are we pretending we're not? In the same way, I don't have the answers about the EU because I don't have enough facts and figures to say this is why we should stay out or this is why we should stay in. But I can tell you, if we listen to the students, if we have an overwhelming amount of people who are saying, for this reason, if they're well informed in the first place to make these decisions, then I think we can go a long way to solving this issue.
Thank you, and we'll go to Osman next with this question.
Well, I got convinced against remaining in the EU when I was in college, thanks to my politics teacher, because of the complete lack of accountability and holding to account. But that's my personal view. But I don't think the university should be out there campaigning to leave the EU. I mean, maybe if we had an internal referendum of our own, Leeds University, then see what the students feel, whether they wish the university takes one stance or the other, then fair enough, we can do that. But I mean, as Sufyan said, we've all got political views, but whether that should be the official union policy is a different thing, because it's a democratic union, and it's a tricky one because I'm not too sure. But my personal view is that we should probably leave it because of the undemocratic nature of the EU.
Thank you. And next up, we'll go to Ethan Anderson, speaking on behalf this afternoon of Emma Healy.
Hello. So Emma would also agree, obviously it's really important for students to be really well informed about this issue, but I think her personal view would be that yes, we should remain part of the EU. It is a political decision, but the union, gets involved in a lot of political decisions. It's really important to understand sort of the wide-reaching aspects of the EU. Since you're running for E&D, a lot of equality policies first come from the EU. Stuff like minimum wage was first an EU policy. Stuff like maternity and paternity leave were both EU policies. So it's really important to be aware of this. And also study abroad. Study abroad students get the Erasmus grant if they stay in the EU, which may not also be available if we leave. So it's really important to be aware of all of this.
And lastly, for this question, we've got Shahin.
Thank you. What I would think is it's an important decision that Britain as a nation is facing, and I think it's going to affect students' future. So for that reason, I think Leeds University Union should be working closely to mapping out what would it mean for a student's life staying or leaving the EU, and then giving those students who are interested the chance to involve and get their opinions. But I very clearly want to make the point that it would affect the future of the students, whether they start this year or whether they're graduating. So as it's a big decision, and the Leeds University Union has to make it clear for all the students what it means for them.
Thank you very much. Just a quick reminder that voting opens on Friday as well at midday, so that's not tomorrow. It's the day after, and the leadership race results will be live on Friday the 11th of March here in the foyer at 5 o'clock in the afternoon. And if you can't make it today, we'll also be streaming it live on Leeds Student Radio and also Leeds Student TV. It's time to cross back down to our roaming reporter now, Dowes, who's in the crowd. So if anyone wants to ask a question to the candidates, if you can raise your hand nice and clearly for us.
If you could just say your name and your question, and as long as everybody can answer it, it's great.
Hello, my name is Charlie. I was wondering if any of you are willing to, well, where you all stand on the no platform policy.
So that is, where do you all stand on the no platform policy? And for this one, we'll start with Ether, who is representing Emma Healy.
Okay, so Emma's priority for the union is for it to be a safe space where students can feel comfortable and safe. By inviting known hate speakers into the union, we violate their right to feel safe. She does think that there's a case to be made that the best way to challenge idea is through debate. However, she does not think that our union, which is owned by us, is the place for this when it comes to hateful speakers. The university is a different question. She still does not think that hate speakers should be invited, and she thinks that anyone who is controversial should have equal representation of the other side of the debate. We deserve the right to feel safe, and yes, no platforming is a political issue, and every time you decide to no platform, you make a political decision. However, if Emma is your E&D officer, she will put the comfort and safety of all the students first. Her personal politics will come second to this.
Thank you very much. Next up, we will have Shahid for this question.
Hello, thank you. I'm not very clear with the no platform policy, but I think from my point of view, if you could clarify your question a little bit.
Essentially, the no platform policy is a policy by the union to refuse to allow certain speakers to come in on the grounds that it may make certain students feel uncomfortable.
Thank you for clarification. I think my personal view on that is it's important that all the students feel good during their studies at university. So there should be a careful thoughts in who is going to make a speech and how it would make students feel. So my view is there should be an extreme monitoring of what would it mean to the students if the speech is made.
Thank you. And next up, we'll have Osman for this question.
Well, the very nature of a debate is controversial. I mean, if you have two speakers and they agree on everything, well, it's not a debate anymore, it's just a friendly conversation. But who defines hate speech and who defines what is controversial? What may be hateful to you may not be to me, and vice versa. I believe in the freedom of speech, but I don't believe in hate speech. For example, I would be against having a Nazi sympathiser towards Leeds University. I'd be against having a BNP or an EDL member towards in Leeds University. So it has its place, but there are a few speakers who have been given the no platform policy. I don't know if it's by Leeds, or I don't think it is by Leeds, who in fact they don't speak hate. They may be controversial, but since when did becoming controversial become a bad thing? The whole nature of the university debate is that you have speakers who you may not agree with, but that's your chance to actually argue your point and have the conversation to its full extent. Freedom of speech, I believe in absolutely. Hate speech, I'm against, and there are exceptions.
Thank you. And lastly, for this question, we've got Stefan.
All right, sorry, it's going to be quite a long one. Okay, so as Osman was saying, I think it's clearly we have to identify what hate speech even is. For me, even if we look back in history, you look about Malcolm X, technically to some people, even Nelson Mandela is a terrorist to some people, do you know what I mean? And we look at that person as a hero now. So we need to understand firstly what these people are saying in the first place. before somebody no platforms somebody, we need to understand what they're saying in the first place so we know what we're no platforming against, or else it's just pointless to say, hey, this person can't speak. For what reason? You have to give students the reason why this person is not allowed to speak. So through my second policy, which is union talks, we have an open debate, an open dialogue between everybody actually giving valid points to say, hey, this person is spewing hate, so we're not going to have him in the uni. And secondly, some people are already cast off as radical before they even have a chance to speak. I went to a no prevent scheme thing yesterday, students not suspects, and half the panel wouldn't have been allowed if the no platform policy would apply to some of them. Do you understand? So it's like for people to say that these groups of people are not allowed is obviously there's racial undertones, there's class undertones, there's a lot of things that are going underneath that nobody sees. So no platform policy, I do agree with it to some extent, but we have to finalize and understand why we're saying no in the first place. Before the uni makes a stand, which is a very political stand in the first place, we need to understand why we're saying no to certain people and allowing certain people. I just came off a talk between ISOC and JSOC. Now, for them, a lot of people are involved in the PSG movement, which is the Palestine Solidarity Group, right? And that's a pressing cause for a lot of people. But some of the Israeli students felt that they were being attacked. And then vice versa, a lot of the PSG people felt like they were being attacked. So to address that, you need to talk to them, understand what their views are in the first place. Some views, we can't sort out the Middle East. There's no way we're going to do that. But there is a way we can actually have active debate about how every student in this university is going to feel safe and comfortable while still protesting. University is a place to expand your mind. You should come here to challenge your views, and somebody should be able to challenge your views and debate it in a healthy way, and then we can come to some sort of understanding before we say no platform to some people.
Thank you, and we are nearing the end for equality and diversity. We've got time for one more question that we're going to squeeze in from the audience there. So if anyone's got a question for any of the candidates, could you raise your arms nice and clearly so Doze can see you? Come on, don't be shy.
If not, I do have one on Twitter which we can go to. Bear with me a second as I... So Becca Harvey asks, bear with me a second, what will the candidates do to support people who are victims of sexual assault on campus?
So what will the candidates do to support victims of sexual abuse on campus? And for this question, the last one, for equality and diversity, we'll start with Osman.
Well, one of the first campaigns which I took part in was harassment against women, Reclaim the Night, and I know that takes place in Leeds every so often. So we need to work on these issues. We need to highlight why it is that some people think it's acceptable to harass women, to sexually assault them even in some cases, and it's a manner of educating them. It's about doing workshops, bringing speakers in, and telling them that there's another way of going around these things, that women have the absolute right to feel safe on the streets, in campus, wherever they are, that their safety is not at the disposal of some men who feel that it's all right to put themselves on certain women. So it's absolutely a case of giving women the voice, because I'm not a woman, I can't speak for women, and I don't believe that's the way politics or students should work. Women need to have the voice, we need to encourage them, give them the connections to speak up against harassment and self-organise, because that's a vital right for every group in society to self-organise and overcome oppression.
Thank you very much. And next up for this question, we'll have Ether, who is speaking on behalf of Emma Healy.
So Emma thinks that zero tolerance is really, really important, and we all deserve, whether we're a girl, a boy, LGBT plus, anything, we all deserve to feel safe in our bars and clubs. But this could obviously be taken a lot further. This needs to be rolled out in all bars and clubs across the city, and it needs to be expanded to include racism, homophobia and transphobia, as well as all other forms of oppression and discrimination. To neglect these ignores the way that identities can intersect. We can't look at these things in isolation. So it's like if anyone is harassed in a club, this isn't okay. Emma's already been meeting with the Student Advice Centre to discuss this, and she knows that they have £4,000 to implement this, as well as consent classes, which aren't just about teaching people not to rape, but also teaching people about how to have better sex. It's vital that we feel safe in all our clubs and bars around the city, and Emma will work with the welfare officer to increase awareness and support that we offer to sexual assault survivors, because this is so important and this can't be overstated enough.
Thank you, and we'll go on to Sefin next, please.
All right, sorry, it's another big one. Well, I have a true zero tolerance policy, right? Mine is basically ableism, transphobia, any type of discrimination that faces every student. And it's very easy for people to say, hey, we're feminists, but then it's very hard to look at intersectional feminism, you know? Some women don't feel represented by certain groups. That's why they have to cling to other groups. So when it comes to, even you look at the society we live in, it's overly sexualized, there's porn everywhere. Now, a lot of men, and I truly believe a lot of men in this university are not educated in a way that they should be interacting with women. Even the fact that a lot of things that I've grown up thinking that, you know, seeing as normalized in society is wrong. And it's just that you get to university and realize this is not okay, but then you need to educate before you need to, a lot of men as well feel like they're being targeted. Not that they, you know, they feel like they're being targeted by something that they don't understand. They should understand that every man can be a feminist. Every single person can stand up for another person's rights. Every white person can stand up for black people's rights. It's just the way you go about doing it is first you educate and say, hey, this is how we should address it. This is what women feel, which is why my union talks is going to allow every single person who's been oppressed, not even oppressed, but to talk about something that is actually near and dear to you. That's the only way people can actually understand and overcome something as big as sexual harassment. Even if you go out to nightclubs and the way they promote it is so sexualizing of women, it's so degrading that a lot of men have grown up with this mentality that it's okay to sexualize women like that. It's not okay, but you need to make them understand first, because the root of the problem is to go into people's minds and understand what they think in the first place and then address it on that level. It's very easy to say, we're against this, we're against that, but a lot of people don't understand what we're against in the first place. It's a mental thing that a lot of people need to expand their horizons and understand that this is not the way you should treat people. And it's not just limited to women, it's a lot of, everybody can be sexualized, anybody can be sexualized. So it's something that needs to be addressed on a mental level, it needs to be addressed on a uni scale level, and actually understand and help people understand it through union talks, through having true zero tolerance, and making people understand words such as gentrification or whatever else, or any words that relate to some kind of oppression. People need to understand it before they can actually actively engage in it.
Thank you. And lastly for this one, we'll have Shahid.
Thank you. I think the way I might think about this problem is two things. First thing is that whether we want to cure the problem or we want to prevent the problem, and I think we should do both. And for prevention, I think more social integration is needed. So and understanding, cross understanding between different different sexual genders, sexual orientations, and then at the same time we have to cure it. If something like that is happening on campus, should be monitored, should be identified and obviously dealt with very carefully. But I think we have to focus on curing the problem by introducing methods of further social integration and preventing difference in culture result in sexual harassment or something like that.
Thank you very much. And that wraps up the debate and the candidates running to be your new Equality and Diversity Officer. Some brilliant answers all around from all of the candidates this afternoon. Can we have a big round of applause for them, please? Remember, voting does open on Friday at 12 o'clock, not tomorrow, the day after. And the leadership race results will be live on Friday, the 11th of March, right here in the Union Foyer from 5 o'clock. They'll also be streaming live on Leeds Student TV and Leeds Student Television. So we're going to have a quick 2-minute or so break, and then after that, the candidates running to be your new welfare officer will be on this stage. Thank you.
The welfare debate will happen in 10 minutes' time. If you are running for the position of welfare, please come over to our purple room just to my left. Thank you very much. 10 minutes. Congratulations, candidates. That was excellent. Well done. Well done, everyone.
These life's illusions, I recall, I really don't know life at all.
So again, if you... If you're running for the position of welfare, if I could ask you to be over here, that'd be fantastic. The welfare debate will happen in 8 minutes' time, so please take your seats. Help yourself to the free hot chocolate we have on help desk as well. Brought to you by the Balcony. We appreciate their support during the leadership race.
You are my sun, you are my earth. But you didn't know all the ways I love
If Ad or Nikita is here, please report to me as soon as possible. That's Ad or Nikita to please report to me as soon as possible. Thank you.
I bet you didn't see a thing would come crashing down. No, you don't have to say what you did. I already know, 'cause I found out from him. Now there is no chance for you and me. There'll never be, and don't it make you so sad about it? You told me you loved me, so why did you leave me all alone? Now you tell me you need me when you call me on the phone. Girl, I refuse, you must have me confused with some other guy. Your bridges were burned and now it's your turn to cry. So cry me a river, cry me a river, oh, cry me a river, cry me a river. Oh. You know that they say some things are better left unsaid. But it wasn't like you wanted to talk to him, and you know it. And all of the things people told me keep on messing with my head. You should have picked honesty, then you might not have blown it, yeah. But you don't have to say what you did. I already know, 'cause I found out from him. Now there is no chance for you and me. There'll never be, and don't it make you so sad about it? You told me you loved me, so why did you leave me all alone?
If Nikita or Ad is here, please report to me immediately, please. Last chance.
You must have me confused with some other guy. Your bridges are burned and now it's your turn to cry. So cry me a river, cry me a river, cry me a river. Go on, cry me a river. Oh, the damage is done, so I guess I'll be leaving.
The welfare debate will happen in 5 minutes. Please take your seats as soon as possible if you are sticking around to listen to the welfare debate. There is more hot chocolate incoming as well, which is the most important thing.
Oh, the damage is done, so I guess I'll be leaving. Well, you don't have to say what you did. I already know, 'cause I found out from him. Now there is no chance for you and me. There'll never be, and don't it make you so sad about it? You told me you loved me, so why did you leave me all alone? You told me you need me when you call me on the phone. Oh. And girl, I'm confused, you must have me confused with some other guy. Your bridges were burned, and now it's your turn to cry. So cry me a river. Cry me a river, oh, cry me a river, cry me a river, go on and just cry me a river, cry me a river, go on and just cry me a river, cry me a river,
Who's after the task? Sammy. Will be the second, the third one, barring one. So if you want to go stand behind there now, just so you can get yourself positioned, please. We'll bring you off again just so you can get comfortable. Who's next? Helena. You'll be next to Sammy, so if you follow him up there, then there'll be you. Yep. Because you're important, I think.
Party girls don't get it, can't feel anything. When will I learn? Push it down, push it down. I'm the one for a good time call, phone's blowing up, ringing my doorbell. Feel the love, feel the love. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, drink. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, drink. 1, 2, 3.
So feel free to mess the mic around, because here's. I want you all to watch me now. He's gonna sort you out, Rosie. He's gonna sort you out. I want you to see a difference for me. I want you to see the difference between this and this. This and this. They will not hear you. These beautiful people who've come all the way from their beds to see you won't hear you unless you're here. Even here, it's not going to be good enough. So get in, lean in. That means we can hear you nice and well. Can I just say, you all look fantastic. You all look... Don't look fantastic, folks? I think they look fantastic. Take your time, be yourself, because that's what people want, is just to be you. And that's the order you'll stand in. That's an if, buts and maybes. But that's exactly where you will be, folks. All right, folks. You can come down now. If you want to leave your piece of paper on there, you can. This is the very last call for Nikita, Ad, or Natasha to come over here.
Come on, guys.
In that case, I'll ask the candidates just to come off the stage, because we're going to introduce you onto the stage.
Okay.
It's all very grand. We are going to start the welfare debate in 2 minutes, folks. Please take your seats.
Okay, so at the end. Okay, right. What's this actually say? Lay down.
Ladies and gentlemen, provided by the balcony, we also have hot chocolate next to the help desk if you want to grab yourself a hot chocolate. As it is cold outside, of course it snows. On the only day we want students to come into the building and listen to people speak. But we are also live on LSTV and on the front page of /LeadLUU. If you want to watch it at home. If you are watching at home, of course you already know that. And if you're here, you don't need to know that anyway, but there you go. That's some promotion.
Cause I didn't want anyone thinking I still care, I don't, but you still never phone up. Baby, I be moving on, and I think you should be something I don't wanna hold back. Maybe you should.
Okay, folks, we're about to go live on LSTV, and I'm going to introduce Sam Oliver, who's our host this evening. Oh, 1 minute, we are going to start. So. All right, then, we're about to start the welfare debates. We want to get these candidates excited. So do me a favour. We're all going to do a little game. I want you to do a small applause, even if you're eating, especially if you're eating. Just small, very quiet, very quiet. Now get a bit bigger. Now get a bit harder. Now the people at the back start whooping and hollering. People at the front start whooping and hollering. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome your host, Sam Oliver.
Hello and welcome back to LeadLUU's Question Time debate for 2016. So a little bit earlier on, we had the candidates for equality and diversity. And if you did come a little bit earlier and were thinking you'd be able to catch the Griffin, we did have a few technical difficulties. So the debate to be the new editor of the Griffin will be happening at around about 5 o'clock this afternoon. So a couple of quick reminders as well. You can see our cameras around the back. We are streaming live on Leeds Student TV. So give them a wave. Hi guys. If you are listening at home as well and watching the stream, you can tweet in your questions using the hashtag LeadLUU. Voting opens on Friday at 12 o'clock, so not tomorrow, the day after. Voting closes on Thursday the 10th of March, and the live results will be here on Friday the 11th from 5 o'clock in the afternoon, which will also be streamed live on Leeds Student TV and LSR. So let's move on to the debate now for our new welfare officer candidates. Now, this role involves helping students with their problems to make sure they have a great time here at Leeds University. They listen to students' concerns so they can be identified and resolved, and they campaign to help staff and students build a happy, inclusive community. Isn't that nice? So, as usual, we're going to do the candidates in a random order. So, we're going to invite them up one by one, and we'll start off with Sami Kas Darwish. Next up, we've got Helena Good. And next, we've got Samantha Pease. And Jess Reed. And last but not least, Rosie Menner. So we've got our candidates here. It's worth noting as well that there are 2 or 3 missing, so your ballot paper might look slightly different to the candidates that are up here. But yeah, thank you for making it, guys, because some of you haven't. So we're going to start off with your 1-minute speech. So why you should be the next welfare officer. It's worth pointing out as well that we are impartial throughout the whole debate, so the questions will be asked to the candidates in a random order. So we're going to kick off this opening 1-minute speech. Why should you be the next welfare officer? And we're going to start with Jess.
Okay, so hi, I'm Jess. I've been involved in welfare since my first year at uni. I've been a volunteer for Leeds Nightline for 3 years. I've been involved in Mind Matters, a mental health society, which I'm now the president of after having been in charge of the support groups last year. And I'm also the current welfare rep on the activities exec, so I represent welfare societies and union affairs. So yeah, basically I really care about welfare, is what you can kind of get from that. My manifesto's kind of split into 3 kind of key areas, which is keeping student safety at the top priority, so that's concerning mental health and sexual health, making sure that pastoral support is consistent and that there's someone that you can reach out to in every single university department, as well as your personal tutor. And I also want to work to make welfare services more accessible, because there are so many great services available, but not enough people know about them.
Thank you, and we'll go next to Sammy on the end.
I would like you to vote for me as number 1 for welfare officer, because I love the union. Like, I have my great policies, and like they're all really important, but I think the main thing is me. Like, in first year, I struggled with adapting to university life, and the union and societies and all the welfare that's provided here was key for me to feel comfortable and at home and to make friends. Like, coming to university is not easy, and being able to be comfortable and develop yourself is not easy when you're so far away from home in a city that you've never been before, and with a whole group of people that want to do loads of things with you, but you've never met them before. So other than that, I've got my policies about mental wealth, which I want to improve everyone's mental health and like improve the services that are provided. There's also a policy about money and the fact that the grant system is changing, and so to be able to provide everything, as much money as possible to everyone.
Thank you, Sammy, and we'll go over to Helena next.
Hi, I'm Helena Good. I'm also running for welfare. I'm a final year. I've been president of an LEU society. I work up in student activities, don't know if anyone's bumped into me there. I'm normally stressed and drinking lots of coffee. My main policies focus on 3 areas, like these guys. The first one is mental health. I want to make all LUU's mental health services more accessible to off-campus students, be they year abroad students, disabled students, commuter students, students with dependents. There's a whole group of them, and they don't have access to these amazing services, and I want to extend them out so that everyone can access them as easily as possible. My second focus point is sexual health. People have a lot of sex at uni, but people don't talk about it enough. So I want to make sure that the conversation is opened up and hold consent workshops at halls of residence over the year. And finally, I want to focus on student safety on campus, tackling problems like, but not limited to, sexism, transphobia, racism, Islamophobia, anti-Semitism, and everything else. So yeah.
Thank you. And we will go to Samantha next, please.
I'm Sam. I want to be a welfare officer because I've got some good ideas and I'm really keen on them. I've broken my manifesto into 3 main sections I think are relevant to all students. So firstly, money is consistently a worry amongst students, but a concern that we're reluctant to talk about. So I want to get that conversation started so we can learn how to deal with our money stresses. I want to increase the support available for students on year abroad and placement year. These are great experiences, but can also leave us feeling vulnerable and stressed. So I want to ensure that we can constantly access support, but also stay in touch with each other whilst we're away, so we can deal with our concerns together. Finally, I want to increase the general low uptake of well services by increasing their promotion and visibility from day one across campus. I want to ensure the union has a welfare service that suits everyone, no matter what year you're in, what you study, or where you are.
Thank you. And lastly, for the 1-minute speech, we've got Rosie.
Hi, I'm Rosie. You'll know why I'm up here. I want to be your next welfare officer. We have so many fantastic resources here at Leeds for student welfare, and the main way that we can get people talking more about not just mental health, other issues that affect them with their student welfare, it's personal to everyone, but the first thing we need to tackle is stigma on campus and student disclosure. As your welfare officer and someone who's worked within the Welfare Society for the last 2 years of my degree, I'd work to provide more funding, more training and clearer support for welfare societies, as well as better promotion of welfare events and peer support services. I want to improve awareness of what support's available while students are on placements off campus or studying abroad. I've done it myself. I know how isolating it can feel if you don't know where to turn for support. Support is there, but it needs to be easier for everyone to access. Also, at the moment, students might feel like it's a lottery talking to their personal tutors about non-academic issues. I make sure people feel confident using that very important resource with consistent signposting training for tutors across the university. Welfare gets a lot of bad press. It really, really isn't about wrapping people in cotton wool. It's about communication, awareness and empowerment. Thanks for your time, and I hope a few of you will make it rosy between the 4th and the 10th of March.
Thank you. Could we just have a quick round of applause for all the candidates? So for getting off to a really good start. If you've just joined us at the back as well, this is the LeadLUU question time debate for your candidates running to be your new welfare officer. If you are watching on the live stream as well on Leeds Student TV, you can tweet in your questions using the hashtag LeadLUU. So we're going to mix it up a little bit. Now we've got 4 pre-sent-in questions that people have sent into the union during the week. They're on a variety of topics, and as we did then, we will go to the candidates in a random order to answer these questions, and they have roughly 30 seconds to answer them in. So the first one, let's kick off with this. So safety is a big concern for students on campus. How will you work to make students safer? So safety is a big concern for students on campus. How will you work to make students safer? So to start this one off, we will go to Helena.
Safety on campus is a huge issue. It affects most students, and I would definitely want to improve it for everyone, because I feel like nobody should feel victimized or afraid to come onto campus. This should be a place where you can seek advice, seek support and feel comfortable. I would love to improve the signposting to the services we already have. For example, people don't talk about domestic violence as being an issue that occurs within student relationships, but it is. We have a lot of services that can help you out. For example, there's a drop-in session every week, but nobody knows about it. And that would be really important for me to improve signposting to these amazing sessions, these workshops, these services, the online resources that we have. They're all there already. Could do with some improving for sure, but they're all there already. And I think the most important thing is to improve signposting so that students who don't come into the union all the time still have access to these amazing, amazing services that can help them if they are feeling victimized on campus.
Thank you, and we'll move on to Samantha next, please.
Yeah, as Helena said, safety is massively important to students, and this is our space. We should all feel safe here. I think a key group of people to work with when talking about safety is the staff. So to ensure that all staff that work here are safety trained and they know how to deal with circumstances where students are feeling unsafe. So I think a good example is people working on the doors in the evenings, just to make sure that they're aware of all the things they're supposed to be doing and ensure they're fully trained. And again, as Helena said, just making sure that students are aware of the services that we have because they're here. So for those unfortunate students who may not feel safe, we need to make sure we can direct them to where they need to go in that instance.
Thank you, and we will have Jess up next, please.
Okay, so yeah, once again, student safety is really important. Part of my manifesto deals directly with this. As Sam was saying with the staff, part of my manifesto is about training security, training bar staff, training anyone who works in the union, not just in being able to help people who have fallen victim to sexual assault, but also mental health training. I think this is something that is incredibly important that's not currently a thing. They tend to be the first ones to see the person, so they need to be the ones who can react to it. I also think that we should be working with the International Student Office, we should be working with wardens and sub-wardens, so that all students, no matter where they're from and no matter where they're living, can feel safe and know where to turn for help. As I was saying earlier, there are so many fantastic services that are available through the union and around Leeds. A lot of it is about the lack of visibility of these services, and improving that would help tackle student safety.
Thank you, and we'll move on to Sammy next, please.
I think there's two real main areas when we want to talk about safety. Firstly, we've got on campus every day, and making sure that every group, every small group of people, any minority, anyone who's at risk of being attacked is protected in some way, and that they have people who can listen to them. So it's been recommended that other candidates have said that, we've got wardens and other people to talk to. In my manifesto, I think that it's really important for tutors, for academic tutors, to be someone who you can talk to, because in first year when you arrive, the first people you meet in your course usually is your tutor, and so forming that relationship will only improve your academic work and anything that and improve your own health. And the second thing about safety is about at night, and when there are events in the union, and making sure that the union and university is well lit, and that there's security on campus, making sure that those people are seen so that people can feel more safe, and that we can get home safe and be happy and everything.
Thank you, and we'll cross right over the other side to Rosie, please.
Thank you. Well, obviously safety is quite a wide-reaching concern for all students, not just safety from being attacked physically, but safety and emotional health around campus and further afield. I would like to promote more awareness of resources for people from minority groups, not just BAME students, but awareness of resources that exist for LGBT+ students and other minority identities, so that even if support isn't available on campus, people are aware that there are areas that they can go be signposted to, be listened to, and be respected for who they are, without feeling like they have to hide their identity while they're a Leeds University student. If elected welfare officer, I'd also work to better promote the night bus. It's a fantastic service, but I hear so many people saying, I didn't know about that in my first and second year. It's an amazing thing to make sure that students can get home safely without having to worry about routes they take or what might happen on their way home. Also, as a few other candidates have said, training for staff is incredibly important. Training not just personal tutors, but staff in the International Students Office, in issues of disability access, in issues like LGBT+ identities. This will all work towards ensuring that students feel it's encouraging a culture of disclosure. Student non-disclosure is one of the main barriers to accessing welfare support. Creating a campus environment where people feel that they and their identities will be respected is incredibly important for promoting student safety around University of Leeds.
Thank you to all the candidates for the first of our presenting questions. Thank you everyone who's joined us at the Union Foyer this afternoon as well. We'll have a roaming reporter going round in a little bit, getting questions off you guys. So if you've got any thoughts or any ideas, or indeed any questions you want to ask the candidates, keep them in your head, because we'll come to you very, very shortly. And as I keep saying, if you are watching the live stream on Leeds Student TV, you can tweet us with the hashtag LeadLUU. Voting opens on Friday. All of it is done electronically, either through the LUU website or a computer ballot station.
which sounds fancy. And remember, all students who also get 20 free printer credits, and you cannot beat a good freebie, can you? So we're going to move on to the second of the presenting questions now. So students are swarmed with lots of different messages on a daily basis. How do you intend in getting across any welfare message, that's in inverted commas, in a way where people will actually care or listen? So students are swarmed with lots of different messages on a daily basis. How do you intend in getting across any welfare message in a way where people will actually care or listen? Again, we're going to go to the candidates in a random order, and we'll start with Samantha for this one, please.
I think that it's important here to have variance, because how people take in information sort of varies with everybody. I think social media is very important because you can spread that far and fast. But I also think there's nothing better than just having an information stall that people can approach voluntarily, so they can seek the information that's relevant to them rather than bombarding them with things that doesn't concern them. I think flyering, badges, stickers, also just keeping it variant, keeping it interesting to keep people engaged and keeping them coming back.
Thank you. We'll go to Sammy next, please.
I think that in terms of information, just because we're talking about serious topics doesn't mean that it has to be boring or like excluding other students from understanding it. We need to make it easy to understand and put out in like simple ways, like stickers and badges, like Sam said. I think that also sending someone an email isn't going to work. Students, we get so many emails, and like checking them is just so much effort. I think giving people the opportunity to be able to talk to them in real life and having some posters up and just having things that like you can just read while you're not doing anything else. So like in a lecture theatre, while you're waiting for your lecture to start or something like that, like those types of methods I think would be the best.
Thank you. And we'll go to Jess next, please, for this question.
Okay, so I think there are lots of different ways in which we can tackle this issue, because it is an issue. Part of it is building on existing services. For example, not actually that many people know that Nightline offers an information service. I also think it's important to work with personal tutors, because a lot of people will be meeting their personal tutors, a lot of people will be meeting their module leaders, and it's important that they have the information as well. Even though they're not going to be experts in every different area, at least then they have it to give out. One of my other manifesto points is having a monthly event as well, where welfare societies and different services around the union and potentially around Leeds can get together in the union foyer to be able to promote their services and engage with each other and advertise through each other. And then my final thing is also, I think it's great that people can seek support, but I also think that if you are in a crisis, actually you're less likely to seek information or support yourself. So I think, for example, the students on the year abroad should have a member of staff kind of assigned to them to check up on them monthly to make sure that they are okay, make sure that there's, check if there's any information that they need.
Thank you. And we'll go to Helena next, please.
I think the key thing about running a campaign or promoting something in a way that's not boring or that people will actually pay attention to is making it as accessible as possible. So I agree with what all you guys said in terms of like having physical things like badges or something, because that's just a nice thing to have. But also taking the campaigns out of the union, taking them to the university. I don't know, it depends on which school you're in, but in my school, if you go into the university building, which is Michael Sadler building, there's nothing really going on, or there's no promotion of anything that's going on in the union, and I think that that would be a really good way to engage with students who are having welfare issues but who aren't necessarily exposed to the welfare activism that's happening in the union building itself. As well, building on the accessibility idea, one of my policies focuses on consent and consent workshops. I know that the policy got passed this year and there have been some consent workshops that have been held in the union and they've gone really, really well. But next year I'd want to step it up a level and take these consent workshops to halls of residence, because that would be a way to engage with first years who I think it's important to engage with about this issue. And it's really, really accessible. It would be like 45-minute, hour-long sessions, so people could just come along, they'd be free, there'd be snacks, and it would be really accessible and enjoyable for everyone.
Thank you. And lastly for this question, we've got Rosie.
Thanks. So I think one important thing to really draw people's attention to welfare concerns, welfare campaigns around the university is to remind everyone that Welfare affects everyone. It affects people in different ways. Everyone's welfare needs and everyone's welfare concerns will be different. But, for example, I've worked with LGBT Society for 2 years as Women's Welfare Officer. I know how to run a successful awareness campaign. I've run workshops to do with mental health. I've run workshops to do with asexuality and boundaries. I know how to get people talking about issues that are affecting particular groups. Welfare affects everyone, and no one should be walking around complacent enough to feel like a welfare campaign or who leads their union as a welfare exec isn't affecting them. It's about making a campaign relatable to students as well as consistent, not just across the union, but across departments. So that at least one person, even whether it's personal tutor, pastoral care advisor in every department, will be able to say, oh, this consent signpost on. Student advice do amazing work, and so many people say, I didn't know they did that. It's making people aware that services are there, but also making it relatable to them in the way that it's marketed.
Thank you. If you've just joined us as well, maybe if you're walking through the union on your way to get an essentials meal deal, this is the debate for the candidates running to be your new welfare officer. If you stood at the back as well, there's plenty of seats at the front. We're going to move on to our next presenting question now. We're roughly 2/3 of the way through the debate so far. Should the union increase CCTV around campus and its own buildings? So should the union increase CCTV around campus and in this building as well? And we're going to go to the candidates in a random order, and we'll start with Sammy.
As much as I feel that CCTV can be a scary thing because it means that you're basically being spied on all the time, CCTV is great when you need it. There have been several times this semester and this year when I've been working with my society, the Palestine Solidarity Group, and there have been things that I've been wanting to see on CCTV to make sure my members are safe, and the CCTV hasn't covered the area. Like right in front of the doors of the union there's no CCTV covering the area, and that's insane. We got abused, but we couldn't have any physical evidence that we got attacked. So I think increasing CCTV within the union and across the university is incredibly important. It makes sure that there's evidence, and it makes sure that students who may be scared to put themselves forward can.
Thank you, and we'll move on to Samantha next, please.
I think this needs to be about what the students want, and it needs to be a balance. If students are feeling unsafe and feel like that they need more CCTV cameras across campus, then that is a thing that we would want to look into. But at the same time, we don't want students to feel like they're losing their privacy or be made to feel uncomfortable by how many CCTV cameras there are on campus. So my answer to this is that would be completely down to what the students wanted in the end.
Thank you. And next up for this question, we'll have Helena.
Yeah, I definitely agree that it would depend on what students wanted. We'd have to listen to them. My personal opinion would be that if the university or the union wanted to install more CCTV cameras, my first question would be why. Is it to combat crime? Lots of people getting their bikes nicked and people aren't noticing or seeing it or catching it on CCTV, in which case that's probably a good idea. Is it to kind of oversee students, not spy on them, but that kind of thing? Is that what it's about? If so, then that's a bit more problematic and would need a bit more investigation. So hypothetically, it could be a good idea. However, it's really hard to answer that question when we don't know why the CCTV would be being installed. So that would be my first question if I were to be the welfare officer and this issue were to come up.
Thank you. And we'll go over to Jess, please, next.
Similarly, I think it's really hard to say yes or no to this question directly. I think there are a lot of factors that need to be considered first, and obviously we don't have all those factors in front of us right now. I do think that if it's an issue of protecting student safety, then it's absolutely a good idea. I think that anything that protects students, makes them feel safe, is something that the union should be doing. If it's going to help security to protect students who are vulnerable or who have had a negative experience on campus, and I absolutely think it's important to have, but I do think it needs to be a big discussion. I think that students should have the right to have a say in it, and I think that it needs to be completely transparent about why it is and what impact it would have if we were to do so.
Thank you, and lastly for this question we've got Rosie on the end.
Well, echoing what everybody else has said, I believe that just the questions such as more CCTV on campus, those should be part of a wider decision about why this would be happening, and with students invited to speak about how increased CCTV presence would affect them. But I believe that if CCTV, for example, in lesser lit areas of the university could be used to promote student safety rather than... I think the thing here is I'm assuming positive intent with a security decision being made about why there would be more CCTV. If it's working towards the safety of students, especially in lesser lit areas or in ways into or out of the university where students might be walking home at night and not feel as safe, then I think that would be a good thing. However, I do think we need more communication with the union and more open discussion about why this would be happening and how it would affect people.
Thank you. So we've got one more pre-sent-in question before we hand questions over to you guys in the audience and to everyone watching at home as well via Leeds Student TV's live stream. So the fourth and final question that was sent in during the week by, these are just random students as well, so anybody had the opportunity to send in a question. And this next one is relatively broad. There's lots of certain aspects you can deal with this question. So how will you ensure that welfare is accessible to all students? How will you ensure that welfare is accessible to all students here in Leeds? And for this question, we will start with Helena.
Well, I've mentioned accessibility before in terms of the consent workshops I want to run and extending the mental health services that we have to reaching off-campus students. There's, of course, more things to be done. In terms of accessibility, I think if I was to be elected as the welfare officer, I would endeavour to work really closely with the E&D officer, because I think that accessibility is a very, very much a thing that is taken on by both roles. So I would work with them to engage minority students who are feeling alienated or oppressed from the union and who don't feel like the services we have are accessible, or who don't feel that the union building in itself is accessible. I would engage with these students, I would ask them why, and we would work together to make LUU a safer space for everyone. Accessibility is something that affects most people, but it's definitely an issue with minority students, my final thing with accessibility would be to improve training for university staff. The union staff are great. I would feel comfortable chatting to a lot of them. A lot of people might not. So definitely more training for union staff, but university staff especially are a lot of people's first port of call when it comes to seeking help and seeking advice. Personal tutors, a lot of them don't know how to best support you, how to offer you the best advice, which services to direct you to if you're having troubles with your mental health, physical health, disabilities. So I would endeavour to build more comprehensive, thorough training for not only personal tutors but all academic staff, so that everybody felt that they could access the support they needed.
Thank you, and we'll move on to Jess next, please.
Okay, so I think accessibility is such a massive issue because, as I was saying earlier, so many services are underused because there's just a lack of information. People don't know they're there, and you can't access something if you don't know it exists. This is going back to things like working with people within the union, working with the union staff, working with personal tutors, ensuring that every single university department has a pastoral contact. Some already do. Hollis, for example, has someone who's really great. Others aren't quite so lucky. So I want to make sure that there is at least one person per academic department, because as a student you have to engage with your academic department at some point in your academic career. So it seems like a very sensible place to start, as well as working with sub-wardens, with the International Student Office, working with welfare societies, with the E&D officer to really try and understand what it is that students are finding hard about in terms of accessibility, what it is that's stopping them accessing those services, and then as a collective group meeting those needs.
Thank you very much, and same question to Samantha, please.
I think what's important in answering this question is remembering who all students are. So not just us who spend a lot of time in the union, but those who are mature students, who are part-time learners, who are on a placement year. They might spend all their time in the APL and only coming in here once a semester. So I think increasing the visibility of the services, firstly in the union, let's have a stall in here, but not just in here, so in all the different faculties, in the APL, in the Roger Stevens Cafe, all across campus, so no matter what you study, the welfare services are visible to you. And then those students who aren't here and who are taking a year out, I think the welfare services need to be made more visible to those. So let's send students away with a package from the union saying that if you're concerned or vulnerable, this is how you get in contact with us, this is what you can do. Again, I just think promotion, emails is the best way to sort of engage all students as best as possible.
Thank you, and same question to Sammy, please.
I think that firstly, this is part of a bigger conversation. Like, we need to talk to the students and engage with how we can help them the best. There's no point in us like just coming up with ideas unless we're actually talking to the people who are gonna want to use them or want to be affected by it. I think the second thing is for freshers packs. So everyone arrives at university and they get a freshers pack, and I think making these freshers packs as like informative as possible is really important. So, for example, people just talked about consent classes earlier, and I think consent classes are great, but getting people to come to them are the people who are already aware that there's a problem or something needs to be done. If you have a consent like information form in your freshers pack, somebody might read that who maybe didn't think about it. Okay.
Thank you. And lastly for this question, we head over to Rosie.
Thanks. So, making welfare more accessible. Obviously, people have talked already about training and making sure that members of staff are adequately prepared to signpost students who need it. But one thing that I've noticed as a welfare officer during my time at university and from personal experience, a lot of people aren't able to access these resources or don't know where they're coming from until they're already at a point where things have become a serious issue, whether it's an issue of minority discrimination or a mental health crisis. So, for example, Sammy had mentioned somebody mentioned study abroad, welfare provision. I did it myself, and like I said before, I know how isolating it can be to not know how to access that kind of support. As I've recently found out, support is available for students who disclose that they have a problem before going on a study abroad year. However, best laid plans and all of that. I've been here 5 years. My degree was meant to be 3. Go figure. So study abroad support, and easy access, online PDF to be able to be downloaded with capacity to be changed into text-to-speech if required. So people, whether they thought they need it or not, would have easy access to just a drop-down of, if you're having difficulties, here's who to speak to, and be able to speak to somebody in their own language. But that's only one facet of making welfare more accessible. Having welfare workshops on campus, I've been running them for 2 years. I know how important it is to have not just an accessible room in terms of wheelchair access, but having a room and the layout that's accessible with options for example, if you're giving a workshop, if you're speaking, having a presentation, having those what you're saying available to be read as well as listened to. And also working more closely with resources like lifelong learning and the chaplaincy to ensure that, we've talked already about it, but the welfare provision isn't just localised to the union, and that people who might not see this as a point of contact know where to go and know that they're going to be listened to and respected, whatever's going on with them.
Thank you very much. And that rounds off the presenting questions for our welfare officer candidates. Can we give them a round of applause as well, please? Some very exciting news as well. We've just started trending in Leeds. So, to my knowledge, that's the first time Question Time has ever trended. Thank you everyone who's got in touch. You can continue to keep getting in touch as well using the hashtag LeadLUU. Someone criticised me for plugging the Essentials meal deal a little bit earlier on. I should also point out that other meal deals are available. Thank you. So we're going to cross down to our roaming reporter now, Sky, who's in the audience. So if any of you here have a question for our candidates, can you please raise your arm quite clearly so we can see you? So what's your name, where'd you come from, and what's your question?
I'm Jack, I'm from Scarborough. My question is, it's definitely important that welfare is accessible to everyone around campus, but as a male attending university, what I want to know from you guys is, what would you do specifically about male mental health and welfare?
It's a good question. What would you do specifically about male mental health and welfare? For this question, we'll start with Sammy on my right-hand side.
I think that men in university gain a lot of advantages. But I think that in terms of mental health, maybe an issue that isn't as discussed as much as other forms of mental health is men's mental health, and what we can do for people who are coming into university and maybe they have like societal ideas about how men should be and fitting to those ideas. I think that it's really about just making everyone aware that the facilities that we have are accessible for all, for men, women, LGBT, black and ethnic minority. That's the most important thing. So I think rather than thinking about one group, I think we need to make sure that every single group knows that they can access these facilities and that they can use them no matter whether they're feeling like, let's say, like a little bit down or whether they've got like very, very difficult problems going on.
Thank you, Sammy. We'll move on to Helena next, please.
Men's mental health is definitely an interesting topic of discussion because I think it's kind of commonly known that men tend to be less open about their private life and their mental health, which isn't necessarily a good thing. University is a time where you leave sixth form and your safe little bubble from home, and you come and all your ideas are challenged, and you have to learn about how to behave in the adult world, and you have to learn about new things. And a lot of men, I feel, come to university and have their entire identity challenged, and that can be very hard to deal with. So I think it's important to recognize that and make sure that these men who are like 18, 19, and postgrads as well, international students who are coming to a new country or coming to a new city or a new place and having to learn all these new things really, really quickly and being exposed to loads of different campaigns about gender equality, LGBT equality, and things that might, contradict what they've been brought up to believe by society. That's going to be hard to deal with, so it's important to recognise that that is a challenge that a lot of men face while at university. What else would I say about this? Yeah, I just think in terms of what we can actively do is making sure that personal tutors have got better training. A lot of students, not just men, but men as well, go to their personal tutors for academic support, but don't think of them as someone who they can seek pastoral care from. And as someone who's come to a new city might be feeling isolated, alone, like they don't have the support they need, for a young man to be able to go to his personal tutor and talk about that and have his personal tutor offer him the best advice possible, I think would be really liberating and really, really a good way to support young men at university.
Thank you. We'll move on to Samantha next, please.
I think in this situation, the first thing I would do is say to you, what do you want? Like, what would you like us to do? Because that's the way that I can ensure that I'm more likely to get it right if I've asked. Like you said, it's important that everybody at university can access welfare equally, and if there was a specific group that felt like they had something missing, I would much rather you say this is what I need and me be able to achieve that than get it wrong myself.
Thank you. Move on to Jess next, please.
Yeah, I think what you've raised is really, really important. I can't remember the exact age, but the biggest killer of men is between 18 and I'd like to say 30, but I could be wrong, is suicide. And yet men, all those who identify as male, are actually the ones who are least likely to seek support. There was recently a big nationwide campaign by Time to Change called the Man Up campaign, which was about challenging that perception that it's not masculine to seek support. So first of all, I really agree, like it's really important. I think that part of what needs to be done is, as Sam was saying, is actually working with men. So if I was elected, obviously I identify as a woman, so I'm limited in how much I understand. So it would be first of all actually talking to I think you, not you specifically, but men in general. I think it's also a lot about campaigning. It's about really getting the message out there that welfare services are for everyone. They are for men as well, and I do think that we need to have some specific campaigns targeted just to men. Yeah.
Thank you, and last but not least, Rosie.
So I'm really glad you've asked that question. Obviously, being a part of LGBT society, we try to represent as many LGBT plus identities as we can. We do have a men's welfare officer, and a lot of the time those avenues of support aren't explored. For example, we run workshops. If I run a women's welfare workshop, it's LGBT focused, but it's not specifically for LGBT people. So making people more aware of the societies that welfare services offer, in addition to peer support workshops, so that, for example, men would be able to feel like they were listening to each other, supporting each other. I think that's incredibly important. Also making any welfare campaigns, promoting societies, promoting resources representative. For example, Jess mentioned the Man Up campaign. There's also excellent service called CALM, which is the Campaign Against Living Miserably. Very important resource for men's mental health, men's well-being. Getting that talked about and getting that promoted around campus would do a lot for reducing the stigma attached to men reaching out and seeking support. Also, fostering coping skills for life after university is very important. That's what a lot of welfare while we're at university is about. We don't exist in a vacuum. The support and the skills that we can provide people with while they're at university won't stop there. So starting to reduce stigma, getting people talking with more representative campaigns and really listening to what people want, all groups, including men, that'd be what I do as welfare officer.
Thank you. Just got time to squeeze in another couple of questions. Anyone else from the audience who'd like to ask one? Yep.
I can't help but get involved. So, as you may or may not know, I have been the welfare officer for the past 2 years. My name's Freya. And while I've been the welfare officer, I kind of wanted to make the role look a bit less fluffy. So, my question is, do you think the role of the welfare officer is a political role?
So, a nice short and sweet one, really. Do you think the role of the welfare officer is a political role? So, for this one, we'll start with Jess.
I think broad answer, yes, but yes with limits. I think that every decision the union makes is political by nature. Just by lobbying for better mental health services, that is a political act per se. I think that as long as it's done with students' welfare at the top priority, as opposed to say I was elected, as opposed to my personal views per se, it would be what is best for the majority. What do students want? What are students who are struggling to access welfare, what is it that they want? And I think that yes, the welfare officer is to campaign on behalf of these students.
Thank you, and we'll move on to Sammy, please, next.
No doubt, 100%. It is a short answer. Whether we're, not in terms of personal politics, I think it's much more about what the university needs. But I think what's really important is that to understand that whether you are deliberately choosing to do something politically or you're not, that's actually a political decision. So if you're going to act or not act, that is a decision because you're basically supporting the status quo. And so I think that the welfare officer role really should be there to improve as many things as we can for the students, like in facilities, and with all the cuts that are going on now from the government, and they've been going on for years and years and years, it's more political than ever. The welfare role is more political than ever.
Thank you, and we'll have Samantha up next, please.
First off, Freya's done an amazing job. And I think, as what Jess was saying, I think, yes, it is a widely political role. I think it's so important to be aware of what's going on and the issues that students are facing. But as with what Jess said, I think as the welfare officer, it's important to have the students' welfare at heart first and foremost.
Thank you, and Helena next, please.
Sorry to sound like a broken record, but yes, it definitely is a political role. Just by running for welfare, you're making a political decision. And I would definitely not let my personal politics dictate how I went about being the welfare officer. Obviously, students' welfare comes first. However, I think it's important to recognise that a lot of the role, not only of welfare, but I think of all the officer roles, is dealing with conflict resolution. You have to deal with a lot of students every day who are having a hard time, who are struggling with uni, struggling with support, struggling with their peers, struggling with members of staff, and you have got to deal with that. And the way that you deal with that and the way that you choose to deal with that is a political decision, whether you like it or not. I think it's kind of inevitable that it's a political thing. But yeah, I wouldn't let my personal politics get in the way.
Thank you, and lastly we'll have Rosie on this question.
Well, as Helen has just been saying, I would not let, if elected welfare officer, I would not let my personal politics affect my welfare decisions representing students. But I believe that standing up here, I believe that trying to make a change to the way welfare is done, to the way anything in this union and this university runs, is inherently political. Welfare end up making a lot of the hard decisions based on things that the government has done. No government in particular, not strictly speaking, but they're making decisions about the welfare of students that where it's taken a detriment due to political decisions that have been made without taking into account the needs of more marginalised students. Making welfare representative of as many students as possible can only be done by not just encouraging transparency of the policies that the union is passing, things that the university itself may be doing that directly affect the students and how they spend and how they enjoy their time at Leeds. But by encouraging and further promoting opportunities for students to not feedback, not just to the exec, but to departments and to other groups to talk about issues that are really affecting them. You know, student forums happen a lot, but they're not always the best attended. People aren't aware of them because they're disengaged. So I believe that running for exec, being part of the exec is inherently very political, and we should encourage students, even if they're not politically motivated, to get involved in decisions that are being made, because as I said earlier, welfare affects everyone whether they like it or not.
Thank you very much. Now, as I mentioned earlier on, we were trending in Leeds on Twitter, and ideally we'd ask all of those questions, but unfortunately we are up against the clock. So unfortunately, that's all we have time for our potential welfare candidates. Can you all give them a round of applause, please? A quick reminder as well that voting opens on Friday at 12 o'clock, so not tomorrow, the day after, and closes next Thursday. It all takes place online via the LeadLUU website, and you get 20 free printer credits. Oh yes. So we're going to have a quick 5-minute break now, and coming up after that will be your candidates running to be the new activities officer. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you to all the welfare candidates. Give them a round of applause as they exit the stage. If you are running for the position of activities, could you go over there, please? I'd super appreciate it. Piers, you had your opportunity and you said no. So that's your fault, not mine. We are scheduled to start the activities debate in about 10 minutes' time.
Just when I was low, I feeling short of stable. All that she intends, and all she keeps inside isn't on the label. She says she's ashamed. Can she take me for a while? Can I be a friend? We'll forget the past, but maybe I'm not able. And I'll break at the bend. Even now, will we ever begin? 'Cause I have found all that shimmers in this world is sure to fade away again. She drinks champagne dream, strawberry surprise, pink lenin on white paper.
So again, folks, if you're running for the position of activities, I need you over here right now.
She says that love.
Look at that, we are trending in Leeds. That's so fun.
Well, I'm somewhere between. I never really know a killer from a savior till I break at the bend. Well, here and now, will we ever be again? 'Cause I have found all that shimmers in this world is sure to fade away again. It's too far away from me to hold, too far away. It's too far away from me to hold, too far away. You know it used to be mad love. So take a look what you've done. Cause baby, now we got bad blood. Hey, now we got problems. And I don't think we can solve them. You made a really deep cut. And baby, now we got bad blood. Hey, did you have to do this? I was thinking that you could be trusted. Did you have to ruin what was shiny? Now it's all rusted. Did you have to hit me where I'm weak? Baby, I couldn't breathe and rub it in so deep. Salt in the wound like you're laughing right at me. Oh, and it's so sad to think about the good times you and I. Cause baby, now we got bad blood. You know it used to be mad love. So take a look what you've done. Cause baby, now we got bad blood. Hey, now we got problems. And I don't think we can solve them. You made a really deep cut. And baby, now we got bad blood. Hey,
This is rubbish. Look, I am yelling and no one can hear me. I am yelling and no one can hear me. Everybody can hear me and I don't need to yell. This is rubbish. This doesn't help. This helps a lot, right? So get intimate with the microphone. Not that intimate. That's fine. Perfect. You're all going to be comfortable. You can leave your papers.
Yeah.
We're going to be starting the activities debate in, let's say, 5 minutes. So please take your seats. Shut up, Dixon. So away from the hecklers, we will be starting in the next 5 minutes.
You were working as a waitress in some cocktail bar when I met you. I picked you out and pulled you up and turned you around, turned you into someone new. Now 5 years later on, you got the world at your feet. Success has been so easy on you. But don't forget that I'm the one who put you where you are now. I can put you back down too. Don't you want me? You know I don't believe you when you say that you don't need me. No, don't you want me? You know I can't believe it when you...
Just another announcement, folks, that there is free hot chocolate for anybody who is watching the debate. Brought to you by the balcony, so make sure you go have some, as it is very cold outside.
Don't you want me? Oh, oh, oh. Don't you want me, baby? Don't you want me?
Oh, I was working as a waitress in a cocktail bar. That much is true. But even then I knew I'd find a much better place, either with or without you. The 5 years we have had have been such good times. I still love you. But now I think it's time I live my life on my own. I guess it's just what I must do. Don't you want me? You know I can't believe it when you say that you won't see me. Don't you want me?
You know I don't believe you when you say you need me. Now I wake to find you have changed your mind. You better change it back or we will both be sorry. Don't you want me, baby? Don't you want me? Oh, oh, oh. Don't you want me, baby? Don't you want me? Oh, oh, oh. Don't you want me, baby? Don't you want
1 minute, folks. Please take your seats. We are about to start in 1 minute's time for the activities debate. Ladies and gentlemen, we don't mind people watching from the back, but we ask you to take your seats mainly because it stops it being a massive fire hazard at the back of the room. And there are plenty of good seats available. You what, mate? You what, mate?
I'm addicted and I just can't get enough. 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 Hey, hey. Honey got a sexy all steaming, giving her hotness a new meaning. Perfection, boy, got me gleaming. Inception, got a girl dreaming, dreaming. Damn, baby, I'm fiending. Trying to holler at you, I'm screaming.
You happy with everything?
All right, folks, please take your seats. The activities debate is about to start. Piers, you're not allowed to take part, mate. I'm sorry. Okay, we're about to hear from the fantastic candidates for activities. Well, let's give them a good reception, folks. Make sure you smile, make sure you clap, and let's see you cheer. So let's do the thing we've been doing all afternoon. Folks, could you all just do a small applause? Now a bigger applause. Now bigger. Now whoop. Now holler. And please welcome Sam Oliver onto the stage.
Hello, welcome back to Question Time here at Leeds University Union. We are grilling the candidates who will be running this very building this time next year. We've had welfare and equality and diversity so far, some brilliant answers to some really, really tough questions. We were trending in Leeds on Twitter a little bit earlier on as well, so let's keep that going. If you are watching the debate via our cameras, hello, keep tweeting and using the hashtag LeadLUU, and we'll also be taking questions from the audience as well at the end of our pre-set questions. So next up are the candidates running to be your new activities officer. Now this role involves making sure clubs and societies help students feel happy and healthy. They work with the activities exec to make sure clubs and societies are relevant to students, and they also make sure that university sports and co-curricular activities are well supported. So there's 6 candidates for this one, and they've all turned up, which is a great start. So we're going to welcome them to the stage individually. First up, we've got Sophie Halliday. We've also got Rich Hodgson. And next up, we've got Kriti Kohli. We've also got Stephanie Leach. Next up, we've got Taiwo Akayunka. And last but not least, Ben Sambrook Davis. So if you've just joined us and you weren't here previously for the other 2 debates, I'm going to ask the candidates why they should be the next activities officer. They then have 60 seconds to answer that. And then we've got 4 presenting questions. Now these are the questions that you guys and other people who are members of the University Union have sent in during the week. We've got 4 of them that we will then ask to each of the candidates a random order. So like the BBC, we are impartial. So we will go to each candidate and alternate who goes first. So let's start off with a 1-minute speech for each candidate, so why they should be the next activities officer of Leeds University Union. And as I say, we'll go to each of the candidates randomly, and we'll start with Rich.
Oh. Hi everyone, my name is Rich. I'm a 2nd year International History and Politics student. I'm Secretary of Big Band, I'm in Looms, I've musically directed for MT, so I have a lot of experience on societies. This election is really important. It's really unlike any other that we've had before, because we're in the middle of not only trying to campaign to put our changes forward, but we're also trying to respond to what changes the union want to make. And we, as activities candidates, are uniquely placed to make sure that clubs and societies get exactly what they want and what they need from the upgrade. There's a lot of changes that need to be made. There's a lot of things that should happen. There's a lot of things that could be going on that aren't already. We need to make sure that societies are more involved in what's going on with the union, make sure that more people, more individuals are involved in societies and activities generally. We need to make sure that people are informed about what's going on in the union, and we need to improve the facilities and experience that people are having while they're at uni and the way that the union runs.
Thank you. And next up, we'll go to Kriti.
Hi everyone, I'm Kriti. I'm taking up my master's degree from university in gender studies, and I am here as an international student representing all of you guys, and I want to be an activities officer because I feel I've been active in many of the sports, many of the cultural activities, and although I have not been a part of many events here in the university because it's my first year, but definitely I'm looking forward to it. And for me, as in, I read this quote somewhere, leadership is the art of giving people a platform for spreading ideas that work. So yeah, I'm here to provide everyone your platform to spread your ideas and your opinions. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And we'll go to Sophie next, please.
Hi, I'm Sophie. The first day I arrived in Leeds, I came to the union, and I pretty much haven't left Old Bar since. Since then, I've been a society president, I've been a general interest rep, and now a student trustee. So I know how the union works, top to bottom, and I know how to get things done. And what I want to get done is an extended program of training for society committees so that our societies can be the best they can be. I want to continue Piers' work to drive down the cost of sport so that sport at Leeds is accessible to as many students as possible. And I want to create a summer opportunities hub so that you can find out about volunteering and internships and the funding where you can get to go and do that, all online in the union website. If those sound like the kind of things you'd like to see in your union, then you should vote Super Sophie #1 for activities. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And we'll go over to Ben next on the other side.
Hi, my name's Ben, and the campaign is back, Ben, and I have a minute to tell you why. So I've done a raid with Rag, I've treasured Polis Sock, and I'm the voice you hear every Saturday at 9 PM on LSR. Juicebox Jams, check it. So I've got a comprehensive plan of 3 main points that I want to use to develop the union. The first is integration. The heart of this policy is a contact hub service, which will allow for this sharing of contacts within the union and with the university. The next is accessibility. The main focus of this will be reducing the cost of societies, especially the cost of sporting activities. As well as this, I want to create a platform to give greater publicity to smaller societies. And the final one is a point of contact. I am here for you. I want to help you, and I want to give you a platform online where you can ask me any question, queries, and I can give you assistance promptly. So to conclude, that's integration through Contact Hub, accessibility through reducing sport costs and greater publicity for smaller societies, and a point of contact through a reliable online presence. I genuinely feel that I have the enthusiasm and the qualities to get this job done well, and I want to do right by you as the union have done right by me. Thank you, and I hope you're back then.
Thank you, and we'll go to Taiwo next, please.
Hi there, I hope you're all doing well this afternoon. So my name is Taiwo, or Tai for short, and I am the current president of Spoken Word Society. And before that, I was the founder and president of Hip Hop and Rethinkers. And being in these roles has helped me realize that there are so many little things that make it difficult for people to run committees, and that really impacts on our welfare as committee members. We volunteer to run committees to provide a service that we love to people we care about. So I don't think it's fair that this service is then difficult for us to run. So the main focus of the focal point of my ideas is making it easier for committees to do their job, and this includes making the handovers easier, providing more funding through sponsorship fair, support for collaborations through networking events for committees. And I think I'm the right guy for this job due to my experiences, due to my contacts in the city, and due to the fact that I've been raising money for clubs and societies for almost 2 years now as part of the Footsteps Fund. So we have a great union, but it could be better. That's why I think you should vote for Ty to tie up loose ends. Thank you.
Thank you, and we'll have Stephanie next, please.
Hi, I'm Steph. I'm a third year theatre and performance student, and I'm also on the lacrosse committee and have been involved in several performance societies. So I've got a lot of wide interests with activities. My first main policy is friendship and collaboration, because I think we need to start celebrating each other's different interests rather than being competitive. So I'm promoting big collaborative events which can boost reputations for smaller societies, increase financial gain for all the societies involved, and allow societies to really support each other and work together. And I want to promote meetings with club presidents and club captains so they can talk about their current affairs and support each other and help with fundraising for those societies that need it. I want to strengthen internal and external relationships, so that's improving communication. Societies need to be treated as an asset instead of a burden by the union. And I want to provide constant support for societies. Everyone should be fairly represented, and we need to build up the small societies and help those who really need it. So if you think I'd be good for activities, please vote for me.
Thank you, and we'll move on to the first of our 4 pre-sent-in questions now. So, how will you involve students that don't normally get involved with activities? How will you involve students that don't normally get involved with activities? And we'll go to the candidates again in a random order, and we'll start this time with Sophie.
Hi. Well, I think one of the ways we can get students involved who don't normally get involved in societies is to encourage more societies to adopt the role in their committee of an equality and diversity officer, so that you can have someone on their committee who's responsible for engaging more people with their society who might not normally engage with their society. And on the sports side, I'd like to set up a series of free sporting groups, free social casual sports groups for jogging, for cycling, maybe something like Tai Chi outside in the summer. And those would be really great de-stressors for people who wouldn't normally kind of get involved in team sports, but who maybe just need to get active and to get involved with the union.
Thank you, and we'll cross all the way over to Ben next, please.
Hi, I think one of the main ways is to increase publicity for the small societies especially, so they can get their voices heard, because there may be societies that people haven't heard of and are really interested in. Also, I think a really key issue is reducing the cost of sport, because I think a lot of our best players are actually turned away because they think, I can't afford this, so I'm not going to actually do it. And we can definitely reduce the cost of sport through either building on a relationship with Sport Physical Activity SPA, which own the Edge and some of our other resources, and we've started talking to them already. We're 2 years into our relationship with them, and if we build on that, I really think we can reduce the cost, and that will encourage more people to play.
Thank you, and we'll have Taiwo next, please.
I think one of the main issues regarding getting people involved in activities is that all these activities are stand around times that people are not available. So I think something we should really promote is something I called Play As You Feel, which should be an integration of the social sports structure we have now, but making it on a more ad hoc basis so people can just sort of turn up and play, find people who are interested in their sim activities and just get going. And also on this point, a lot of people from various societies may feel that they are not welcome at other societies due to a cultural or interest backgrounds which may limit them. So that's why I think society collaborations are also very necessary to open up activities to people who would previously not have tried them. And finally, the Get Out, Get Active funding, which the Edge uses to get students involved in sports that they don't normally do, is running out. So I think one thing we should really work on is focusing on finding a way to either renew that funding or find another source of income to get people getting out and active. Thanks.
Thank you, and we'll cross over to Rich, please, next.
I think that there's quite a lot of subject matter that we can work on. I think publicity, as Ben said, is something that's really key. I think we need to definitely publicise smaller societies, but also things like Give It a Goes. Just make sure that the word is out about what things that people can get involved in. I'd also look at expanding the Fringe Festival to try and include more individual acts and performers, because there's a lot of people who are very talented but don't want to join a society like Looms or Bandsock, who could still get involved that way. And something like, for sports, like having a week at the Edge, like an open week where people can just, whatever their level of ability or anything, could just come and get involved for free without a membership, just to sample that sort of sports experience.
Thank you, and we'll go over to Stephanie next, please.
So I think to improve the publicity for joining societies is just improving the Give It a Go, because it is a great system. But unless you know someone who's part of a society, you don't really hear about the Give It a Go. And I really want to promote specific notice boards within the union for sports or for performance societies or the arts or media, where you can go to that and go, oh, I'm a bit interested in photography, or I'm a bit interested in netball, and I want to see if they have that option for me. It's there and it's available to you. And also building relationships with the media societies currently, because some societies have really great relationships with them and they help with promotion, but it's just building that relationship and that collaboration with other societies to promote that sort of, that advertisement really for Give It a Go's.
Thank you. And the last word on this question goes to Kriti.
Okay. I have been talking about my PR, improvement in PR and marketing facilities, along with jam sessions that are to be organized, that rather should be organized in and around the union campus. So yeah, according to me, these two ways can drag as many as people as like we expect students to come to and join these societies. I believe there are ample of students who wants to participate in these activities but are not able to, just because of some of the funding thing, that yeah, they're not very confident about whether to spend so much or not. So yeah, we could tie up with our welfare or community services and then talk about it. And yeah, if I talk about jam sessions, so I think that will drag students' attention to it, and probably it'll improve the students' initiations into sports and activities.
Thank you. Just a quick reminder that voting does open this Friday at 12 o'clock, so not tomorrow. The day after, it closes next Thursday. All voting does take place electronically via the LUU website or a computer ballot station, and all students who vote get 20 free printer credits. And if you're watching these debates as well and you're still not really sure who to pick, you can go on the LUU website and click on the Dream Team feature. So it asks you a load of random questions, and then you get paired up with the candidate who most suits your ideals. It's a very, very handy feature. So we'll move on to the second of our presenting questions now. So what are your priorities with the union upgrade? So what are your priorities with the work that is going on here at the union? And for this question, we'll start over on the left with Ben.
Right, 1 second. I think with the upgrade, we need to make sure that we don't lose the character of the union. I think I saw the plans last week and they do look very impressive, but I think part of the union is that there is a real great character and there's a coming togetherness, and I think if we get too much involved with the modern development of it, we could lose that character. I'm going to say character so many times. And I think as long as we keep a space for societies and we make sure that it's still resources available for them, I think the upgrade should go ahead and we should pursue it. But I think we need to, from an activities point of view, it's focusing on making sure that societies are still cared for within the union, and yeah.
Thank you. We'll go all the way over to the other side, and we'll hear from Sophie next, please.
3 things that are really important in the union upgrade that we need are better performance space. The Riley Smith Hall, it needs that tiered seating to give you that really great theatre vibe, so that we can really showcase the best of our shows in that space. The other spaces that are being upgraded, like the treehouse and common room, that are becoming dance studios, I want to make sure those are really fit for purpose to be used by the dance societies, because if it's being used earlier in the day as a cafe, that maybe means it's not going to be right for people to come in there later and start dancing in there. So I'll make sure that the spaces that are being upgraded are going to be really fit for the purpose that they're intended for, and not being diluted so that they don't really work. And lastly, we need more storage in the union. Societies need spaces to put their stuff. I hear this over and over again as a general interest rep, that there just isn't enough space in the union for society storage. So I'd like to find some more space for some more lockers and some more properly secure storage where people can put society's kit.
Thank you, and we'll hear from Rich next, please.
I think the first priority with the upgrades has to be making sure that the money is invested in the right place. I don't know if anyone else has seen the plans for Old Bar, which have divided opinion, I think. But if for something like that, if there's a lot of support against that sort of thing, they should look at ways that you can invest the same money in a more effective way. I think a lot of the sports facilities have been completely missed out of the union upgrade, and the sports facilities are an important part of the union, and I think that can definitely be reallocated to have more investment in sport. I think as well the idea of just making sure that all societies have the space that they need, particularly in terms of like performance societies. I mean, I'm in big band and we practice in the treehouse. Our storage facilities are downstairs underneath the refectory, which means that we have to take all of our equipment through the union on a Tuesday night, which takes about half an hour anyway. And also beyond that, performance rehearsal spaces and practice rooms, they just aren't really enough, and particularly for individual performers who don't do music but want to practice musical instruments or anything like that. I think we need to make sure that those people are catered for as well.
Thank you, and we'll move on to Kriti next, please.
Obviously, yeah, finances are an issue in the university, as we all know. We need space. For that, we need funds. And for that, yeah, I wanted to have an open sponsorships. Like, we could ask people to sponsor us, and as does LeadLUU being a big brand, it's not difficult to fetch sponsorships. And for me, the other upgrade that could be the improvement in workforce. What I believe that students from different schools should be allotted as workforce. If I talk about marketing and PR strategy of the events that are organized by union, that could be done by the students from marketing school. And I believe, yeah, allotment of workforce from the university itself will be a great help.
Thank you. We'll move on to Stephanie next, please.
So the upgrade with the union is great, but I think something that we really need to focus on is accommodating for the societies when those spaces are being upgraded. So where are these societies going to go? And it's about building relationships with places like Stage at Leeds. There are performance societies that want to perform there, but if we can get negotiations with places like Stage at Leeds or communicate with outside areas where there's space for us to use, then that can help with these renovations that the union's taking part in. And also, just to go on from Sophie's point about storage has been an ongoing problem, and it really needs to be pushed forward because it means that budgets for societies can be used so much more effectively rather than replacing things that other societies have used and had to distribute amongst their cast and crew just because they can't store it. They have to store it in their own home, so that's something that I really want to push.
Thank you, and for the last word on this question, we'll go to Ty.
I'm sure no one here would disagree with me when I say that the union upgrade is something amazing and wonderful for the student body. So I see it more as an opportunity, a blessing upon blessings for us to get more involved with the wider city. Just in terms of space, 3 issues arise as a result of the upgrades. Space for sports, space for performance, and space for non-alcoholic socials. And there are so many spaces near the university campus that are just not being used in the city. Woodhouse Community Centre, Live Bistro, Swarthmore, Priory, all these spaces all these organizations would be willing to work with the union and provide space for us for free or for a very low cost. And I think that's something the union needs to expand into. And just regarding sport, there's so many colleges, even the college I went to, that they have huge sports fields that are just not being used either by the college itself, that the union could easily rent out in the case of waterlogged pitches, for example. And I think I'm the right guy for this job because I'm from Leeds and I've been at all these various institutions. I've performed at Live at Bistro, I worked at Swarthmore, I have contacts with these organizations. I know who to talk to secure space over the summer and over the upgrades for our societies. So when we come back in September, there is no shortage of space, there are no shortcomings, and we're ready to keep rolling like before. Because the unit upgrade is amazing, so we shouldn't let that impact us as if it's a bad thing.
Thank you very much, and we'll move swiftly on to the next one of our pre-sent-in questions. So the activities officer represents loads of different categories of societies. From each one of your experiences, each one of you will understand some categories better than others. How will you represent these groups you have least experience with dealing with? I'll repeat that again because it's quite wordy. So the activities officer represents loads of different categories of society. From your experience, each one of you will understand some categories better than others. How will you represent the groups that you have least experience in dealing with? And as usual, we'll go to the candidates in a random order. So we'll start this time with Kriti.
I know it is a difficult job, obviously, specifically for the societies and clubs that I have very less experience. But then, yeah, I totally believe in communication. I believe in power of communication. So what I believe is I would conduct often meetings with the people who are dealing with these societies and will try and be more active with them to know. As I said, being a leader is all about bringing out a new platform so as to depict your ideas, your opinions. So I guess communication will be the first and the most important step towards the enhancement of these clubs and societies.
Thank you, and we'll move on to Rich, please, next.
Yeah, so I don't know if you can tell by looking at me, but I don't do much sport. And so basically all of my sports policies that I have, or anything for the sports societies, have basically come through talking to people from the sports societies and their committees and trying to work out what would be best for them. And I think that's kind of the basis of what I would say in response to that question, is that if you don't know something about anything you need to find out about, you need to ask. If it was, for example, about sports societies, I have been told that something like having term time memberships at the edge, so you're not wasting money when you're at home over Christmas, or having the open week that I mentioned before, or just trying to reduce the cost of doing sport more generally. Aside from that, there are a lot of broad policies that I think everyone can benefit from. It doesn't matter whether you have experience of it or not. Things like bringing in guest speakers or like famous alumni to give masterclasses to current students, in things like improving the committee handovers. All of those sorts of things don't need any kind of specific knowledge about like individual societies. It just needs to be something that everything is covered by and something that we respond to with a kind of collective attitude.
Thank you, and we'll move on to Stephanie, please, next.
So something I wanted to promote about myself during this campaign is that I want to come across to societies, presidents and club captains as being approachable. So, and I've got a lot of wide interests, and it's been really eye-opening to talk to some society presidents about the issues that they've confronted, and it makes me really interested. So what I'm trying to promote is that I can talk to them about their issues and I will learn about the problems that they have to face. I'm not going to sit back in my seat and just let the problems come to me. Like, I want to be able to go to them, and that's why I sort of mentioned the meetings with the presidents and club captains where they talk about current affairs, because if I can sit in on those meetings, I can listen to them and know what their society is all about, and I'll be more aware of the things that go on in their society and how I can help, and know them personally so that they can come to me for any internal problems.
Thank you, and we'll go over there to Ben, please, next.
Hi, yeah, I think communication. It's just all about communication. I'm one of those people that is really annoying and likes to talk to everyone. But I genuinely think that you can easily set up meetings with societies. I've already spoken to a few, like for instance rowing and rugby, and they've highlighted a few issues that I want to address. Then also there's one of my policies, which is point of contact. I want to be accessible to you as either members of society or a committee member. Like, I just want them to be there for you, and I'm going to open modes of communication which you can do that, like a personal email for these queries specifically. Basically, networking is key. As long as we talk together, we can solve these problems. I mean, I've already got a wide range of experience within societies. I join as much as possible. And I feel that just general communication will help us.
Thank you. And we'll go to your right now, to Ty, please.
So, my background is general interest societies, spoken word, rethinkers, hip-hop. But I see this job as a huge learning curve, and not just for the 12 months that you're doing it, but for 18 months. From the moment I decided I was going to run for activities, I've done nothing but learn about the different societies in the union, their committees, their issues and such like that. And I like the timing of this leadership race, because once we get the results, we have so many months in between being elected and actually taking up the job to learn even more. So I feel like, yeah, I'm going to agree with my fellow candidates, yeah, that communication and learning is a key issue that we need to focus on within ourselves. But then I also want to come across as someone who you can talk to, who you know you can find them when you need them. Hence why I propose surgery hours for myself as the activities officer and for the development coordinators. And finally, the development coordinators are permanent staff who have been working with societies in in a strict category for so many years, and I think they are the best people for the activities officer to learn from, to talk to them, find out what their problems are, and how the activities, what they want from the activities officer, and vice versa, basically. So yeah, open hours, learning and talking to people, and communicating with the dev code. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you. So for the last word on this question, we'll go over to Sophie.
Well, my expertise is also in general interest, and I've been general interest rep this year. And what I found being on the exec and talking to all the other reps is that there is so much to learn there just from that group of people for a start. So bringing those people together, frequent meetings, frequent socials for the exec as well, is a great way for the activities officer to learn what's going on in all the different societies. And another way is to listen directly to those societies. One of the ideas I want to do is to have a few socials for just all the society committees, bring them all together, invite everyone, and encourage more people to mix and mingle across societies, across not just at assemblies where you only meet people from your own department, but across all the different societies. I think there's loads of relationships to be forged there. Loads of interesting collaborations could come out of that, and also so much learning for the officer, being able to hear directly from all those different societies in an informal setting.
Thank you very much. If you just joined us, hello. There's plenty of seats at the front as well, and if you're watching us via Leeds Student TV's live stream, also a big hello to you. You can also get in touch with us on Twitter using the hashtag LeadLUU. I'm going to throw it over to you guys very, very shortly. So any questions you have for the candidates, you can ask them. If you've got any in mind, just keep them there, and we'll cross to you right after the last pre-sent question, which is a very relevant question considering some of the legislation that might come into place in the next few months. So do you think only Leeds Uni students should be allowed to join clubs and societies? So for example, if you're a student from Leeds Trinity, from Leeds Beckett, would you allow them to join societies here based at Leeds University Union? And we're going to go to the candidates once again in a random order, and we will start this time with Stephanie.
So I guess this feeds on from my main point about friendship and collaboration, and in my opinion I don't think that should be allowed, and I've spoken to several societies and a lot of them really appreciate outside members of the Leeds University Union coming into their exec or their committee and really helping with the creative or the collaborative work that they bring. So I think as much as we're a unit as Leeds Uni, we're all students of Leeds, and if someone has something to give to a society, then they should be allowed to do that. We should all work together, really.
Thank you, and we'll cross over to my right, and Kriti, please.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think everyone should be allowed for the activities and clubs and societies of the union. As an international student, there are some activities taking place in Beckett or the Metropolitan, and I would really like to be a part of it. And I have some great friends from Beckett University who are really interested in many of the events that union takes or conducts. So I believe, yeah, why not give a chance to everyone out here? We all belong to a same platform. We all are students, after all.
Thank you, and we'll go over to Ty next, please.
I'm going to have to disagree. I think as a union, we're already incredibly at capacity. And when we run events, the Spoken Society, we allow people to come to the events, we open it up to the city. But in terms of our actual members who want to get involved, we often do not have enough time just for them to go on the stage and perform their work because of so many people from the city as well. So I think it's down to individual societies and committees to decide if they want to have external people be involved in the events. But in terms of membership, I believe we are at capacity, and I don't think we should extend ourselves out to the wider city where we barely have enough for ourselves as it is. And also this removes the potential for friendly competition, which is something I think we should endorse. Rather than trying to include the wider city in our societies, I think we should try and encourage Trinity and Beckett to start societies similar to ours so we can work with them. Something we've been working on as Spoken Society is helping these Beckett Union start their poetry society so we can have open mics, slams and such like that in collaboration with them. But that would not be possible if they chose instead to join our Spoken Word Society, and that opportunity would be completely lost.
Thank you, and we'll cross over to Ben next.
I think that it should be open to anyone. I don't see a problem with restricting. I mean, if they're paying members, it means they're contributing to the resources available to that society. I mean, for instance, part of LSR, we have several people from College of Music, and they're some of our best presenters. And I think if we restrict it, we restrict the capability and the capacity for our own societies. And it's about bettering them, and it's not about, I think there's too much onus on competing and trying to be better than your peers, when really, if we came together, we could better ourselves. And it's not a zero-sum game. It's a lot easier if we all come together and work together and create better things for Leeds University.
Thank you, and we'll have Sophie next, please.
Ben's absolutely right. Our societies flourish best when you have students from all over working together and bringing in students from around the city and people from around the city who aren't even students as members of our societies only benefits the societies. We were considering this question on the activities exec earlier this year. And like pretty much all the societies I spoke to felt that they really benefited from external members. They bring skills, they bring friendship, they bring different life experiences, and they pay their membership, so why shouldn't they be allowed? Ultimately, the decision should rest with individual societies. If they feel like what serves them best is to just be open to Leeds University students, it seems fair enough to let them do that. But I feel that most societies want to welcome other students and other external members into their societies.
Thank you. And for the last word on this question, we go to Rich.
Yeah, I agree with Sophie that it should be open to individual societies, but I disagree with the idea that it should only be Uni of Leeds people who are involved. Particularly, I mean, I am involved in a lot of musical things, and I mean, big band, we wouldn't actually have a band this year if it wasn't for people from Leeds College of Music. A lot of the show bands that we have are dominated by people from Leeds College of Music. And for example, Beckett, I mean, obviously as Ty says, we need to encourage other unis to form their own societies, but like for example, Leeds Beckett don't actually have a music course. So for them to have an orchestra or like a wind orchestra or a big band is beyond their reach, that's like beyond their capacity. So I think to deprive people the opportunity to do that purely by not having chosen to come to Leeds Uni, I think isn't right. So I would say that it should be open to anyone who wants to join.
Thank you. Thank you for all the candidates there for answering the pre-sent questions. So just get a quick round of applause there. Some tricky questions, but they dealt with them really well. So it's time to open the floor now to questions. We should have a roaming microphone there with Sky. So if there is anyone who would like to ask the candidates any question within reason, yeah, please raise your hand.
Hi, this is one for Steph. You talk a lot about friendship and collaboration, but as a general concept, is there any specific... Oh,
yes, so you can address the question to Steph, but then all the candidates will have the opportunity to answer that also.
Okay, so for everyone then, are there more specific ways in which you sort of achieve this? You will sort of generally talk about opening up communication, opening up friendship, but setting yourself apart from the rest. How would you specifically do that?
We will start with Steph for that one.
So I mentioned sort of big collaborative events because I think that's a really great way to get societies to work together. And it sounds like almost like societies would be forced to spend time together, but I think that if you're spending enough time with people, you can't help but like the way they work or ideas that they have because you're consistently meeting with them. And also like sharing organisational strain for big collaborative events means that it's easier and it becomes more fun, so you want to work with more people. And it's like I mentioned about the meetings with society presidents or club captains. If these guys are meeting regularly, then they are communicating with each other their current affairs, and they can resolve issues like transport costs for away matches for sports or fundraising for smaller societies that really need big societies to help back them and build their reputation. So it's just about working together on a project or several projects, and I think that really helps with this friendship and collaboration idea I have.
Thank you, and we'll, as I say, hear from all the candidates on this question to make sure we are completely impartial. And we'll go to Ben for this one.
Hi, I think online platform is probably one of the main modes of communication with the activities officer personally, creating a separate email so they can do requests and all that. Interdepartmental events, as Steph said, but I think what we could do with that is my idea of a contact hub. where similar societies can share resources through a genuine online forum where they can upload contacts they have. For instance, with political societies, if they want to have a speaker in and they need a speaker, they can ask similar political societies like Labour, Conservative, Polis, they can ask if they have any resources available. Of course, you're not going to want to give away your resources for free. They have to request it and you have to accept it from the president of that committee, but the idea is that if you accept that, then they will be like, okay, you've helped us, we'll help you in the future, and it will just bring people together, and once again, it will better the society as a whole instead of competing and limiting yourself.
Thank you, and we'll go to Ty next, please.
I think we already sort of have the space to facilitate that, but it just doesn't work in an ideal way. So, we have the categorical assemblies, or general interest assemblies, sports assemblies, and we go here, we debate issues that are being put to the Better Union Forum, for example, and then we just sort of leave. I think maybe using those events as a way for committees and representatives committees to actually share contacts would be a good idea. But on a wider union level, beyond just the general assemblies, I propose creating a networking event for committees where they can come together and actually meet. Now, we have the Freshers Fair, and you don't generally meet any of the other committees there except for the ones that are directly next to you. So I think something like that where it's open for all committee members to come and chat, meet, talk, discuss their issues with the union, for example, or share contacts and propose collaboration ideas. And I also think it would be a good idea for the activities officer to act as a nucleus where societies can gather around to form these collaborations. I hope I answered your question.
Thank you. We'll go to Rich next, please.
Yeah, I've said about trying to expand the Fringe Festival, and that in itself would bring better collaboration by having more performance societies getting involved and trying to put on this huge event, either over a couple of days or over a couple of venues in the union. I think beyond that, volunteering societies can definitely work better together. I would want to try and push for some kind of more regular celebration of what volunteering societies do, whether that would be something like a prize draw for whoever's done the best volunteering or volunteered the most, or just more frequent recognition of the volunteering that people do. With sports societies, for example, if we could allow them to pool their resources in some way, I don't know whether it would be practical or how it would work specifically, but I think basically just trying to encourage societies to work better together and trying to get all of the execs, whether it's performance, volunteering, sport, general interest, whatever, to come together and just work out how best they as societies can integrate and collaborate and then benefit the union as a result.
Thank you, and we'll go to Sophie, please, next.
Well, I'll give you an example of a big collaborative event I've run within general interest. 3 times over the past 2 years, I've run a club night called Geek Night, which brings together a lot of the more geeky societies from general interest. It's up to now 8 societies the last time it ran. I think it might be set to be even more this time. I've now handed it over to the next lot of people who are going to run it. It's an event that we came about really through friendship between different committees. I think the best way to encourage those friendships is to maybe try out these like really big socials where we bring all the committees together into a room, get them chatting, and give them a chance to network and to make friends and to figure out where there are some common goals. One of the societies that's involved in Geek Night is TSOC. You wouldn't necessarily think of them when you think geek societies, but they love being involved. So that's one event that I've run that is a big collaboration and is a financial success as well.
Thank you, and the last word on this question goes to Kriti.
Collaboration and friendship in the societies is, I guess, I was really impressed by her manifesto when it talked about this. Yeah, it is important for me as well, as I've talked about conducting different jam sessions, different clubs, fairs, coming together and talking about and improving their strategies. And moreover, it will be a test for me as well if I am selected as an activities officer. So it will be my test as a leader, like how well will I be able to forward my passion, my conviction to other people out there and to other societies that, yeah, they have to work with the same conviction or with the same amount of passion that I would want to. So obviously, yeah, I guess it's a good idea to contribute into such an event. Yeah.
Thank you. We've probably got time to squeeze one more question in from the crowd. Yes. If you could keep your answers relatively short for this one as well, just so we can squeeze it in before the end.
a lot of you have talked about reducing costs for sport, and I was just wondering how practically you could do that with all the costs that are going on in the union with the redevelopment. What's the question?
Could you repeat that? Sorry, I think your mic was just a
how
bit
are you going
quiet.
to bring down the cost of sports societies? Because obviously money is an issue, and that's something that would help people get involved. But I was wondering how.
Thank you. So how would you bring down the cost of joining and being part of a sport society? And for this question, we'll start over there with Ben.
Well, there's two ways that I think we can reduce the cost of sport. The first is building on the already new relationship with SPA, which is Sport and Physical Activity, that Piers has been working on this year. Building on that, we can reduce the cost of using their resources, and we can basically bring the two, the union and the SPA together and reduce costs that way by building relationships. Also, I am very interested in looking in rejuvenating the university-owned coach scheme. We had it about 7-8 years ago, but it stopped due to vandalization. But I think it's about time we start looking to bringing it back. And the way we can afford that is through a scheme called amortization. It's like a business plan where you look at the value of the product over the next few years and you look at the value that way. So instead of doing a lump sum straight away, it's paid for over a number of years. There's also the fact that you get sponsorship through it because anyone would love their face on a university-owned coach. And also the fact that this wouldn't just mean that sports societies get this coach for free. They'd have to hire it, but for a heavily subsidized fee, because they're paying a ridiculous amount of money each term to travel to away games. So the university would make the money back. It's just a prior investment at the time.
Thank you, and we'll cross over to Sophie next, please.
Well, the place where the money needs to come from is from the university. Currently, sports societies do get some funding from the union, but they get none directly from the university. And I think we're almost unique in that in UK universities, that the university does not directly fund the sports clubs that represent them and bring them so much prestige when they play. We're paying £9,000 a year for our fees. So why is it we're having to pay, up to £700 to be in some of the sports societies over the year with all the hidden costs? The least the university can do is subsidise the membership. Subsidise things like kit, travel, through things like the coach scheme. We just need to put pressure on the university. So there is more they can do.
Thank you, and we'll go on to Rich next, please.
Yeah, I think it's important to definitely get more funding into the sports societies themselves, which is obviously something that the uni would have to look into, and that we could pressure as students to get them to do. Beyond that, I think, obviously with the Edge, it's basically a private contract kind of thing. It's not directly run by the union, so it would be quite difficult to actually reduce the cost of that specifically. But I think to try and get them to tailor their memberships so they just have them during term time, so you're not wasting money on having a membership that you're not going to use when you're at home. Or even if they could just, every now and again, just have a week or so where they just open their facilities, people can sign up to use them and just try things out. And that would allow more people to get involved and reduce the cost for individuals. If there was obviously a way that we could lobby the Edge to try and reduce their costs while still maintaining the same value of service, then that would be something that would be ideal, but it's obviously a massive challenge.
Thank you. We'll go to Kriti next, please.
All right. To be honest, I have very less experience here, so I'm not very sure how funding deals out. But then, yeah, I know there is no magic wand to it, right? So we all have to work for it. And it's not just me being an activities officer who could deal out all the finances, all the funding, but then other officers also supposed to be there in a community. We need to sit, we need to talk about it. And specifically, if I talk about the meeting or the question-answer thing that happened with Vice Chancellor, it was of great help. So yeah, such initiations would be grateful for reducing funds and everything. But yeah, to be honest, it's not under me, it's not under my control or anybody's all alone. So it'll be a group decision, it'll be a university decision for that. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to Ty next, please.
One thing I propose that we start working on doing is running a sponsorship fair, which will work in the same way as the Freshers Fair, but instead of committees behind the stores, we'll be the ones in front of it, and it'll be prospective sponsors trying to get us to draw us in. I think that is one way across the board that we can potentially deal with the issue of funding for societies. But something else that I think is very critical, something I've been involved with for the past few years, is the Making a World of Difference campaign, which is a fundraising campaign run by the Alumni Development Team. And every year they have money to give away to societies. And so many societies do not know about this. I mean, I know from being involved in the working with the Footsteps Fund that they have so much money to give away, but so many people just are not applying. So just promoting that a bit would be another potential way. And then there are the little things as well that we could do. For so many various reasons, various sports teams have to go out and either pay for their own training space or for their own kit or for their own equipment and stuff like that. And I think if the union works on subsidizing these things that sports societies should not have to pay for anyways, then you could save them a lot of money. So rather than trying to give them more money, which I think is something we should do, we should also focus on cutting the costs that they incur, which they should not have to incur. I hope I answered your question.
Thank you. And the last word on this question goes to Stephanie.
So I think there's 4 main issues with cutting the cost of sport, and one is sponsorship, like Ty said, and we need to encourage sponsors to come a bit more, because sponsorship is definitely not consistent with a lot of sports societies. Like, they leave after a year and they don't know where to go. So I want to build an online database where these sponsors are available to you should that happen, and you have that consistency. With the Edge, that's always a problem because they are a separate business, but I want to promote negotiating with the Edge and negotiating the sports pass or the membership for sports society members. And the concern with the Edge is that if that happens, then people will pay for that discounted membership with the Edge and leave a sports society. And I want to promote sort of paying the difference with that so that becomes a bit cheaper. Transport is also a massive cut into a lot of sports society budgets, so we just need to look at building relationships with other transport companies. For example, we had an away match to Northumbria, which is about 2 hours drive, and it cost the club £600 to transport 18 members there and back again, and that's extortionate. So it's looking at other options with transport companies. And also, lastly, society committees need to be told how to fundraise better. A lot of them have absolutely no idea, so they need to have that training from the start, so that if they are struggling for funds, they can work with other societies, or they know what to do when they're loose on money, running low on money.
Thank you, and that just about rounds off our debate for our activity officer candidates. Can we once again have a big round of applause from the crowd? So we're going to have a quick 5-minute break now. Just a quick reminder that voting does open on Friday. It closes the following Thursday, and then the results take place on Friday the 11th of March here in the foyer from 5 o'clock in the afternoon. If you can't make it down as well, we're streaming it live on Leeds Student Radio and Leeds Student TV. Coming up after this short 5-minute break, we'll have your candidates here who are running to be your brand new community officer. Thank you.
All right, folks, the community debate will happen in 10 minutes' time. If you are a community candidate, I need you over there a minute ago. So please get there as soon as you can. If you're running for the position of community, the community debate will start in 10 minutes. We also ask everybody to take their seats as soon as you can so that other people can take part.
Watch me whip, watch me nay-nay, watch me whip, whip. Watch me whip, watch me nay-nay, watch me whip, whip, watch me nay-nay. You, watch me Superman, watch me you, watch me Superman, watch me you, watch me Superman, watch me you.
So again, if you're running for the position of community, if you could come over here where this little man is waving his hand, that'd be grand.
Watch me, watch me, watch me, watch me, watch me, watch me, watch me.
Sasha Wedderburn, I know you're here somewhere. There you are. Lovely.
Right, community candidates, I need you here right now.
This kitchen got your tongue tied in knots, I see. Spit it out. I'm dying for company. You notice that I got it, you notice that I want it, you know that I can take it to the next level, baby. If you want this good bitch, sicker than the remix, baby, let me blow your mind tonight. I can take it, take no more. Never felt like this before. Come on, get me on the floor. DJ, what you waiting for?
Who's going to be followed by James Cullen? Who's going to be followed by James Barry? Who's going to be followed by Sasha?
Watch me move when I lose it hard. Get you off with a touch, dancing in the dark. You notice what I'm
Okay, candidates, if I could have you looking at me for just a second.
You know that I can take it to the next level, baby. Harder than the A-list. Next one on my hit list.
Rubbish, can't hear a
Baby,
thing.
let me blow
This
your
rubbish,
mind tonight.
Sasha. This rubbish, can't hear a thing.
This is the only way they can hear you.
That, no good.
This, very good. You don't have to yell. Okay? So speak into the microphone. Don't be afraid to come towards it. Bring it to you. Get yourself comfy. Don't do that, Laurie. That looks weird. This doesn't help. If your lips touch, it's fine. That doesn't help. Like, look at the difference. It's so sensitive. You need to be up there. You're good.
See that sunlight, we ain't stopping. Keep on dancing till the world ends. Whoa, oh, 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 oh,
Life, you stood by me when no one else was ever behind me. All these lights, they can't blind me. With your love, nobody can drag me down. Got fire for a heart.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be doing the community debate in 5 minutes. 5 minutes time.
And baby, you're a boat. Baby, you're my only reason. If I didn't have you, there would be nothing left. The shell of a man who can never be his best. If I didn't have you, I'd never see the sun. You taught me how to be someone.
As long as you love me, we could be starving, we could be homeless, we could be broke. And all these lights, they can't blind me. With your love, nobody can drag me down.
Nobody can drag me down. Nobody can drag me down. I got a fire for a heart. I'm not scared of the dark. You've never seen it look so easy.
I got a river for a soul. Baby, you're a boat. Baby, you're my only reason.
If I didn't have you, there would be nothing left. The shell of a man who can never be his best. If I didn't have you, I'd never see the sun. You taught me how to be someone.
All my life, you stood by me when no one else was ever behind me. All these lights, they can't blind me. With your love, nobody can drag me down.
Nobody can drag me down. Nobody can drag me down.
I'll be a soldier, fighting every second of the day for your dreams, boy. I'll be a hover. You could be my destiny's child. See it. All my life, you stood by me when no one else was ever behind me. All these lights, they can't blind me. With your love, nobody can drag me down.
Nobody can drag me down. Nobody
introduce you.
All right, folks, take your seats. We're going to get started in, let's have a look at the clock, 2 minutes. So please take your seats for the community debate. It will start in 2 minutes' time.
Everything as long as it's free. I want your love. Love, love, love. I want your love. I want your drama, the touch of your hand. I want your leather-studded kiss in the sand. I want your love. Love, love, love. I want your love. You, and you know that I need you, and I want your bad, bad romance. I want your love, and all your love is revenge. You and me could write a bad romance.
Okay. If we could just have the music off, that'd be fantastic. Ladies and gentlemen, it's about time to do the community debate. So let's make sure we welcome on each of our candidates. Make sure we give Sam a good start. So we're going to do what we've been doing all afternoon. I'd like you to do a small applause for me, please. A small one. Now make it bigger. Now make it bigger. Now start whooping and hollering. And please welcome Sam Oliver and the candidates for the community.
Hello, welcome back to Question Time here at Leeds University Union. We've already had 3 debates so far for 3 of the roles here that are, well, the potential candidates that could be running this very building at this time next year. Remember, if you are joining us on the live stream here on Leeds Student TV, we've got our cameras there, potentially another one right there. We've got one there as well. So if you are watching from home, you can tweet us in using the hashtag LeadLUU if you have any questions. We'll also open questions to the floor a little bit later on as well. So if you've got something you potentially want to ask a candidate, keep it in your head because we will get to you a little bit later on. Just a little bit of housekeeping as well. Voting opens on Friday, and then the leadership race results happen on Friday, the 11th of March, here in the foyer from 5 p.m. If you can't make it down as well, we'll also be live on Leeds Student Radio and Leeds Student TV as well. So keep your tweets, as I say, coming in with a hashtag LeadLUU. Had a very funny tweet earlier from someone who said they'd vote for the candidate that would turn off those awful acoustic covers in the foyer. So potential policy idea there for someone, maybe, potentially. So let's move on to the officer for the potential candidates running for community officer. So this role involves making sure accommodation is better so students can focus on the degree. They help students avoid crime so they stay safe. They represent students to make sure local public services meet their needs. And they also help students to be active in their city so they can get more out of living in Leeds. There's 6 candidates for this one, so we'll welcome them to the stage one by one. First up, we've got Jamie Alley. We've also got Laurie Kane. We've got Matisse Direva. We've also got James Killen. We've got James Parry. And last but not least, we've got Sasha Wedderburn. And we have got 2 Jameses in this one. I'm hoping I don't get the 2 mixed up. So let's hope we don't. So the candidates have, first of all, a 1-minute speech about why they should be the next community officer. And if you've just joined us in the audience or on the live stream as well, we alternate which candidate we ask to go first in the interests of impartiality. So, question to the candidates: why should you be the next community officer? You've got 60 seconds to answer this, and we're going to choose a random candidate to start with, and we'll start with Laurie.
Hi, Everyone, I'm Laurie Kane. I study criminal justice and criminology and I'm in my final year, and I've represented the students on the course for the 3 years since I've been there. I'm currently the crime and safety rep in LeadLUU, so I've got a lot of partnerships out of that, and I represent the massive student population in that. I'm a serving special constable in West Yorkshire Police, so I've got links with the police and the wider community. And my policies revolve heavily around safety because I feel this is a massive part of the community. So remember, no cane, no gain, and if you think I'll be good for the role, then vote me.
Thank you, and we'll move on to Jamie next.
Hey, my name's Jamie Alley, and I want to be your community officer. Now, before you get the chance to ask us some questions, I want to ask the audience some questions, and I want to see a show of hands. Who here worries that on graduation day we'll all have £30,000 worth of debt hanging over our heads and that maintenance grants have just been scrapped? Who here worries that we live in the third most burgled city in the country? This is why I'm running. I want to do something about that. So I want to lead a conversation about cutting the cost of living, making Leeds safer, and making house hunting easier for you. So just vote Jamie for a rent freeze in halls and more summer free housing contracts. Just vote Jamie to fight police cuts and for more information on crime. Just vote Jamie to name and shame dodgy landlords and make you a more powerful house hunter. Just vote Jamie Alley, #1 for community.
Thank you, and we'll move on to James Killen next, please.
Hi, I'm James Killen. I'm a postgraduate student in the School of Languages, Cultures and Societies. I first came to Leeds in 2009 as an undergraduate, so I've been here for a long time now. And within that time, I've also spent 2 years working at my local authority down in Essex. So in one way or another, I've either been involved in student politics or local government and all things community related. The cost of living is consistently top of the list of students' concerns, so I have ideas to address that through pushing for the phasing out of laundry fees in halls of residence and also the rollout of the mythical £1 student bus fare across Leeds. And also through fostering more community engagement between students and residents in Leeds, and as well as many other things which I'm sure we're going to be talking about in the course of the question time. So if that sounds good to you, please check out my manifesto online and remember to vote for me on the 4th of March. Thanks.
Thank you. And we'll go to Matisse next, please.
Hello, my name is Matthias, and for the past year, I've been working as your housing rep to take back the power from landlords. I am sick and tired of them taking advantage of students for their own profit. So, how do we change this? First, we fight against fees. Any landlord who charges any fee will be banned from the housing fair and banned from advertising with the union. Next, I will enforce your rights so that you have the power to stand up to bad landlords. If you do not have a rent guarantor based in the UK, I will have the university be your guarantor so that you don't have to pay months of rent up front. I'm also working with Luke, our transport rep, to make sure Leeds catches up with the rest of the UK and offers cheaper and cleaner transport. Thank you.
Thank you, and we'll go on to Sasha next, please.
Hi guys, I'm Sasha. I'm in my second year and I'm a music student. I've been volunteering with Leeds University Union since I first arrived in Leeds, first as an events coordinator, later as a ready-to-rent coordinator and a housing volunteer. I've got loads of experience in housing, safety and other issues which community officer deals with. Some of my ideas are to implement a halls composting scheme, which I actually piloted last year, which worked really well. I want to change the way the union approaches students' safety and welfare, and I also want to work on linking societies with local organisations to increase employability options. So if that sounds good, stand with Sasha and vote me #1 for community.
Thank you, and lastly we'll go to James Parry.
Hiya, my name's James. I've got a lot of experience working within the community. I've worked at Leeds City Council as an intern. I've campaigned on social issues with Leeds citizens trying to get local businesses to pay the living wage. I've also worked with Enactus giving out free consultancy to local businesses, and this is something I want to push further. My campaign revolves around cutting the cost of living for students, £1 single ticket bus fares like we have in Sheffield, and also trying to get landlords to do half-price summer rents. Also, uniquely, I've got a £5,000 grant for outdoor fitness equipment in Leeds, courtesy of the Green Exchange, and this is something the council have said they'll support if I can demonstrate there's a mandate for it. And finally, I want to push on Johnny's Boris Bike scheme in Leeds, and also glass recycling. Thank you. Yeah, vote James P for community.
Thank you. And we're going to move on now to our 4 pre-sent-in questions. Now, these were sent in by a variety of different students during the week to the University Union. So the candidates will have roughly 30 seconds to answer each of these. So we'll move on to our first one. What would your response be to an LS6 resident asking what you're going to do about students shouting in her street at night? So this resident in LS6, she's quite unhappy because people keep shouting in her street at night. What would you do about this? So, as usual, we'll go to a candidate at random, and we're going to start with James Killen on this one.
I think, first and foremost, the union is a representative and not a punitive body for students, so there's no question of the university, or the union rather, entering into any kind of direct conversation with that student in that sense. I think this is something that starts. Oh my goodness! This is something that starts from the moment that you move into your residences in residential areas. You get to know who your neighbours are. You find out what the area is like. If you're living next to elderly residents or a family of 8, maybe you think about other ways to enjoy yourselves. But yeah, I think it's about communicating with residents. It's about fostering that integration, and yeah, I suppose that's all I have to say.
Thank you, and we'll go on to Matthias next, please.
Yeah, the current system we have in Leeds is you need to have 3 separate noise complaints in order for any response from the government. So what I would like to see, if we were to tackle this issue, we need to probably lower that number from 3 maybe to 2. And I think that would be the best response. That way, if there's continued complaints about antisocial behavior, noise complaints, the council and the police can basically tackle this issue effectively.
Thank you. And we'll go over to Jamie next, please.
I'd start by telling them to report it to the council, and if it's really serious, report it to the police. It's not the union's job to discipline students. It's not our place. It's not a disciplinary body. A couple of years ago, we had a Get to Know Your Neighbour scheme, and I'd hope to beef that up and bring that back. It's just simple things like that, knocking on your next door neighbour's door, introducing yourself at the start of the year, and having this dialogue. I think it's very easy to forget that there are a lot of locals who also live in Hyde Park and Headingley, and we just need to keep that in mind as well.
Thank you, and we'll move on to your left now, and Laurie.
I would agree with Jamie on the Get to Know Your Neighbour scheme. I think that should be brought back. I think also I would give that student advice to give them the confidence to speak to that person directly rather than trying to go through the council first of all. Obviously they've got to live there, so they need to get to know who that person is. But obviously report it to the council and get that sorted out, because there's nothing worse than not being happy in your neighbourhood, and I think that's a very important issue and needs to be dealt with.
Thank you, and we'll go over to my left now, and James Parry.
Yeah, initially I'd invite the student to just call the student out and ask him to be respectful of you and keep the noise down a little bit. If that fails, then I guess it's more of a council issue. If it's on student accommodation, then perhaps the university's got more clout to do something about it. But if it's in a public housing area, then it's not really a university issue. But yeah, if we can push schemes that get neighbours knowing each other more, then hopefully we'll have a community which is more respectful of each other and won't be as rowdy. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you. For the last word on this question, we'll go over to Sasha.
Hi, so I think obviously students need to be held accountable for their actions, but not necessarily by the union. That's not the union's job. I've been working with PC Mac Guy. He's the police guy in charge of the union, and that's something that he would deal with. However, I think there's a wider issue here. I've been speaking to local residents recently with the neighbourhood plans, who have actually said that a lot of students just aren't aware that they're living in areas where there are families and there are schools and there are children. And I think that we would need to work with the community interns and the rest of the union's housing department to make sure that actually students are made aware and informed of not just their rights but their responsibilities as renters.
Thank you, and we'll move on to the second one of our presenting questions now. So there are thousands of students who don't live in either Hyde Park or Headingley. What should Leeds University Union be doing for them? So there are thousands of students who don't live in Hyde Park or Headingley. What should the union be doing for them? And we will have Jamie starting with this one.
Well, we can be working with clubs and societies to make sure, they can use the facilities here when they are on campus. We need to put more things online to make sure that everything is accessible and make sure that everyone in the student community is included in the workings of the union and has a say on how things are done.
Thank you, and we'll move over to James Parry, please.
I used to live at Liberty Docks. That was quite far away from the university. But I think about increasing transport links to the university. LibDoc was quite well connected, but some of the other halls aren't quite as well connected. So it's one of my policies about £1 bus fares from Oxley to the city centre, so that people aren't penalised for living in areas which are more difficult to get to. And also, I think, Boris Bike Scheme in Leeds would be effective, because I think Johnny's been working on that at the moment, so hopefully apply some continuity to that and keep the pressure on so that students can get everywhere accessibly and not have to get taxis all the time.
Thank you, and we'll go back over there to Laurie, please.
I think get them involved in all the different things that goes on in the union. It's not just clubs and societies, it's things like being a rep, and they can then represent their community. So if they're from Burley, they can represent that view, and getting things online and on social media, promoting it to the wider people who don't just live here, they may commute from Manchester, that sort of thing. So making sure that nobody is restricted in their access to the union.
Thank you, and Matthias, please.
Great. So all of my policies affect students regardless of where they live. But I think the one that will affect students living, furthest apart will be the £1 citywide bus fares. Now, the thing that's happening inside the transport market is the entry of the NGT trolleybus scheme, which is supposed to be finished by 2020, is really putting pressure on First Bus. Because if you look at Sheffield, they've got trams and they've got £1 citywide bus fares. With more competition, we have a much better chance as a union to lower fares. Once you lower fares and get the £1 citywide bus fares, living so far out is no longer a major issue financially.
Thank you, and we'll move over to Sasha next, please.
Hi, so I think £1 bus fares is something which I could definitely implement. I think that's an achievable goal for the next year. But I also think there's an issue for students who actually commute and live at home, wherever that might be. I'd really like to set up a message board online. As you can see, there's tons of notice boards full of leaflets. And actually, I'd like to create a digital interface where students could interact, and students living further out could find other students in a car share scheme so that they could share transport to university and back.
Thank you, and for the last word on this question, we've got James Killen.
Yeah, I would agree with all of the candidates who've spoken about the transport links and the importance of affordable bus fares. I think you look at Hyde Park and Headingley as the key student areas, but there are other areas of the city that have a lot to offer which aren't necessarily accessible without those affordable fares. I spent some time staying in Chapel Allerton, which is a lovely area, but it's an absolute schlep to get back from after a hard day at uni. So I think another key aspect of this would be promoting those areas not just as places that you live, but as places where you can get involved in the community through better signposting of events in the community, events that students would really benefit from attending and finding out about.
Thank you, and let's move on to the third of the four pre-sent-in questions. So it's quite an open one, this one. So what do you think the role of students is in the Leeds community? What do you think the role of students is in the Leeds community? And we'll go to a candidate at random. So we'll start on this one with Sasha, please.
Hi, I think students obviously contribute a lot to the Leeds community, financially and otherwise. But I also think there's a lot more that the union could be doing to facilitate that real integration. We're all adults here. It's not necessary for us to live in a student bubble where we don't interact with local residents and local organisations. For this reason, I'd really like to start linking societies up with local organisations, not just for that integration, but also to benefit both sides in terms of work experience and volunteering opportunities. This would mean that students enhance their employability while local organisations also benefited.
Thank you, and we'll go to Laurie, please, next.
I think to get involved in their local neighbourhoods and get to know their neighbours and introduce themselves to residents, also supporting local organisations if they've got something they can offer, then they should get involved in that. And I think also helping making that community feel safer. So at the moment I work on a burglary project in Headingley and Hyde Park alongside student volunteers, and we go around and give safety advice to the community, and I think that's very important to integrate that into the wider community and not just keep it into halls and in... Yeah.
Thank you, and Jamie, please.
Well, I think that every student has a responsibility to make sure when we leave Leeds, when we graduate, it's a nicer city than it was when we arrived. In my manifesto, I say I want to bring in more volunteering opportunities. We already have a lot, but there can always be more. Like tonight with my society, we're planning a food drive. Food poverty is a huge issue that I care about. We have that tiny basket over by Help Desk. I want to, you know, make a food drives big thing here. We can work more with local charities, work more with the local community, and connect students up with their locals and things like that.
Thank you, and we'll move over to James Killen, please.
Yeah, I would agree with Sasha on the importance of some kind of partnership scheme between university societies and campaigning groups and their equivalents in the city. Students often come to university with a lot of ambition to get involved in volunteering and good causes, but it's important that that ambition translates into viable and sustainable support for those issues, and often some of the best people placed to inform that are residents, groups in the cities who've been working on those issues for a long time. So that's something that I would definitely want to work to improve as your community officer. I think also in terms of economy, students have a big role to play in the local area in supporting local businesses. So I would want to continue to roll out the Stay Local scheme to more businesses. And yeah, make that a more available, more successful project as well.
Thank you, and James Parry, please.
Yeah, I think students, two things students have a surplus of is time and skills, and a lot of local businesses have got demands for these skills, so we need to increase the opportunities for this exchange to go on and like these mutually beneficial relationships to occur. Like I worked with an actors consulting program this year, so this has been about providing free consultancy to local businesses in the area, and we managed to save one business £400 last year, so that just proves that students can make a real tangible impact on the local community. And also I think we have an onus to campaign a lot, because this is such like an intellectual space, and we should campaign on social issues. I worked with Leeds citizens on campaigning for the the living wage to be paid by businesses which can afford it. And I think that students should do more activism on issues that they care about and are personable to them. And finally, yeah, increasing the links with local businesses and opportunities for local businesses to trade on campus. Like we have the organic food market on Monday and things like that. I think a really good initiative so that money's going into the local economy. Yeah.
Thank you. And the last word on this question goes to Matthias.
So I used to live in that student bubble, but then one day, I filed a planning objection to basically turning an empty lot into about 16 houses. And a couple of weeks later, received a letter from a long-term resident, and she said that she's been fighting against this plan because she wanted to actually turn this piece of land for a place where children can play sports. So we talked a bit and we discussed the issue with the lack of green spaces we have here in Leeds, and I think that's how I started basically into this role. So what we need to do is we need to find issues where students agree with the community And we need to provide the opportunity for students, whether it's volunteering or other things, for them to bond so that we can make Leeds a better city.
Thank you. And we've got our fourth and final presenting question now before we go down to our roaming reporter, Doze, who is milling about with a radio mic. So if you have got a question in mind, we will come to you very, very shortly. Keep it in your head and then put your hand up after this question. So, how will you help to tackle rogue landlords? Short but sweet, this question. How will you help to tackle rogue landlords? And for this one, we will start with James Parry.
Well, I definitely want to keep up continuity on George Bradley's signature scheme, the Rate My Landlord, which is, I believe, is coming out in a fortnight and is unprecedented as far as universities go. So that's about rating our landlords, and if there's good landlords, then they're going to get more business. If there's bad landlords, then they're going to be ostracized and lose money. So they're going to suffer for that. So yeah, just making students more aware and it more transparent on which landlords are going to be beneficial, so that they're not going to mess you about if you need a new washing machine which is broken and they're just delaying putting it in because they know that they have the power to.
Thank you, and we'll go to Sasha, please, next.
So I've this year been working on a scheme called Ready to Rent, which is an NUS program designed to let students know their renters' rights and their also responsibilities. And that's a scheme I'd really like to see grow. We deliver it in halls so that before the house hunting season starts, people know what to look for. I really feel like the union could improve their output in terms of information and advice. It's quite hard to find housing advice offline. For example, if you're a student that lives in Manchester and has to commute or has loads of deadlines, you might not have time to go up to the Student Advice Centre. So I think I'd definitely like to create more digital and accessible information so that students can easily find out what their rights are, but also what to do if they do have a bad landlord, so that they can find out how they can improve that relationship.
Thank you, and we'll go right the way over the other side to Jamie, please.
I think the Rate Your Landlord scheme is sort of a godsend in holding our landlords to account. They hate it, and I love that they hate it, because at the end of the day, they need us more than we need them. There's 3,500 spare beds in Hyde Park and Headingley. They don't want their houses going empty, and I think Rate Your Landlord gives us the facility to sort of name and shame anyone who's found to be being a bit crap, really. Yeah, they need us more than we need them. Anything that takes power back from landlords and gives it to students, empowers students, make you a more powerful house hunter, can only be a good thing.
Thank you, and we'll go to James Killen next.
I would agree that empowerment of students when house hunting is key here. I think more visibility for key issues around house hunting is also very important. And it's not something, you know, the practices of bad landlords aren't the exclusive remit of, dodgy people throughout Leeds. That they also take place through Unipol. Unfortunately, I've had some bad experiences where they have consistently not given 24 hours before they turn up for a visit, where they will send contractors in to store sheets and ladders and tins of paint in my properties, and also they've sent inspectors round who've come away with a checklist as long as your arm of things that need to be improved. So I think as early as is feasible and sensible, students should be made aware of what they're looking at when they are reading contracts. They shouldn't just be presented with a contract and given a pen to sign on the dotted line. They should be given time and space to read through those and figure out what they're signing up to.
Thank you, and we'll go over to Matthias, please, next.
So I've worked with Sasha and volunteered during the Ready to Rent training, which was launched this year. But Ready to Rent training is not enough. We must go further than just educating first years in the beginning of the house hunting season. We have to continue that into the second part of the year, to tell people what their rights are so that they're able to know when they're getting screwed over by bad landlords and take action against it. Look, I'm new to this country. I came in 2012. I knew nothing about how to rent or house hunting. But, I learned my rights. I reported both my landlords to the council. I mean, it was for, they didn't provide cycle storage, so I reported them and it got installed. I've saved over £200 because I knew my rights. I saved thousands of pounds up front because I knew my rights. All of this great work won't make a difference if students do not know their rights. So that's why we need to have workshops specifically educating students on what their rights are.
Thank you. And the last word on this question goes to Laurie.
I think obviously continue with Rate Your Landlord. That's been a great thing. And also making sure students know their rights and promoting the Student Advice Centre where they can actually get their contracts checked, because they do have 24 hours and people should know that they can get their contract checked before they're stuck in any kind of contract. I think also trying to fight for contract breakers. I've been stuck in a contract before that I wanted to get out of, and I think that needs to be promoted. People need to be able to get out of contracts that they're not happy in. And we do have the power where the customers, the landlords work for us. So as a student body, and I will fight for this, I'm passionate about it, we can make change and we can make landlords less powerful and change the power over to the student population.
And there we have it. We've reached the end of the pre-set questions. Can we have a quick round of applause for all of the candidates there? Some good questions and some really good answers. And now it's time to pass over to our roaming reporter, Dows.
Another job upgrade, thank you. So we've had two questions on Twitter that are more or less the same, and they're both from somebody called Rach. And to summarise, how are you going to get more students registered to vote? There are two huge periods of elections, the PCC and the council elections, followed by the in-out EU referendum. How would you get more students registered to vote?
I will start with Jamie on this one.
Well, this is an issue that is very close to my heart. The government changed the rules at the end of last year, and it meant that 800,000 people were wiped off the electoral register, mostly students and young people. Last semester, I led a voter registration drive with the help of my society and great staff members of the union, like Kay, who we can see here in the audience. We got Jeremy Corbyn to come to campus and encourage students to register to vote. Today I pledged to make an annual voter registration drive a key priority of the community officer, because it's so important in getting our voices heard. Because if students don't vote, we end up with policies like £9,000 tuition fees and maintenance grants scrapped, and that's just not good enough.
Thank you, and we'll cross all the way over to hear from Sasha, please. Sasha.
Sorry. Yeah, I think, as Jamie said, it needs to be a really big priority at the union. I think it's something that I definitely like to see put in policy, that the union would really make a push around those times when students should be registering. I also think we could definitely up our game with promotion. I'd like to see societies getting involved, their committees, because they're where students really engage. So yeah, I'd like to continue the work that is being done to push students to vote, but I'd also like to see a greater student-led push into that.
Thank you, and we'll go to James Killen, please, next.
Yeah, I would agree that drives to promote voter registration are really important. I mean, PCC elections aren't really that sexy, so it's about giving students the information on why they should vote, what they should be getting involved in, and allowing them to make that decision. LeadLUU already has form with the award-winning Give an X campaign, so there's lots in place to work on and continue to get students engaged.
Thank you, and we'll go to Laurie, please, next.
I think when you first come to Leeds, you should be able to register to vote then. So maybe when you pick up your student card, that should be when you are registered to vote in Leeds. To make it an easier system, more accessible, so people don't have to actually do it themselves. And also promote it on social media, promote it throughout the different schools so people are aware that they need to vote. Also, people need to be educated on the Police and Crime Commissioner, because I think it's not just a student problem, it's a massive problem in the whole of the population.
Thank you, and Matthias, please.
Voter registration is not the main problem. If it was, we'd see every student be voting in our election here in the university. The problem is, how do we get students engaged with politics? And what you say is, you go to them and say, look, do you want tuition to be free? If so, this candidate is going to promise this candidate is promising this. We need to get students motivated and engaged with ideas. If you do that, they will automatically enroll, they'll be motivated to enroll, and this won't be a major issue.
And the last word on this question goes to James Parry.
Yeah, the government's changing its voting boundaries, and it's not fair because this is marginalising students who are at the ends of misguided government policies, so taking away student grants, for example, and this is making students have a weaker voice. But I do agree with Matthias that we do need to increase the sort of engagement of students in politics. 7 out of my 9 housemates last year didn't register to vote when there was ample warning, but I would say definitely pushing for annual registration drives, or potentially even biannual, and there'd certainly be one around the European referendum. But I also think it's about applying pressure upwards, maybe collecting with National Union of Students and saying, look, the voting system we have at the moment isn't sensible. Why don't we introduce online voting? We can pay money on our phones like that. Why can't we vote online? It should be simple, and I think we could actually apply pressure on government as a collective student body.
Thank you. Just a quick reminder as well that if you're not sure who to vote for, maybe you're sitting through these debates and thinking, flipping out, they're all good, well, you can go over to the LeadLUU webpage there. We've got a dream team type feature. So it's a little bit like fantasy football, but not quite the same. So you're asked a lot of questions and you pick your answers, and then it matches you up with the candidate who will be your ideal preference. Voting does open on Friday. Have we got time for one more, maybe, Dose? One more question. So if you want to ask a question to the candidates, just raise your arm quite clearly.
Any questions from the floor? Yes, sir.
Hi. How can we work more with local charities in the area, and do the candidates have an example of a charity that they've worked with?
Could you repeat that? Sorry, I think the microphone was quite quiet.
How can we work more with local charities in the area, and do the candidates have an example of a charity that they've worked with previously?
So how would you work more with charities in the area, and have you got any experience of this in the past? We'll go over to Sasha to start this one off.
So I think that societies and volunteering societies are a really great example of how students can get involved in charities and charity work. I think creating that link between societies and local organisations, businesses and charities can really help to give all students the opportunities to do that. I'd also like to see the university really push to include that on higher education achievement records. I've worked with a number of charities, one of them National Citizen Service, which works to equip 16 to 17-year-olds for moving on in later life for employability and to push them to register to vote.
Thank you. And James Parry, please.
I've worked with the Leeds University Union, which is a registered charity, as a commercial advisor on the union's new development plan. I think to increase the participation of students in charities on a wider level, we need to create sort of an online portal, a bit like we have with the Job Link, where local charities and local enterprises can put the skills that they're demanding on and just push this so that students are more aware of it and send out more emails so that there's more opportunities for students to get the work experience skills that they need as well.
Thank you, and we'll have Jamie next, please.
I think if there's any charities who a society is particularly passionate about or really wants to work with, they should be able to do that, and the union should be able to help them do that. As I said earlier, with my society, there's a lot of us that really care about food poverty. Tonight we're hosting a food drive for Leeds North and West Food Bank, and I think we should be able to do more things like that. If I'm the community officer next year, and there's a society that's desperate to get the union working with a particular charity they have in mind, I'll be more than happy to help them out.
Thank you, and we'll have Laurie next, please.
I work with Stop Hate UK, who I think are really important. And I was part of organising Law's Got Talent, where we actually put on a talent show in the law school with Law Sock and Crim Sock, and we actually used the students' talents to raise money for that charity. And now there's an established link between the law school and this charity, so people are getting volunteering opportunities out of that. And I think that would be great to roll that out onto further societies.
Thank you, and we'll have Matthias next, please.
So actually, one of my policies is based on a campaign that Shelter, the homelessness and the housing charity is pushing, which is to ban letting fees in England, which is the case in Scotland. So of course, I want to also ban letting fees. Unfortunately, apparently the union can't push for a change in law. So what I've been doing was using the union's power to fight against fees, whether it's banning landlords from the housing fair if they charge a fee, or banning them from advertising with us if they charge a fee. So yes, actually this idea was passed in 2013 to support Shelter's campaign, and a lot of my work has been going around Shelter.
And lastly, to round off this debate, we've got James Killen.
To pick up very quickly on something that James said about advertising skills needed by local charities, that does currently exist on the Leeds for Life website, but there's a case of there being about half a dozen different websites that all link very disparately to one another, and you might not necessarily know that this information is available and is out there. So again, it's about working feeding into the union's digital strategy and figuring out how a lot of this information could be streamlined and made much more visible. And in terms of getting students, getting societies linked up with their equivalents in the city, I think that could be done at the beginning of the year when you're inducting a new committee. You can work with the activities officer, you can work with the activities office to give them a directory of equivalents that they can work with, that they can learn from, and share expertise and share resources.
Thank you very much, and that rounds off our debate for the candidates running to be your new community officer. Give them another round of applause. So we're going to have a very quick 5-minute break now, and then coming up after that will be your candidates running to be your new education officer. Thank you.
Give them a round of applause as they come off the stage, folks. We're going to have a 15-minute break now to give our host a chance to, eat and have something and have a drink. So we'll be having the education debate in 15 minutes. And if in 5 minutes the education candidates can come to my left over here, that'd be fantastic. So the education debate will happen in 10 minutes' time. If I could ask all the education candidates to please head over there. That includes you, Jocelyn. Jocelyn, go over there for me, please. Thank you. So the education debate will be starting in 10 minutes. Please take your seats as soon as you can. So last call for the education candidates. If the education candidates could head over there, please, that'd be fantastic.
They say the devil's water, it ain't so
Just give me a list.
You don't have to drink right now,
So I can...
but you can dip your feet every once in a little while.
You sit there in your heartache, waiting on some beautiful boy to save you from your old ways. You play forgiveness, watching now, here he comes. He doesn't look a thing like Jesus, but he talks like a gentleman, like you imagined when you were young.
Talks like a gentleman, like you imagine
When you were young, I said he doesn't look a thing like Jesus. He doesn't look a thing like Jesus. But more than you'll ever know.
Hey, I'm going to show you all something. It's really important. I'd like to...
Yeah, love you so much.
And no, look, I'm yelling and nobody can hear me on this mic because our technology is rubbish. The people who provide it are even worse. They can't do one simple job right. So the only way people are going to hear you, folks, watch this. Watch magic happen now.
That's it.
Here, not going to help you.
It's here. So get the microphone comfortable to you now. Can you talk into it? Is it hitting your nose, Catherine?
If not, bring it down a wee touch. Angle it so it
Works for you. Don't leave that post.
Yeah, I make 'em nervous. Crack a window, crack a broken bone. Crack your knuckles when you're at home. And give me this big cone.
Maybe I'll get a bit hot. Oh, the mic's on now. The mic's very much on.
All you had to do was ask, who is it that wears a mask? When you put me in the task, you know you're living broken, shirtless. Shake your lips at the door, woman. And shake your hips like battleships. Yeah, all the white girls trip when I sing at Sunday service. Sing at Sunday service. I sing at Sunday service. I sing at Sunday service. Sing. 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 I only got one face, da-da-da-da. I tried too long to erase. You know if I left.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to start the education debate in 5 minutes. Please take your time. Benjamin Cook, have you got a problem with my timings? We're going to start the education debate in 5 minutes. Please take your seats.
If I left, you never see me again. You never see me again. I wouldn't leave a trace. You never see me again.
We're going to start the debate in 1 minute. Melissa, you're on the clock. Okay, guys, here we go. The education debate is about to start. And what we've done all afternoon in order to give the candidates a really big boost is we want to make sure that we are very noisy, that we clap them onto the stage, we respect them as they come on, and we listen attentively. To get that noise started, I'm going to ask you to do a little thing for me. I'd like you to do a small round of applause. Just a very quiet one. Bit loud. Now a bit louder. Now a bit louder. Now start whooping and hollering. And please welcome Sam Oliver and the education debate.
Hello and welcome back to Question Time here at Leeds University Union, here in the audience. And as well as that, people are also watching live at home via our cameras at the back. We've got one there, we've got one there, we've got one there, and we've also got one there. So give them a wave. And if you are listening online as well, remember you can get involved in the debate too using Twitter. Just use the hashtag LeadLUU. So it's been a really interesting afternoon of debating so far. And we're going to move on now to the education officer debate. Now, this role involves helping students to run at the university in partnership to shape how it works. They also represent students to the university to make sure that their education meets their expectations. And they also work with reps to make sure students have a say in how their course is run. So we're going to invite the candidates onto the stage one by one, and we'll start with Umar Saeed Chowdhury. We've got Melissa Owusu. We've also got Sam Ross. We've got Catherine Russell and Jocelyn Terrell. So, if you have been here throughout the whole afternoon, I apologise for explaining once again how the whole thing works, but for those of you who have just joined us, the candidates will have 1 minute to explain why they should be the new education officer. And then we'll move on to our 4 preset questions. So these were questions submitted by students throughout the week, and they will get roughly 30 seconds to answer those questions. And then after that, we'll throw it over to you guys. So if you have any questions you'd like to ask the candidates, you can raise your hands a little bit later on. Just a couple of housekeeping notices as well. Voting does open on Friday at 12 o'clock, that's midday, so not tomorrow, but the day after. It then closes on the following Thursday, and the results take place live here on Friday, the 11th of March at 5 o'clock. And if you can't make it down, they'll also be live on Leeds Student TV and at Leeds Student Radio. So let's get the debate underway. Why should you be the next education officer? And we'll pick candidates at random, and we'll do it in a random order for each question to ensure we are fair and impartial. So let's start with Sam.
Okay. I should go a bit closer. Hiya. First of all, this whole race isn't about me. It's about you. So if elected, I want to do what you want me to do, so that when I step down, I know that I've made a difference. My manifesto is shaped by your ideas, and I've been speaking to people throughout the past few weeks to kind of define what that is. So currently, I've heard things about support for part-time students and those that aren't on campus. I've had a lot of feedback on the need to standardize modules and on making an increase towards engaging in interactive sessions like seminars, tutorials, and debates. So I've got plenty of experience to get this kind of student change made. I've been school rep for the past year, but I've been informally doing the role for 3 years. I've been a key faculty contact in the FBS for 4 years, so I know how to make the changes that you want to see. So help me put the U in education and vote Sam Ross number 1 for education on Friday. Thank you.
Thank you, and we'll move on next to my right to Umar.
Great. So I have to explain myself why I'm the best candidate. Well, let me start with this first. I've been here for about 4 years. I've been aware of partnership, and like Sam, all the ideas on my manifesto are creative. They're unique. I want to work more for interdisciplinary engagement, and that's one of my main ideas. I want to enhance what we learn. I want to enhance what we learn out of classrooms. I want to enhance what we learn out of classrooms and seminars with each other. And I think with the talent we have in university, I can really bring it together. So, vote for Umar. I'm on YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, all these usual channels, but also I'll be visiting a lot of different schools. And I believe as education, You need to go ahead, talk to the students who will be involved if I do win, or if any of the person here wins. I think we need to involve the students in our campaigns, answer their queries, and I think I'm the best person to do that. Cheers.
Thank you. Move on next to Catherine, please.
Hi, I'm Catherine Russell, and as the first PhD student to run in the Leeds leadership race, I know that I can bring you a different angle, new views, and a different perspective on the Students' Union in education. I've been in higher education for 7 years, so I know what it takes to make you guys feel career ready, and the statistics that we got given show that 59% of you don't feel career ready in your third year. And that's not right. So basically, the way I want to tackle that is through soft skills training, better training in which is through the faculties and in the union as well. So I want to make sure that the faculties and the right people are taking responsibility for making you guys feel career ready, as well as that proper representation so that the course reps and the school reps have got the right tools to make sure they can take your queries higher and they get the right amount of power to make a difference for you. Thank you.
Thank you. And we'll move on to Mel's next, please.
Okay, so hello everybody. I think that you should re-elect me because over the past year I've tried to work tirelessly to bring the important issues that the university has tried to ignore to the forefront. And if elected, I want to continue to represent you the best that I can. I want to empower your education, so through a diverse and liberated curriculum, as well as giving students more input into how they're assessed. I want to put more money in your pocket. I want to cut resit fees and tackle differential costs across different courses in the university. I want to ensure your campus is comfortable and accessible at all times. I want to create alternative study spaces by opening the union spaces 24 hours during exam periods. I want to increase the library opening hours as well. Also, I want to continue the work that I've been doing with module enrollment by creating a more receptive system as well as automatic module waiting lists. And through all that I do and everything that a strong view of liberation runs through everything that I do and everything that I want to do. So thank you for listening.
Thank you. Not quite sure what that is, but it's fine. We'll go to Jocelyn next.
Hi everyone, I'm Jocelyn Terrell. I'm a fourth year environmental scientist, and I think I'd be great as your education officer for next year because I've studied in 3 different institutions, which has given me a great perspective and loads of ideas. And in my manifesto, I highlighted 3 separate things that I really wanted to focus on. The first thing I wanted to focus on was eliminating hidden course costs. I'd go about this by getting the extra costs associated with modules published on the module catalogue so everyone can see them until we can get to the point where we can actually get rid of those costs altogether. The second big thing I wanted to do is feedback. Everyone experiences professors with not giving very good feedback, and I want to bring everyone up to at least a minimum standard by introducing subject-specific minimum feedback. And then as a third thing, I just want to increase resources. That's core textbooks, library space, seating, more teaching space that we should get rid of Wednesday afternoons, and more plugs for everyone, because there's definitely not enough of those around.
Thank you. And we'll move on to the first of our presenting questions now. So how do you think you can best represent the opinions and views of students on education? So how do you think you can best represent the opinions and views of students on education? And once again, we'll go in a completely random order. So we'll start with Umair.
Okay. So could you repeat the question?
Absolutely, no worries. So how do you think you can best represent the views and opinions of students on education?
Great. I think it's a great question because we are not the actual people who should be answering this question. It's the actual students who should be answering it. And one of the things I've done is, rather than putting posters and banners, I went ahead and had loads of one-to-ones with students. And I've told them, what do you want to see from your campaign officer? What do you want to see from your education officer? So even if I don't actually win, I plan to actually give it to the person who does win. So I've got an Excel file all laid out for the education officer. And one of the things that I've come across a lot of times is that a lot of students, a lot of education officers and union students are putting a lot of effort, but they're not communicating it properly. So I want to use my skills as a marketeer and a LeadLUU student to represent the role fully.
Thank you, and we'll go to Jocelyn next, please.
So I already started trying to change the way that views and opinions are collected, and I've started doing subject-specific manifestos. If you've checked out my Facebook page or my Twitter, I've been releasing them on there. And I've been going to the different departmental students and asking, what specifically do you need for your department, to try and incorporate that into my plans if I was to become an education officer. As an education officer, you're there to try and understand what is going on in every department in the university, and I'd like to build on the work that Mel's has done this year with the school reps, and using that way to integrate the feedback from every single student up to the top union level to get that passed on to the university to get changes made.
Thank you, and we'll go to Catherine, please, next.
Hi, so I've got experience of being an undergraduate, a master's student and a PhD student, so if anyone can represent the views from all three of them and understand where there needs to be more help and certainly more support in training and such like that, that would be me. I also do research for a living at the moment as a PhD student, so if there's anything more that needs to be found out and researched from schools, from students and from undergraduates, I would be able to do that.
Thank you, and we'll go to Mel's next, please.
So this is all, it all goes down to listening to students, trying to find what students want and listening to each different school. And that, a lot of that comes through the rep channels, and we have here standing some amazing school reps. And working with the reps as much as you can to try and find out what's happening in those singular schools and taking it up to the top and identifying the trends that are going on across university to tackle them as wholly as you can. And as well, it's having the confidence to have those uncomfortable conversations with the university, because the university doesn't always like what we have to say, but the education officer has got to be able to represent those student views.
Thank you, and for the last word on this question, we've got Sam.
Okay, I would kind of say largely what everybody else has said, but also that the job of the education officer is to represent students from all across the university, and part of that is recognizing that actually a lot of these views aren't always the same. A lot of people have very divided opinion on a lot of topics, so some schools may want a change towards, I don't know, digital learning, and others might not. Some might be welcoming of more interactive debate type seminars and sessions, others might not. So it's about listening to the views through the existing rep systems and just generally increasing student representation and listening to people and kind of knowing when an approach is appropriate for the whole university and when it's not.
Thank you. We'll move on to the second of our presenting questions now. So if a student hands in an essay late, they are penalised. If a lecturer returns feedback after the 3-week deadline, there are no repercussions for them currently. Should lecturers have to hit deadlines? And if they don't, should they be proportionately disciplined? So if a student hands in an essay late, they're penalised. If a lecturer doesn't return feedback within the 3 weeks, they don't get penalised. Should lecturers have to hit deadlines? And if they don't, should they be disciplined? So again, we'll go in a random order, and we'll start with Mel's.
This is something that is very dear to my heart. So of course lecturers should be given feedback on time. But I feel that amongst the student community, we always feel that like our head of school or somebody within our school is the ceiling. And if the head of school says, okay, that lecturer's giving you your feedback late, but that's okay, that we can't break through that. But it's using those rep channels. It's things coming back up to the union to show that feedback is so important and it needs to be given on time. Because if I take that feedback back to the Pro Vice Chancellor for Student Education, she would say what on earth is going on in this school and rectify that. So the education officer, it's their duty to make sure that feedback's given on time.
Thank you, and we'll go to Jocelyn next, please.
Yeah. Feedback is a big thing, as I highlighted in my manifesto. By a lot of departments already make lecturers register what date they're giving work out, what date is due, and what date they're meant to give it back. But they don't publish those or follow those up. So I want them to be publishing when work is given back. So you're almost naming and shaming professors that are late, and hopefully that will help push them towards giving it back on time. I know with e-submission and things like that, it is helping professors get it back quicker, which is good for students. And I'd have to agree that it's up to students to start putting pressure on lecturers. If they're not moaning about getting work back late, no one's going to do anything about it. You've got to sort of stand up and make ourselves heard through our course reps and school reps.
Thank you, and we'll move on to Sam next, please.
Okay, so this is a core principle of the partnership agreement. So the partnership agreement that everybody signs, whether you're staff or student, when you start your degree or when you're employed by the university. So we need to be holding lecturers accountable when they're not returning feedback on time. And as Melissa said, it's about going to the kind of the higher powers where we need to, and that's the job of the education officer. But about kind of redefining the partnership and looking at the way that we're able to say, this is what you're expecting of us as students. So we need to get more back from you. We need to know exactly what you're expected to do as an academic and get that feedback by a certain time. I've seen across a few schools now, they're introducing, I think Jocelyn just mentioned it, there's these timelines of when feedback is due. And one of the things that I'm hoping to do is produce a kind of university-wide assessment of exactly where modules are and what they're doing. So I think looking at kind of when feedback is being returned could definitely be a part of that, and it would be a kind of visual way to see which schools are lagging behind, and we can chase those schools up individually.
Thank you, and Catherine, please.
Hi, so I think that this problem is actually just the tip of a rather large iceberg, in that there are lots of things that lecturers should do and don't do. As a PhD student, I get told off if I don't hand marking back in on time, because PhD students also do marking. So perhaps if PhD students receive more training and a bit more attention, then they would be able to help out with some of this. If they literally just don't have the time to mark, then let us help, because PhD students do that anyway. I think lecturers should also have compulsory pastoral care top-up training as well, which is a slightly off topic, but it's also something to do with the responsibilities of lecturers. When there should be like a point system, they should have deadlines. One of my supervisors had some of my work now for nearly a month, and I haven't had it back. So this needs to be applied to PGR students as well as undergraduates.
Thank you, and the last word on this question goes to Umair.
Great. I've been working on this actually a lot in our LeadLUU school, and what I'm holding is a feedback day, just to let the staff come together with the students as well. However, I would point out that staff has to mark at least 200 essays, and student has to just write one essay. That makes a massive difference for the staff as well. And what we don't is not just any feedback. We don't want copy-paste comments. We want quality feedback. So if they want 1 week extra, if I'm education officer, I would give them that time. However, students should have some kind of generic feedback from the staff. How did we all do all together? How did the class do? So what was the mean score? And that's what LeadLUU already does. And as education officer, I plan to make it as a best practice embedded whole-wide in university. Thank you.
Thank you. Remember, you can join the debate on Twitter with the hashtag LeadLUU as well. Hi to Lauren, who said that she's put off doing an essay this afternoon, and instead she's watched the whole of the debate so far. That is commitment right there. Hi also to Zaki as well. He says it's awesome to see so many education candidates as school reps. So we'll move on to the next question now. Bit of a hypothetical on this. Should higher education be free? So short and sweet, should higher education be free? Some approvals from the audience there. And we'll start on this one with Catherine.
So when you were at school, if you weren't happy with how a course is being taught, you didn't therefore have the hold over that because you weren't paying for that education. So just think about the implications that it could have if higher education did become free. I think it's far too expensive, but if we're going to be cutting those costs, then we need to think about where that money is going to come from. I was in the penultimate lower fee year, and so I saw the changes, and I've seen that it started off by cutting course costs, and it's now gone back to them taking the mick and basically hiring costs in other places, which is not acceptable. I do think that it should be significantly cheaper, but then we need to think about what graduate tax is going to mean and things like that. So I would do my research and see what legitimate options there were to lowering the fees.
Thank you, and we'll go on to Sam next, please.
Okay, so I think free education is a great concept, definitely, but I think it's probably more feasible for us to be thinking along the lines of what's happening to the student grants and the maintenance grants and the kind of the funding that people get, particularly from widening participation backgrounds, to actually come to university, because the reality is that education isn't free. And so I think we need to be focusing more on where cuts are being made and how we can kind of counteract those. So the university makes a surplus of money every year, and the Vice Chancellor said the other day that the alumni network is providing a large amount of our money that is going towards schemes like Access for Leeds and all these schemes that get students into university and can kind of provide the loans and the bursaries that Leeds themselves are providing for students to come from these disadvantaged backgrounds. So I think whether or not education is free is maybe not the point here. It's about making sure that if it's not free, which it currently isn't, the disadvantaged people are not suffering as a result and can still have access to that high quality education.
Thank you. We'll move on to Umer next, please.
Yeah, that's a very interesting question because someone just asked me the exact same question in my presentation today for final year students, and I told them this answer. I told them, if you think education should be free, you should try ignorance. Ignorance is going to make you pay a lot, and being educated is going to help you counter that ignorance that a lot of students, a lot of other people might have. And also coming from a different background, I would say Leeds actually got me rushed to this institute. It helped me provide scholarship. It helped provide grants as well, just to help me support myself and my family. So, like Sam said, the question should not be that education should be free or not. It's about people who cannot afford it. How can we actually help them get educated? Because, everyone who gets here to Leeds to get educated. Cheers.
Thank you, and we'll have Mel's next, please.
I think that education should be free at every single level possible. Higher education, for me, was the most transformative experience I've ever had in my life. And I don't think that should be guarded from anyone. And even if you don't have to pay for your education up front, at the same time, that if you've grown up in a household that's had a culture of debt, having £9,000 more, plus now the entire loan, is going to be an absolutely horrible idea for you. And so why would you choose to go to higher education? The university's had a £56 million surplus this year. Like, what are they doing with this money? So I just really believe that education needs to be free at every single levels. I got the grants, I got access to Leeds, but that doesn't mean that for somebody else that could have got that debt wouldn't have constricted them from going to education. Free education, man.
Thank you. And for the last word on this question, we've got Jocelyn.
So, maybe unfortunately for some of you guys that are cheering, I don't think that education should be free. I think £9,000 is an extortionate amount to pay for your education. But I think if the government could find enough money to make higher education free for everyone, I think that money would be better invested into secondary school and college education so that everyone has the same background and the same opportunities to get the grades to come to uni. And I think that's where a lot of the inequality is from, depending on your area and depending on what schools you can go to, depends on what university you can make it to. And I think by increasing everyone's opportunity to go to university, that would be a better way to spend the money than just making university free for everyone.
Thank you. So we've got the final one of our preset questions coming up next. We're going to be crossing over to the crowd in a little bit as well. So if you've got any questions on your mind that you do want to ask the candidates, keep them in your head because we'll be coming to you very, very shortly. So this next question was sent in by a final year student. And she is concerned with the graduate job market at the moment. And as the education officer, what would you be doing to help people in her situation next year to find a job and really make her degree count? So, as I say, it's written from a final year student. She's concerned with the graduate job market at the moment, and as an education officer, what would you be doing to help people in her situation next year to find a job and really make her career count? So again, we'll just go to a candidate at random, and we'll start this off with Umer.
Yeah, great. So I'm a third year student. I'm currently in the process of looking for a job, so I can really relate to her really well. What the problem with the job market is that a lot of us tend to go to big places, for example, Berlin or London, which is not actually true. So I've actually applied to Yorkshire a lot, and I've been successful in various different steps, which I would not be if I went to London, for example. So what I would propose as an education officer is to not actually just represent the opportunities that everyone knows, that you can just find it when you Google it, is represent the opportunities that the employers need. The employers need good students, the employer needs students from Leeds University, and as an education officer, if I can help them get that, I think it would not just help me, but also help them as well in future. Thank you.
Thank you, and we'll go to Jocelyn, please, next.
Yeah, getting a job at the end of university is the whole point of coming to university, so I think it's a real big problem. I would really like to strengthen the ties with alumni to try and get more alumni coming in to talk about what career paths they've gone down and how they've got to where they've been. You can personally identify with them, and it makes that getting somewhere in your career seem something a lot more achievable than when you see these sort of people in high-powered jobs on TV, or you get them coming in at the careers fair and they're like, I'm so-and-so in a thing, and you think, how can I even ever get there? I think that's a really good thing. I mean, I'm going to have to find a job if I don't get this education officer position, and it's something that I think is quite daunting, and if I'm daunted by it, I'm sure a lot of you are as well. So I think careers advice could be definitely improved in the university.
Thank you, and we'll go to Sam next, please.
Okay. So I would say there's two main angles I would go about tackling this. The first one would be strengthening ties with the Careers Centre. We have a fantastic careers service here at Leeds, and I think a lot of faculties are not maybe as aware of them, or don't make their students as aware of them as they could be. So over in FBS, we've got our own employability officer who is fantastic. He works with students all the time to help them get, whether it's job applications, PhD applications, whatever, even just your year out, your year in industry. And he's really fantastic that way. So I think improving kind of awareness of the careers services, and that there are these specialist careers officers in place in faculties is a great way to do this. The other way is to just make sure that when you leave Leeds, your degree is as standout as it can be. So I think that comes down to supporting you while you study to do extra things that give you the edge against other students from other universities. So a lot of that comes down to the fact that a lot of our students work part-time. So I think by providing extra support for students who work part-time, we'll be making sure that their degree doesn't suffer as a result of that part-time work, and they're actually improving their employability by gaining that part-time work as they also earn money to support them while they do their degree. So I think it's that kind of two-angled approach of the people who are going to graduate and have been making the most of the careers service, and the people who are working already while they're doing their degree. Thank you.
Thank you, and we'll go to Catherine next, please.
I'm really glad this question came up. So basically, the graduate job market has been evolving, and more is required from students. And the thing is, the student body has been evolving as well, and yet training students in those essential skills is still, let's sit you in a lecture theatre and talk at you about how to do it. If someone talked at you about how to play piano, you couldn't then go away and play piano, and that's a skill in the same essence as learning how to do public speaking. I think that one of the things I want to do is I want to streamline all the opportunities together and job opportunities into one place, online and physically, so that people can actually find that. And it's not just about, let's go to JobLink, and then let's also go to the Career Centre. I want to bring all that together, and I've actually been and spoken to those people, and this system can go in place because it's all ready. And they all want to do it, but they need someone to drive it, and I would drive that. I think a skill sharing workshop as well, where people in societies can say, well, our society is amazing at communication, for example, the debating society, we will train people, and having a skill sharing centre at the union who can actually share these ideas and things. And I write workshops on networking, and as far as actually getting jobs goes, if you network and you're taught how to do speculative job applications and the union supports you in that, you're more likely to be successful. And this should be happening as career coaching from second year.
Thank you, and the last word on this question goes to Mels.
So yeah, I think the main things here are skills and alumni. So utilising things that we already have, like Leeds Network, where you can speak to current alumni from all over the world and hear about exactly what they're doing. And skills, so utilising Leeds for Life system to build on your skills. And also I've been doing a lot of work with the HR department in the union to look at how we can help school reps, people that are in societies, people that work part-time, develop their skills and take that forward to that graduate job. I also really want to work with the career service to make sure that they're looking at students as individuals, because all students have different concerns when they go for a job. Like a student may have a learning difficulty, or a student may have English not as their first language, and make sure that the career service is really recognising that. But above all, I really want to make sure that choice is at the centre of this, because not every student wants to get a graduate job. Some students may want to go travelling, some students may want to go into the voluntary sector, and making sure that all of those are treated equally and with as much importance.
Thank you, and that rounds off the presenting questions. Can we have a quick round of applause for the candidates? Some really good answers there between you all. I know it's time to pass over to our roaming reporter, Dowes, who is going to search out anyone in the crowd who wants to ask a question. So if you do want to make a point, or if you do want to ask the candidate something, please raise your hand now as clearly as you can.
I'll take one from a student first, Ben, if you don't mind. Technically.
So 50% of PhD students in their third year speak to being having some level of mental kind of like emotional issue. What would you do to support PhD students and make sure they can complete without feeling the kind of excess pressures of a machoist PhD culture?
Is that specific to PhD students? Is that specific to PhD
Yeah, Tom's
students?
question was about 50% of PhD students suffer say they suffer from some kind of mental health issue or stress. What are the candidates going to do for PhD students?
Okay, so for this one, we'll start with Catherine.
Well, this is an issue which is actually one of the main reasons I'm running. There's this thing called second year blues in PhDs, and you're almost expected, and it's the culture. And you know what? The union should be accepting responsibility for that, and the faculty should be accepting responsibility for that. There's this amazing comic which is like, it says, how normal people check the weather, they look out the window. How researchers check the weather, they look it up online. And you know what? It's actually more true and sad than that sounds. There needs to be a lot more support, there needs to be a lot more understanding, and PGRs, research postgraduates, need to be separated from taught postgraduates because we are not one of the same. As well as that, some of the things I want to do, I want to create welcome packs for research students and make sure that they know the unions for them. I didn't know student advice was for me until my second year, and that's appalling. I had a horrendous housemate, and that was the reason I ended up like walking around the union crying, and someone picked me up and dragged me upstairs. So it was like, we also want to make communities for research students, so I want to make I couldn't name you a single PhD student outside of my faculty. We don't have any sort of community. I've been pushing for a centre in the Students' Union for just researchers, so that there's somewhere to go that other people actually understand, and creating summer societies for like board game nights, swimming, hiking, that kind of thing, so we can go out and enjoy the weather with other people.
Thank you, and we'll go to Jocelyn next, please.
Yeah, so as much as my school's quite big on research-led teaching, we don't really come into contact with PhD students. And until I sort of met Catherine and started talking to her, I didn't really realise half of the stuff that was affecting PhD students. And I think a lot of undergraduates are of the same, and sort of not knowing what's going on with them. And a lot of undergraduates are looking at going into PhDs and masters, and therefore don't know what sort of problems they might encounter. And I think that building a really strong pastoral care system like we have for undergraduates, and I know the undergraduates in some schools does need work, but making sure that that's also extended to the PhD students, having over your 3-4 years, a consistent personal tutor that you really build a relationship with and you can go and talk to about problems and can actually be informed and advise you of things like the advice centre being there. So when you're a new student, you come here, they are able to inform you of which facilities are needed and which ones are available to you, so that when it comes to, if you do end up feeling like that, you're not feeling alone, you've got people that you can turn to.
Thank you, and we'll go to Mel's next, please.
Thank you. Yeah, I think the most important thing in this is making sure you speak to PhD students. Like Catherine, she's outlined some amazing ideas that we could take forward. And so all I have to say is that what I really see in this question is that we need to strengthen the social side to it, make sure that we give enough support to our postgraduate society, make sure that we're getting enough postgraduate researchers on the student advisory board that we have here at the union, and we're taking on their ideas and we're making positive change for those PhD students. Also, there's a point about equality and diversity training on my manifesto, and this broadens out to training on mental health. So it's equipping all members of staff across campus to understand the signs that somebody is suffering from a possible mental illness or somebody isn't being themselves. So that's how I think that we could improve postgraduate researchers.
Thank you, and we'll go to your right and hear from Uber next, please.
Yeah, I think that's one of the issues that's affecting not just PGRs, but also I've had talk about different master students as well, and also undergrads as well. One of the systems that's worked really well for undergrads that I have talked with is that personal tutoring system. You can literally talk to anything about them, rather than be your personal issue, health issue, and they will help you. If they don't know the answer, they'll help you find out the answer from somewhere. As an education officer, you can actually help them and the staff empower this and help out the students. Be PGRs or taught graduates or master students or undergraduates. So I think using the system more fairly and sharing these best practices, that's one of my point on manifesto. I think we can really help tackle these issues.
Thank you, and we'll round off this question with Sam.
Okay, I think it's definitely worth picking up on Catherine's point about making sure that we realise that PGR students are separate from PGT students and that they don't have the same needs. When it comes to mental health and things like that, I think it's important to train their supervisors, because potentially any member of staff in the whole university, they have the ability to employ PhD students. And I think because of that, we need to be training all members of staff that are going to be potential supervisors to pick up on signs like stress and other mental health issues, and make sure that not only are they aware of them, but that they know how they can help those students, where to point them to, even if it's just, say, somebody within the faculty, say a mentor or another member of staff that has more specialist training, or whether it's pointing them to things like the Student Counselling Centre or the Student Advice Centre. So I think it's about really making sure the staff are aware, they know how to help the PhD students who are struggling, and making sure that they recognise the signs.
Thank you, and that finishes off that question. Remember, you can still join the debate on Twitter as well. If you are watching at home via Leeds Student TV's live stream, just use the hashtag LeadLUU. We've got time for one more question from the audience, but very quickly, so keep your answers as short as possible.
You sure? We'll go with this one. Thank you, Ben.
So I recently had to fill out a survey, I think it was with The Guardian, about careers after university, and I'm a theatre performance student, so I'm looking to work in the arts, and all the answers that reflected what my career were other, and I sort of realised that there's not really much promotion for careers in the arts. Are you looking to sort of improve that? Because I've not really seen that around uni.
So an interesting question there about promoting arts careers.
We're going to have to ask the candidates to keep this to almost to like a 10-second response due to timing, I'm afraid.
Quick fire round this one. We're going to start with Umar.
Yeah, I think we can use services such as Career Centre, etc. already, which are available to them, but also we can tailor them. So using our personal tutors and mentors who have loads of experience to help the students find a job.
Thank you. We'll go to Sam.
Okay, yeah, in that respect, I would say just making sure that the existing facilities that we have to support students who are doing these, finding jobs, trying to find jobs, have the specialist knowledge of arts backgrounds. So I think, yeah, bringing in specialists within the Careers Centre is probably the way forward for that.
And Mel's?
I really think that that the arts are so important, and I think that it's going to take a bit of a culture change in the university to make sure the arts are as valued as those STEM subjects. And being from the arts, I really want to push that and make sure that the career service is doing enough centralised to make sure that the arts aren't just in the other category, that they have their own space.
And Catherine?
I think the union needs to do some more networking and get better ties with arts subjects. And I think then that you guys need career coaching, so you can recognise all your transferable skills. Because when you do arts, you guys have got communication, you've got public speaking, you've got an amazing skill set. Union needs to be responsible for that with careers fairs.
And Jocelyn?
Yeah, I think that we definitely need to go back and reevaluate and look at which careers things are offered at each different subject level and take a survey of that and see which areas are lacking so we can really target those going on into the next few years and by boosting the career services for those areas that are lacking.
Well, that just about rounds off our debate with the candidates for Education Officer. Can we have another quick round of applause from the audience as well? Answered really well some of those questions. So we're going to have a quick 5-minute interval, and then after that we'll have the candidates on this stage who are competing to be your new Union Affairs Officer. Quick notice as well, voting does open on Friday, so that's not tomorrow, it's the day after. Voting closes the following Thursday, and then we have the results live here in the foyer on Friday the 11th of March from 5 in the afternoon. So Union Affairs coming up next, and then we have the candidates wanting to be the new Griffin editor after that at around about 5 o'clock. Cheers.
We will be having the Union Affairs debate in 4 minutes' time. Congratulations to all the education candidates, guys. Make sure they hear how well they've done. If I could ask everybody who is running for the position of Union Affairs to come over here, that'd be fantastic. So, Union Affairs candidates, if they could be over here. Wait, I think I've got them bar one. Where is he? Jack Palmer, where are you? Come on then, Jack. You still can't hear me. Now you can hear me fine. It has to be here. Here, not so much. It has to be here. Get very close to these microphones so everybody over here, hello, can hear you. Thanks, Greg. Feel better now. Cheers, pet. Okay? That's where you're going to be.
Find yourself a girl and settle down. Live a simple life in a
Folks, 1 minute before we start the Union Affairs Officer debate, followed by the Griffin at 5. Main event, Ben. It's like we planned it. So 30 seconds, please make sure you grab yourselves a hot chocolate as well. It is a bit nippy in here today, but we do have some very nice hot chocolate. Okay, then here we go then. Union Affairs Officer, nice and quick. Let's start off that applause nice and low. Now louder. Now louder. Now whoop. Now holler. Here comes the Union Affairs Officer debate.
We're back. Welcome back to Leeds, LeadLUU question time here in the Union. And we've had loads of debates so far this afternoon. Thank you everyone who's got involved on Twitter with a hashtag LeadLUU. Thank you everyone who's made the effort to come out here as well to witness the debate firsthand. And it's time to move on to our Union Affairs Officer debate now. So this role involves chairing the Board of Trustees and holding staff to account so the Union benefits all students. They oversee the Union's finances to make sure money spent benefits students, and they also make sure students' needs are met through the Union's democratic system, and they help to govern the university as well. So we're going to welcome the candidates one by one onto the stage. We'll start with Toka Dala. We've got Jack Palmer. And you're wondering, yes, I know how it works, just get on with it. I'm going to have to explain it again because people have just arrived. So, it's pretty easy. We're going to ask the candidates why they should. We've got 4 pre-sent in questions. So these are questions that students have sent in over the week to the Union on a variety of different topics. And as I say there, the candidates have then 30 seconds, roughly there or thereabouts, to answer those questions. We'll then throw it over to you guys. So if you have anything you would like to ask the candidates, you can do so then. And you can also get in touch via our Twitter hashtag LeadLUU. So let's kick things off with the 1-minute speeches then. We'll choose the candidates in random orders throughout the set of questions. So why should you be the next Union Affairs Officer? And we'll start with Jack.
All right, hi guys, my name's Jack. Over the last 3 years I've had a lot of experience with LUU, getting to know it through Hall Exec, being a school rep, a society president, and recently I've started facilitating the student forums. So I've got a couple of ideas of how there could be a few upgrades to LUU aside from just the building. So I'd like to really increase student engagement with our student forums. I think we could be doing a far lot more for that. A lot of students don't know what's going on with them. In fact, 46% don't. So we need to change that through advertising them far more through campus media, employing part-time students to go talk to people and propose the questions which are going to be debated. It's so important that people feed into it. I'm also going to lobby the university to increase their funding for LUU. So we have at the moment a block grant. I think it should be more that represents how much we pay our fees for this university. And with that, we can fund a proper wage for students working for our union and give grants to societies. I'd also like to promote student-led cafes and outlets on campus, which could benefit students and LUU together. So if you like those ideas, then please move up with me and vote Jack for Union Affairs. Cheers.
Thank you. We'll move on next to Leron.
Hi, I'm Leron. I'm a third-year politics student at the University of Leeds, and I want to be your Union Affairs Officer. NUS gave us an excellent status, but I want a rawsome union. I've been on the exec of 2 student societies, represented you at NUS last year and will be again this year in April, and have passed policies such as No Platform and Holocaust Memorial Day, and have been involved in Leeds Citizens and interfaith work. I want to tackle the cost of living through a loyalty card system. I want to make it easier to be healthy on campus through healthy meal deal options, and I want to connect you to your union throughout your time at Leeds through better forum engagement. So if you like those ideas and you want to hear more, look at my Facebook page, /VoteLeron, look at me on Twitter, and vote Leron Velleman #1 for Union Affairs for a rawsome union.
Thank you. And we'll go right over to the other side to Toka.
Hi, I'm Toka. I'm the Union Affairs Officer,
In the past 8 months, I've done loads of things. We are launching a digital strategy that means that we're finally getting the website and the app that everyone wants and that's been in candidate manifestos for so long. Supported student-led campaigns, from Refugees Welcome, junior doctor protests, divestment campaigns, things that matter to students. We're also about to launch the biggest cost of living campaign that the union has ever launched, addressing all of those things where students pay way too much for being students. But there's still loads more to be done. There are rampant mental health crises across campuses in the UK. There is more student debt than ever. There is practically no student that doesn't worry about paying their bills. Almost all students worry about life after uni, and if it's the most important things to students, it should be the most important things to the union. So there is loads more to be done. I'm still the first international student to be elected to the exec. I'm still the first postgrad student to be elected to the exec, and I still have much more to do.
Thank you. And we'll move on to Nima now.
Hi, I'm Neema, and the 3 reasons you must vote for me are because my campaign, LUU International, is the most important campaign to the Leeds Union. These are 3 reasons. Why? Number 1, prevent. The only reason we can counter-prevent is by having 100% inclusion in campus. The university has shown a lot of support, and the union as well has shown a lot of support and solidarity with the students, but there's no way we can counter-prevent, now that it's a mandate, if we are not including all students. Currently, only 6% of students are included in the union. Number 2, jobs and money. That's what students actually care about. 94% of students who are actually not engaged or who don't care about the union is because they care about money and jobs, and the union is not doing enough as it should. And the last one is because of more funding to the union. We cannot get more funding for the union if we are only engaging a very small percentage of students. If we increase the number of students who are actually engaged in the union, then we can get more funding.
Thank you. And we'll move on now to our list of 4 preset questions. So as we know, there's lots of building work going on around the university at the moment. And the question posed is, what are your priorities for the union upgrade? So what are your priorities for the union upgrade? And with this one, we'll start with Toka.
So first of all, the union upgrade is great. We basically have 17 million quid to spend on a building that desperately needs an upgrade. So we'll get more student spaces for performance societies, we'll get more spaces for activity in general, and we'll get a new building. I think the most important thing is student communication. Most of you probably heard about the #SaveOldBar campaign that's been going on, and I'm really happy that that happened. We put out consultation to students, and students responded in force and told us what they want from the new old bar and what they want it to look like. And it's exactly through commitment like that from the student body that we can get an old bar that everyone wants to use after the refurb. So staying in touch with students about how they want the spaces to be done and increasing space for all the fantastic activity the students do.
Thank you. We'll move on next to Liron.
Yeah, so I'm glad that the union can take on a project of this scale. I think it's brilliant that we can have a project that makes our building 21st century to fit our union capabilities. I want to make sure that the plans are kept up to date, that we make sure that the timetable that has been set, that we keep to, and any changes to that, students are informed. And as Toke said, we've seen what the campaign about Old Bar this week, and the union put out their statement on that, but that might not be the last time that students want to have consultation on the changes to the union building. And so, at any point a student wants to consult on changes that we can make, I'll be there to talk to them about it.
Thank you, and we'll have Nima next, please.
Okay, I think the big project is a very good one, and quite good that the union can actually engage at that level. However, I'm concerned that we are paying too much attention to the shops and bars and the food that we serve here, which is amazing. According to the NUS website, we are actually ranked the best for music, entertainment, and the best bars of all unions in the country. However, we need platforms where students can actually meet and engage. A lot of students have actually said they also want a place they can meet with people of like-minded views and have a platform to debate about things that actually matter to them. So for me, my priority is actually having more room for students to meet, to talk, and to actually integrate with each other.
Thank you. And lastly for this question, we've got Jack.
All right, I'm really happy that the union is going to get an upgrade. I think it's a beautiful building at the moment. I can't wait to see what it'll look like in the future, except perhaps maybe keeping Old Bar in its sort of nice, dark, warm state. Yeah, a few woos in the crowd. But I think that if there's something to upgrade, I think it's the way that we engage with students. I know I've said it before, but I think it's really important. Doesn't matter how beautiful the building is, if students feel that they're not being able to input into it, then it's all for nothing. So I think that really we need to be making sure that students know what the student forums are, how to fit into them. Like, I've been working on them this year, and it's the most frustrating thing when people don't know what a bit of policy which has been passed, they don't know what's about to be discussed, and they don't know how to discuss or input into the event. So you need to be able to have that right before maybe moving on to some other things, so that students don't turn around and say, well, why did you do that? I didn't get put in. So I guess since the building's kind of in safe hands, I think some of the designs are lovely. I think that's something I would like to work on.
Thank you. And next up is a question that has raised a bit of controversy here across the university in the past few weeks. So do you believe and do you think that we should have a no platform policy? So do you believe and do you think we should have a no platform policy? I can see the crowd buzzing for this question. So without further ado, let's get into it, and let's start off with Nima.
Okay, I think we already have a no platform policy as a union, which I support to a great extent. I don't think the people who are hateful, people who preach more segregation and who don't have a room for freedom of speech and freedom of expression for other people should be allowed to campus. However, I feel like we are missing out on a big opportunity to actually have those debates here. So no platform for outsiders who want to come here and preach hatred, but how about a platform for students here to actually air their views? We are actually having a no platform inside as well. So my responsibility, if I'm elected, would be actually to give students that platform. Because if we we have enough brains within campus from students at all levels to actually have those debates and to actually have all students be exposed to what is happening internationally and even locally here in the UK. And if we don't have that platform, then that's where we have a risk of students getting those views, because we cannot no platform the internet, and every student has access to that. So.
Thank you, and we'll have Toke next, please.
The no platform is a favorite topic of mine. I would not want to take the right of students to decide what goes on in this building away. It's the membership that decides what we sell in our shops, and it's the membership that decides what is right and what is wrong in the union. It's the membership that has control over what the union does. So basically, free speech isn't under threat. We have more debates in the union than we ever have had before. We have more external speakers than we've ever had before. We have more student societies doing more activity than ever before. Free speech is alive and well, and I don't think that it's conducive to free speech having the National Front in the union foyer saying kill all Jews or something to that effect. That is not what free speech looks like.
Thank you, and we'll move on to Jack next, please.
I think to mirror a couple of things which Toka said, I think it is a common sense policy. Just inviting a fascist into here will not persuade them that they're wrong. They, by their very nature, don't tend to listen to reasonable arguments. And I think if students are saying we don't want to have these people here, we should respect those views. I hosted a debate on this in this room last term, and I was really proud that some students were really eager to challenge these people head on and confront them about their ideas. But if those are the ones who are quite vocal about it, we have to make sure we listen to the ones who maybe feel a bit threatened or a bit backwards about perhaps having this frontal debate, which It's their choice to have it whether or not. If students really want to, I think that's something good. It's something that we should organise perhaps even outside the union, off campus. But in this building, if it's ours, and if we're saying we don't want to have that going on here, then that's what we should respect with the majority of students.
Thank you. And the last word on this question goes to Leron.
Yeah, so I've made no secret of the fact that I'm in favour of no platform. I passed the policy this term because I believe that racists and fascists have no place on our campus. That's been the policy that LeadLUU has for the last few years and that we've had nationally in NUS. For me, it's there to protect freedom of speech, not stifle the debate. If I walk through here and National Action, a group that argue for the new Shoah, the Jewish word for the Holocaust, to happen again, I don't think that that's something that I can debate with them. But what I'm angry about is that no platform debate has become something in this country that's been used to stifle the debate. And I'm angry that the fact that we, as students who do want no platform, are having to have the arguments about whether stifling the debate is included in no platform. So I was very clear when I passed the policy that it names the organisations that we ban, and it names the scope of what can and can't be banned by our union. And so, I want to make sure that that is done as best practice across the country so that we can win this debate and kick racists and fascists off our campus.
Thank you. And time to move on to the third of our 4 precinct questions now. A bit of an easy one, this. What are your 3 main priorities for next year? So what are the 3 things that you would like to achieve if you were elected as Union Affairs Officer? And for this one, we'll start with Jack.
All right, well, hopefully that's easy because my manifesto is organised into 3 handy points. I've already said them, so instead I'll say if I was doing just 1 year in this job, what I'd like to see completed and done by the time I'm finished. I'd like to see that I've talked about getting our grant increase from the university. That's not going to be no easy feat. If that doesn't happen, a bare minimum I'd like to see is that students who are under the age of 21 are paid the same as people who are aged over 21 in our shops and bars. I think that's crazy that they're not being paid the same amount at the moment. I'd also like to, like I said a couple of times, increase student engagement. I think a big campaign to make students aware what the student forums are, how they can get involved, how they can input into it is so important. Like, this is literally the highest decision-making forum of the university and the union, and students need to be aware of how to engage with it. And then lastly, I'd like to secure, as best I can, student-led outlets in the new campus developments. They're about to put about £500 million into campus over the next 5 years or so. It's a really good opportunity. Like Lauren said, we've just been given an excellent rating by NUS. We're in a unique sort of position of moral high ground to say, if you think that we're these future professionals, if you think we are employable students, then you should put your faith in us and let students manage their own outlets and cafes across campus.
Thank you. And Nima, please.
Okay. So number 1, 100% inclusion. I want more diversity reflected in the seats in this room. I want more postgraduate students. I want more international students to actually engage meaningfully. With all due respect, Toke, we have a lot of activities, we have a lot of society, but only 6% of the university that has 30,000 students. So I want to increase that. That's what 100% inclusion is all about. Number 2, I want to demarketize the union. We need to come to the union to do more things other than just spending money. We need to come here to engage. We need to come here and have debate. We need to come here and integrate and make lifelong networks and friendships. Number 3, LeadLUU International. We need a global focus of what happens in our union. We need to have more international engagement when it comes to our career services. Right now we are given a lot of jobs, which is really good because we have one of the best career centers, but they do not have an international outlook on things. We need to have a mentorship between undergrad students, postgraduate students, and alumni, and that's what I'm going to do.
Thank you. And the Ron next, please.
Yeah, so I have 3 key policy areas, and some of the things in those areas are kind of lobbying and fighting for things. So 3 tangible things that I want to bring for next year. One is a loyalty card. So if you spend on food in the university, you should be able to save using other union services. A healthy meal deal option. Currently, the third thing, or you have to get like a sandwich and or a salad, a drink, and then usually the third thing is a snack, which are crisps or chocolate. Fruit should be better included in that and cheaper. And finally, forum engagement. I think the way we do our democracy here works better than most universities, but that's only when we allow students to be involved in the system. And at the moment, too many students don't know when union policy is being passed, how and if. And I think that a system of individual submission of of comments to ideas before forums will allow students to actually give their own opinions, not feed it through a system of societies to the activities exec up to the actual forum itself.
Thank you. And the last word on this question goes to Toka.
So, what should be the 3 most important things for the union? The same things that are the 3 most important things to students. So basically, there practically isn't a single student that does not worry about the cost of living. Students are skinned, and not just in like a pot noodle at the end of the month kind of way, but in a way where it actually genuinely affects life decisions. With an average student debt of 44,000, it's no wonder that students are stressed, anxious about performing at university, and they are getting ripped off so many places, from transport to housing to hidden course costs, and it shouldn't just be like a 1-year policy. It should be, as long as it's the most important thing for students, it should be the most important thing for the union. And that's much more than just a single-year thing. Everyone worries about life after uni. Everyone does. There is practically no one who feels confident about their skills, about what they've learned, about what career they want and what that looks like. And the union should prioritize that the same way that the university should change its employability strategy completely to fit what students want to improve confidence. And finally, student-led campaigns have been massive this year and been extremely important. We've done refugees welcome campaigns, we've supported junior doctors, we supported calls for divestment. We're going to have a massive campaign about the EU referendum because it'll affect thousands of students, everyone who wants to go on an Erasmus exchange, everyone who's an EU student has basically an uncertain political future. So there are really, really important issues that the union needs to address, and those students tell us every single day, and it's quite apparent for me that those should be the priorities.
Thank you, and we'll move on to the last of our preset questions now, which is only 4 words. It simply says, EU, in or out? Sounds quite ominous that, isn't it? We'll move on, and we will start with Leron.
So I'm in, strongly in. As soon as this campaign will be over, I'll be changing my Twibbon to the in sign. And I'll be out on the doorstep with British Stronger in Europe. I hope you all join. I see no argument as students that we should leave the EU. It gives students benefits, it gives university benefits, and it gives our union benefits, and it gives our wider society benefits. But the only thing I'd say on it is that whoever takes the job next year, the decision will already been taken. And so the person who is a new Union Affairs officer will have to deal with the consequences, but I much prefer to deal with a Britain in Europe.
Thank you. And Jack, please.
I'm in EU2. I'd quite like to stay in Europe and the EU. Basically, we have a policy now where the EU is in favour of this, and I think it's quite important. It's really good, obviously, because I'm in favour of it. I think it'll be our job, however, all the way up until the vote, to facilitate as much debate on both sides in the union as we can, so that the students who are in favour of one side or the other don't feel like they're being ignored or they're being kind of steamrolled over. So while it's fine for like myself or whoever's Union Affairs officer to have that view, it's also our job to kind of preside over this huge, diverse melting pot of political views that is our union. Like, this is probably about as diverse as it gets. So we have to make sure that we're not kind of drowning people out at the same time. So while myself, I'd like to be in the EU, I'd like to kind of facilitate, maybe it's sort of my bias having done it in the job this year, as much debate as I can.
Thank you, and we'll go to Toka next.
So I wouldn't be here right now if it wasn't for the European Union. There's no question about that. International students who aren't EU students face loads of problems coming here, and we shouldn't let EU students face the same things. Basically, along with hundreds and hundreds of other students around here, my political future in this country is uncertain. I never imagined that I'd say that. I might have to get married to a Brit just to stay for next year. I think in terms of lecturers coming here, in terms of exchange of knowledge, in terms of research income, in terms of going on Erasmus exchange, in terms of having EU students on campus, it's from a student interest perspective, there is no question that staying is better for students.
Thank you. And the last word on this question goes to Nima.
I would vote yes if I was born in this country. But since I wasn't, I'm really appealing to all my friends to vote yes, because I think there's definitely more opportunities within the union. I study terrorism and insurgency, and purely from my professional perspective, I couldn't see any other way in terms of cooperation, in terms of security, and all the opportunities for EU students as well. So if you're British, vote UK in.
Thank you, and that rounds off the presenting questions for the candidates for Union Affairs. Can we give them a quick round of applause as well? And now it's time to hand over to the audience. So Doze is our roaming reporter with the radio microphone. So if you've got a question that you'd like to ask the candidates, please raise your hand.
I see one there.
Okay, so there's been a lot of talk about inclusion and engagement. So at the minute, there's quite a big lack of a networking support system for single parents or parents who are students within the union. So what would you do as the main representative of the student body to encourage students who are parents to come into the union and engage in the union?
So how would you engage students here at the university who are single parents or have children? How would you encourage them to get more involved in the university? And we will go around the candidates again in a random order, and we will start with Toka.
I think it's a great question, and there are something like 3,000 mature students at the university that are rarely represented in the union, that rarely take part in the same activity, that rarely sit on the exec. I actually met with Mature SOC earlier today to talk about how they want more representation, because I think with issues like these that are so specific and personal but still affect so many people, the best place to start is to ask them. So I talked to Mature SOC, I asked them, do you think that, what do you think would help? A designated rep for mature students is probably a really, really good way to start. There is no union in the country that's cracked this. It's really, really difficult because most student unions are generally seen to be appealing to young British undergrads. And I think with a student body that is so diverse, with international students and with mature students ranging far across, I think it's important to let those voices be heard. Representation is the first way to start. So I'd say elect a mature student and then make them talk to other mature students about what they need.
Thank you, and Leron, please.
Yeah, so I think the issue is really important. I think I agree with Toko when he says that our union and unions across the country are there for undergrads, home students. What I think we need is a system of part-time officers that know the issues. I can't stand here and say I know the issues of an international student or a postgrad student or a student that doesn't live in Leeds, but there are people who do and who can engage in the union. And I think that getting part-time officers, rather than just a society that's kind of one of 300 and something, but if we have part-time officers that really understand the issues, that can take on board campaigning on that, then I think that's a much stronger basis for representing those groups.
Thank you, and Nima, please.
Okay, I think we miss a huge opportunity. I think we have a lot of information. Everything we need to know about students, we have it here in the union, because all the societies are actually represented here, including the mature students union. What we haven't managed to do properly is have a clear way of how we manage that data and a clear system of communication from the representatives, because I don't think the executive officers will ever be at a level where they can talk to all students and get to know their problems. What we need to do is improve the structure of how all the societies communicate with the executive. And there's this feeling of who is the union? Once you get an admission in the University of Leeds, you're a union member, and we need to stop treating the union as an extracurriculum activity. One of the other things I would like to really do to make sure that we communicate to students and foster that inclusion is ensure that in your VLE list you have the union, so that you don't just see union affairs as an advert on the side on the VLE. It should be one of the things, and you should get updates. If there are important things that you've actually signed up for, they should show up in your timetable. So we need to begin from the very beginning, telling students what actually the union does for them, because most of them simply don't come for help because they don't know it exists. So improve the structure of communication and reaching out to all societies and making it a very important part of their core curriculum activities from induction all through the years.
Thank you. And the last word on this question goes to Jack.
Yes, I'd agree with some of the points that have been raised already. The representation is very important. It would be very good to have a mature rep to kind of unite a lot of feedback from mature students who are at the university. As far as students who are parents at the same time, I think it's a very tough thing to be doing while at Leeds, especially when you're doing, say, a full-time degree or even a part-time degree. So perhaps the union could be a little bit more inclusive and supportive of that, so they could have around the union more baby changing stations, they could sell baby milk in the shops and things like that. So if perhaps the union building itself was also more sort of friendly to parents with their little kids, not that, you know, I like our shops and bars, but perhaps we could make it inclusive to everybody as well.
Thank you very much. Have we got time for one more question from the audience? If anyone wishes to raise a point,
If anybody's got their hands up, if anybody like the Union Affairs. Oh, this one, gentlemen, just beat you to it, Tom. Sorry, mate.
What would you do to ensure minority and oppressed groups feel safe on campus?
So what would you do to ensure minority and oppressed groups on campus feel more safe? Again, we'll go to the candidates in a random order. So we'll start this time with Liron.
As a Jewish student on campus, this is something that's really important to me. You know, I want to guarantee the safety of all students on campus, but you know, when groups are targeted for their identity, we need specific action on those. When National Action came to our campus 2 years ago, about 5 or 6 different societies were all unhappy with this because they were, you know, targeting those societies for their identity. But they ran 5 or 6 different campaigns against it. What I think we need is an integrated anti-racist, anti-fascist network within Leeds University Union, where Muslim students, Jewish students, BME students, women, LGBT students can come together, and, you know, groups that target all of those groups, because to be honest, there are groups that hate all of those groups together. You know, if we can come together as a network, we can have a stronger fight against them and coordinate our attempts to kick racists, fascists, and other groups off campus.
Thank you. And Nima, please.
My manifesto has been pretty ambitious in suggesting that I will try to change the culture of Leeds Union. What that means basically is that we need students from all backgrounds to be aware of each other's backgrounds and contexts. We have an awesome program during the Freshers Week for international students where they get to understand British culture and stuff like that. That is a good program, but it's not adequate. We need to have the same for all issues that we actually feel are important, minority groups and issues. All students should be aware what minority groups are, what kind of safety concerns are, and how they participate in making the university an unsafe place for some students. We should have the same for home students, to understand international cultures as well, because we have really hostile attitudes that are passed across campus to, say, Chinese students who don't speak English as a first language, and students assume they're stupid. But these are very intelligent people. The fact that they're here means that they've actually crossed quite a number of hurdles. So we need more awareness of the diversity that is existing in campus, and every student should understand their role in making campus safe for people who are different from them.
Thank you, and we'll go to Jack next, please.
Yeah, I think having like an organised group for minorities is a very good idea. Myself, I think that education would also be very good. So if that means educating staff about students from minorities, and particularly international students when they're about to come to Britain for the first time possibly, and in particular societies, so that when students do come to Leeds, they feel included and they feel welcome, so that LeadLUU in the crowd. And yeah, so when societies are bringing freshers in for the first time, they're ready to integrate them and welcome them, and they know kind of what their needs are and what challenges they face before they even get here. So I think that'll be a big part, so that students from all nationalities, all minorities, all groups feel welcome and included in the union.
There's always one heckler in the crowd, isn't there? Anyway, we'll finish on this one with Toka.
So first off, I think it's a really important question. It's probably one of the most important questions that the union could try and answer. Everyone knows that there is a massive attainment gap for BME students that's indicative of a structurally unjust university system. We have problems with disabled participation in our societies, with LGBT participation in sports. There are loads of issues to address. I think the best way to start is with the liberation coordinators that are basically designated elected students who represent their fellow liberation group and organize campaigns and campaign on their behalf. And I would love to see that system strengthened next year. I'd also be really interested in hearing what you think the union needs to do, and I'd really like to have a chat with you after this to hear what you think we need to do.
Thank you, and that rounds off the debate here for the candidates trying to be your new Union Affairs Officer. Can we have another round of applause, please, from the audience? So thank you to the candidates. Thank you for those of you who have tweeted in as well using the hashtag LeadLUU. You know, ideally, we would ask all of your questions to the candidates, but we are pushed against the clock. So we're going to have a 5-minute break now, and then after that, we'll be joined by the 2 candidates who are running to be your new Griffin editor. Thank you.
Give everybody a huge round of applause as they come off the stage. Folks, we are about to head into the Griffin editor election question time, so we're going to ask the editors candidate to come over here. Thank you very much for sticking around. If you are leaving, make sure you give us a big round of applause for all the guys from LSTV and for Sam for doing such a great job today, and all the tech team. It'll be a 2-minute changeover, so we can get straight on with the Griffin as soon as we can. The main event, Ben. The top of the bill. The definitely did this on purpose main event 5 o'clock showing for the Griffin. So please take your seats, we're going to get started in 30 seconds. Yeah, nobody can hear a word I'm saying. Now they can hear me. So this, even if you project like a Shakespearean actor, like I am, they're not going to hear you. This is fine. So make sure you speak into the microphone. Make sure you get comfortable with the microphone. If it's not at the right height, adjust it. The Griffin debate will start in 1 minute. Tom Dixon's excited, so should you. Should be on a postcard. So here we go then, folks. The last debate of the day, the Griffin Editor election debates. Here we go then. Let's start one more time. That small clap. Nice and big. Now start hollering. Now start cheering. And here comes the Griffin Editor debates.
Hello and welcome back to Leeds LUU question time. We've had so many debates today. We've been almost debated out, but we have time for, well, something a little bit different now, don't we? We've had all the candidates running to be the exec, and now we have the candidates wanting to be the new editor of the Griffin newspaper. So, whilst not a member of the student exec, the Griffin editor has a very important role on campus. They help to keep students informed of events and the university, the union, and also Leeds, the city as well. They provide a platform for students to have their voices heard, and they also work to engage students with the issues affecting them on campus and beyond. And we are streaming live, as we have been all afternoon, on Leeds Student TV as well. So if you are watching from home, you can join the debate as well using the hashtag LeadLUU on Twitter. So without further ado, let's get the candidates up here. First of all, we've got Jess Murray. And we've also got Greg Whittaker. So, how it's going to work, the candidates will have the 1-minute speech, why they should be the next editor of the Griffin, and then we have 3 preset questions for both candidates to answer, and they'll have roughly 30 seconds or so to answer them. Then we'll also accept questions from the floor and questions from Twitter as well. So, as I say, keep going on with the debate on Twitter with the hashtag LeadLUU. So, right, let's kick off with the first one then. Why should you be the editor of the Griffin? We're going to alternate who goes first as well. So, on this occasion, we'll go with Jess.
Okay, sorry. Hi, I'm Jess, and I'm ready to be your next Griffin Editor-in-Chief. I think the print journalism industry is very vulnerable right now, so it's important that the Griffin adapts and evolves in order to stay relevant to students and stay popular. I will do this by getting the Griffin engaging with students and taking it on tour around campus. So that's getting involved in schools and departments, halls, societies, and finding out what you're interested in, what you want to hear about, and how we can make your voices heard. As well as this, I want to develop the Griffin's online platform so you can access our content quicker and easier. Most people consume news on their phones and laptops nowadays, so the Griffin needs to become much more responsive to this by creating a sleeker, smarter website and developing a new app. I also want to bring you better multimedia content by collaborating with LSTV and LSR, especially on some big events like Varsity. I've absolutely loved my experience on the Griffin. It's probably been the best part of my university experience, and I just want to make sure that many more students can have that experience by creating a Griffin for the future.
Thank you. So, Greg.
Hi guys, if you don't already know, I'm Greg and I'm obviously running for the Griffin editor's job. Over the past 2 years I've worked firstly as a news editor for the paper and then this year as an associate editor. So as part of this I've edited pretty much every section in the paper, usually late into a Thursday night when it's just me and Ben left in the office. I've also got professional experience as a political editor for a number of different online platforms, as well as a football reporter and columnist for some titles like Shoot Magazine and also the BBC. Top of my agenda, if I was to get the job, would be to ensure that the platform of the newspaper continues to work as it does. So all students make sure they get their voices heard and make sure that the university and the union are both acting in your best interests. I also want to go back to basics and get better links with societies because I think we're not always the best loved society on campus and that is a big priority for me, as well as training for all editors and writers. Thank you.
Thank you. So we'll go on to our first of the preset questions now. So how are you going to increase readership of the Griffin? How are you going to increase the readership of the Griffin? So 30 seconds to answer this question and we'll alternate it. So this time we'll start with Greg.
Yeah, I think online is obviously something we really need to work on. I think the website at the minute is not the most user-friendly as it could be. I think a lot of a lot of improvements could be made to the website specifically. In terms of the print, I'm really proud of how the print paper actually looks at the minute, and I'd want to continue that both in terms of the paper and the magazine, but my first priority in terms of improving readership would be improving the website.
Thank you, and Jess.
Well, my main policy is about taking the Griffin kind of out of the office more and out on campus. I think a lot of people perceive the Griffin as being a bit too union-centric, and when we're kind of stuck in the office all the time, that's inevitably going to happen. So I think if we get out and about more, talking to societies and halls and different schools and departments, and actually talk to people and find out exactly what they want to see us covering, then we're inevitably going to make a paper that people feel invested in and that they're going to pick up. And again, just developing the online thing with a new website and a new app means that people can access the Griffin in other ways rather than just picking a paper up, so that'll hopefully increase readership as well.
Thank you. And the next question now, what are your 3 priorities for the Griffin? So what are your 3 priorities for the Griffin newspaper? Again, 30 seconds on this one, and we'll start with Jess.
My first priority is making Griffin that represents the views of all students, so of all different political stances, mature students, students just from all backgrounds, and making sure that people feel they can approach us, or, as I said, take the Griffin to them, so we can do that. My second priority is improving online. As I said, the print industry is quite vulnerable right now, and we need to make sure that we're adapting to kind of modern conditions, so with the app and with the new website. And then thirdly, I think multimedia is the way forward in journalism as well. Obviously we have LSTV here today, and we've also got LSR who do amazing stuff, and I think collaboration between all 3 media societies with a united student press is the way forward to improve the Griffin for the future.
Thank you, and Greg.
So my first priority would be to improve people's membership. Obviously at the minute it's £10 to join, and I think some people get the impression from writing point of view that we're paying £10 and we're helping you, the editors, make the paper. I want for members to get more from the memberships. I want better exposure, better feedback, better training, and better sort of workshop and things like that, opportunities for all members. I also, as I've already touched upon, want to improve links with all university societies, to provide a perfect platform for the coverage that they want and deserve from the Griffin.
Thank you, and it's time for the 3rd and final pre-sent question. It's probably a question that you will have been asked before, undoubtedly. How do you compete with the tab? So how does the Griffin compete with the tab? It's been a long day, let me off. Right, we'll go first to Greg.
I think you can't deny that the tab is very popular among students. I think there's actually a lot we can learn from the tab in terms of their online media presence and how they deal with social media. However, in terms of content, I wouldn't really want to touch it with a barge pole. I think the funniest thing that they've done in my last 3 years of being at university is Arts Booze Night, which is he's obviously left and gone to California this year, and since which I don't think it's been that great, so there's not actually that much I'd want to do to emulate it.
And Jess?
I think compete is kind of the wrong word, really. Like, we're 2 completely different news publications, we have completely different content and completely different styles, and it's always going to be that way. Whether you think one is better than the other is always just going to be down to your subjective opinion. Like Greg said, I think we can learn some stuff from the tab. Like, they've got a really good online presence, and they are very good at kind of sort of their connections with students are really good, so when stuff happens they really are on it, and I think the Griffin can take something from that. But yeah, as I said, I don't think it's really about competing, it's just kind of the freedom of press, really.
Thank you, and it's time to cross over to our roaming reporter, Dowes.
Any questions from the floor for the Griffin candidates? They're going to get away with this one, folks. Any questions on the floor for the Griffin candidates? I'll just recheck Twitter. Current editor, any questions you'd like to pose to?
Go on, Ben.
He's going to make something up. By the time I slowly walk over here, he'll have... You got one now. Good.
So, do you think that the paper should have a political role in life at LUU, be that supporting campaigns, but also taking political stances on issues affecting students?
Jess, we'll start with you, that one.
Well, I think all newspapers inevitably do kind of have a political stance. I think it's fine. The newspaper should be a platform for everyone to be able to share their own kind of views and expressions. I don't think the paper should take a political stance that it then imposes on all writers and editors. It's a democratic platform which should be used by all students, from whether they agree with the editor's opinion or not, to sort of discuss things and have an open debate about things. So it's fine to use the paper for political debate, but I don't think the paper should kind of have a definitive stance on things.
Thank you, and Greg.
Yeah, I think it's a sort of two-parted question, this. I think from an editorial point of view, obviously the role of editor, as we know, is an elected body, which means it should be the editor's prerogative to set a political agenda, as they do have a mandate from the rest of campus. However, echoing what Jess said, I do think it's important for the rest of the newspaper, sections like features and especially views, to make sure it's providing that platform for any student to come on campus, to come to the paper and sort of debate what they're passionate about politically.
Any more questions from the audience?
Any more questions from the floor? If not, I think we're going to hand over to Sam because we have nothing on Twitter and either.
Well, I think we're going to wrap it up. We are finally at the end. A big round of applause for our candidates, ready for the Griffin editor as well. So thank you everyone who's come down. Thank you everyone who's watched our LSTV live stream. And thank you as well to all of the candidates who have taken part in all of the debates today. There's over 30 of them, so we've got through a lot. Hopefully it's informed you guys of who to vote for, and if it hasn't, you can still go over to the LUU webpage and use the Dream Team feature. That's where it asks you a load of random questions and it matches you up with the candidate you are most likely to vote for. So thank you again to the candidates, and it's a goodbye from me. Bye.
Big round of applause for Sam and all the rest of the team, and our thanks to the Griffin editor candidates. Well done to the pair of them. Folks, if you have still more clapping time, could you give a big round of applause to Sam, who's been here since the crack of dawn, to the LSTV crew for putting on a great show, and our fantastic tech guys who have made it look fantastic and professional. Have a wonderful Wednesday, and if you don't vote on Friday, I know where you live. Have a lovely day, guys. See you later.